Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Villain's Puppet. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya is born quirkless. Technically, it's a medical oddity. It's already quite rare to be quirkless these days, but to be quirkless when neither of your parents are? That is especially unusual. In fact, it's practically unheard of, and Izuku and his mom spend a long time clinging on to that slight hope that, somehow, the tests are wrong. But he has an extra toe joint, and unfortunately for him, it's not exactly likely that it's just going to disappear. He's crushed when his mom finally sits him down and breaks that to him. He hasn't seen very much of the world yet, and he doesn't know much, but it's no secret that there are no quirkless heroes, not even one. Izuku tries his best to make his mom think that he's okay with this. It's not particularly successful, because he's 6, and consists mostly of him trying to stifle sobs and cry quietly instead of him trying his best to hide the bullying from her. So he doesn't tell her when the kids at school stop talking to him when it becomes apparent that his quirk is never going to manifest, or when Bakugo Katsuki pushes him to the ground and calls him Deku. Quirkless, weak, useless, dead. Izuku, she says him one day, crouched in front of him. She's cradling his face in her hands and turning it this way and that to examine his bloody, split lip. Her voice is soft, and her touch even softer, but there's strength there, something firm and uncompromising. My brave baby boy. You don't have to do this for me, honey. You know that, right? You shouldn't have to worry about confiding in me. And he does know that is. But Izuku wants to be a hero one day, wants it to the bone, in the most visceral and instinctual parts of himself. It's so wrapped up in who he is, in his very identity, that it must be tangled up in him down to the DNA, a misprint in the genetic code that won't let him want anything else, even though he's trapped in a body that wasn't built for it. And Izuku knows what heroes do. He's seen it on television, watched All Might save the world on repeat for hours. He's seen All Might climb out of the rubble in the aftermath of one of his worst fights. The camera angle can't quite conceal the bloody injury in the hero's side, though through the grainy footage it is impossible to discern how serious the wound is. It looks painful though, yet All Might smiles still as he declines any help from the paramedics, tentatively flocking onto the scene now that the main threat has neutralized, and instead turns to aid in the rescue efforts. Izuku remembers thinking. So that is what it means to be a hero. It's not just about how many bad guys you catch, then, or even how many people you can rescue. It's not just a job where you punch your card, do your duty, and then go back home to rest at the end of the day. It's a constant responsibility. It's about doing everything you can to ease the suffering and the burdens of others, about giving everything you can, even yourself if need be. And that? Izuku knows that he is weak and useless and quirkless. But he doesn't need a quirk to do that. That he can achieve. His mom has enough on her shoulders already. It might be a sign of the straits that they're in that though he is only 6, she can't conceal the burden that she's struggling with from him, just trying to pay all the bills on her own. Izuku thinks it's probably because his father stopped sending her the money that he was supposed to a while back. These days, it's not uncommon for the parents of quirkless children to get divorced. The societal expectation for children with a quirk of some kind, even if it's just a weak one, is too high, and when that expectation is not met, it seems that usually one parent or the other ends up too disappointed to stick around for long. Izuku is not just another statistic as far as this goes, though. He doesn't even remember his father's face, actually, because the man hadn't even stuck around for long enough to learn whether or not Izuku had a quirk or not. He might know at this point, actually, but it probably wasn't a factor in his decision to walk out. That fact is a blessing in disguise, Izuku supposes. He doesn't know how he'd deal with being the reason for the loneliness he sees in his mother's eyes sometimes, when she stares at the empty seat at their dinner table. And then one day, when Izuku is 8 years old, his father comes back. Izuku is hiding behind his mother's legs, peeking out from behind her thigh with a shy curiosity. Hisashi Midoriya is a tall man. He is wearing a well-tailored business suit, and despite his height he is not particularly bulky, though through the lines of his well-pressed shirt Izuku makes out a lean physique. His father leans forward as if to examine him in return, and Izuku shudders. There's a cool, clinical observance in those eyes that makes Izuku worried that his father's quirk might be one that lets him dissect people with a glance. Izuku can't stop himself from clutching more tightly at his mother's leg, hiding behind her fully now. His mom doesn't take her eyes off of the man in their doorway, but she reaches back and runs a soothing hand up Izuku's forearm, comforting even though Izuku can feel that she's tensed and cautious in front of him. "Hisashi," his mom says, and Izuku marvels silently at how kind her voice is, considering the circumstances. It is firm and gentle, the way she speaks to Izuku when he's done something wrong and she wants to explain to him exactly what. "What are you doing here?" His father clears his throat, much more composed than Izuku ever is when his mom fixes him with that stare of hers. "Inko," he says. "Can we talk?" In a perfect world, Izuku Midoriya would have discovered the truth of her husband long before he showed up at her door asking for favors, and when he finally did she would have spit in his face and slammed the door on his foot to send him on his way. But this is not a perfect world, and Izuku's mother does neither of these things. Instead, she sighs, reluctant and hopeful all at once, and she says the words that will haunt her for years to come. "Of course," she tells him, ushering Izuku to his room so that the adults can talk. "Come on in." Izuku paces the length of his room anxiously. What does his dad want? Does he want to be a part of their lives again? That particular thought sends him stumbling into a halt. How does he feel about that? On one hand, Izuku has wished for years to have a father like all his classmates. Not, of course, Izuku corrects himself hastily because his mother isn't enough for him or anything. She's all that he'll ever need. But that sometimes it's hard not to wish for a little more, even though the very thought makes his chest tighten up with something sad and bitter. And if his father comes back, that means things will be easier for his mother again, right? That she will have someone better and stronger than Izuku to help her? But at the same time, Izuku remembers the way that his mom had started crying when his father's checks had stopped arriving in the mail, and he remembers the way she had started arriving home from work late at night and how much more exhausted she had seemed when she did. He remembers how much harder it had gotten to make her crack a smile, though she always tried her best, and he can't help but think that no one as kind as his mother ever deserves to be that tired. He can't help but think that he doesn't know if he can ever forgive the person who did that to her. Izuku takes a deep breath. It is terribly rude to eavesdrop, Izuku knows. He knows because he has a bad habit of doing it a lot, and whenever his mom catches him she tries her hardest not to laugh when she explains that fact to him. Still though, Izuku is sure that as long as he doesn't get caught this time, it will be all right. He ventures close to his door and drops to the floor, pressing his ear against the gap between it and the door. Their voices are soft whispering. They don't want Izuku to hear, and it almost works, but not quite. "Hisashi," his mom says, and to Izuku's surprise she doesn't sound like she's about to cry. She sounds angry. "What the hell is this? You can't just come back here after all this time and ask me to let you take my son." "Our son," his father tries to correct her, and Izuku hears a thud, like someone has slammed their hands on the table. "My son," he hears his mom snap, and now she sounds like she's cracking a bit, voice wavering the way that Izuku's does when he's about to break into sobs, but Izuku has never heard anyone in such distress manage to sound so venomous before today. He's never heard her sound that way before today. You do not get to leave for 6.5 years and then decide you're entitled to his time. There's a long moment of silence, and then when his father speaks next it's softer, like his mom has finally managed to shatter the act and break through to something human. "You're right," his father says, quieter now. Defeated. "You're right. But I just hoped for a chance, I suppose. To get to know him." Now his mom falls silent, as if she's thinking about his father's words. "Do you really think you deserve it?" she asks. "No," says his father after a long pause. "But I have to try. Not just for a weekend, Inko. Please." His mom says something more after that, and Izuku can hear that she still hasn't dropped her guard, but at this point her words drop off, her voice now too quiet for Izuku to discern. In the end, that doesn't matter, because the choice is Izuku's. His mom bends down in front of him and kisses his cheek and asks him if he would like to spend the weekend with his father. "You don't have to, darling," says Inko, tucking a wild, loose strand of hair behind Izuku's ear. But he is your father. I want you to be able to choose whether or not you give him a chance. That choice was taken from you the first time, I think it's only fair that we give it to you now. In the future, Izuku will regret nothing more deeply than not saying no. He'll cry himself to sleep and wish he'd wrapped himself in his mother's arms and buried his face in her shoulder, that he'd clung to her and never let go. But Izuku looks at his mom, kneeling down at his level, and then glances up at his father, who is standing tall above them both. He doesn't think he likes his father. But heroes forgive, right? They're kind, even to the people they don't like. So Izuku makes a mistake that he'll berate himself for years, a choice that he'll look back on with self-hatred and the empty sort of grief one feels for something they lost without even knowing, and he says, okay. Izuku Midoriya has always been prone to fits of severe anxiety, and it is to this that she attributes the way that fear builds in her chest as her ex-husband drives away with her son in his car. She knows she'll be lonely. Izuku has basically been her only companion for years, aside from some of their neighbors, though she doesn't particularly wish for anyone more. After all, he's her son, so soft and gentle and kind. There's no one else she'd rather spend her time with. But it's just 2 days. She'll be alright for that long, and Izuku will be too. Hisashi is a deadbeat, to be sure, the sort who cares more about his job and his money than his own child, or at least he was the last time they were together, when he walked out on them. But even back then, she would have trusted him with Izuku for 2 days. And if he truly has grown, then perhaps there's a chance that the two of them could even fix their relationship. Inko feels a little ill at the thought. Something like nausea rises in her stomach when she thinks of Izuku wanted to spend every weekend with his father, or worse, wanting to live with the man full-time. Calm down, Inko, she mutters to herself, patting her cheeks sharply in an attempt to stop the spiral. Calm down. It's what Izuku needs here that matters. Plus, she says, finally forcing herself to turn away from the street that Hisashi's car, now well out of sight, had driven down, and closing the apartment door behind her. It's just for the weekend after all. She's wrong, of course, but it's the sort of error that is impossible to realize until it's already far too late. The start of Izuku's weekend with his father is awkward and stilted enough that even Izuku picks up on it right away. It's morning, so his father drives them both to get breakfast before they head to his place. So, Izuku says brightly, gesturing widely enough that his father twitches in his seat, then All Might was able to nullify the villain's flames by using his Texas Smash. Says his father, and Izuku gives him a toothy grin, taking the confusion as a request for explanation. The ground in the area where they were fighting was composed largely of soft sediment. So when All Might used the Texas Smash, the wind it generated stirred up so much dust that he was able to largely stifle the villain's ability to create sparks and reduce the villain's field of vision, allowing him to take the villain into custody pretty easily. Isn't that cool? Izuku gives his dad a hopeful glance. All Might is super cool, he knows, and he's pretty sure that he can't think of any better way for them to start bonding together. Because there's no way his dad doesn't like All Might too, right? Izuku has to fight the urge to let his face fall when his father does not immediately light up at the mention of the world's greatest hero. Instead, his dad crinkles his nose in confusion, and even Izuku, never quite the best at social cues, picks up that his dad isn't the craziest about this discussion. You sure know a lot of big words, kid, his father says instead. You must be pretty smart, huh? Izuku blinks. I don't know, he says dubiously. No one's ever told me that before. His dad makes a non-committal noise as he pulls into a parking space in front of what looks like a small family restaurant. When they're seated and a waitress has pushed menus into each of their hands, his father looks at him and gives a weak half-smile. Go ahead and order whatever you want, kid. Oh, are you sure? Says Izuku, curiously, and after an approving nod from his father, decides on the pancakes. When their food finally arrives, Izuku has to blink when his father leans forward to mess with his food. What are you doing? Izuku asks, tilting his head to the side curiously. His father pauses, a deer in the headlights. Do you not need your food cut up for you? He asks, sounding extremely confused. Izuku's brow furrows. He sees now. It's probably hard for his father to distinguish age-appropriate behaviors because he hasn't interacted with many children Izuku's age. No, he says reassuringly, giving his father a knowledgeable nod. I'm 8. His father rocks back in his seat, pursing his lips in what Izuku is pretty sure is embarrassment. He says. My apologies. It's okay, says Izuku cheerfully, trying to give his father as understanding of a smile as possible. It was nice of you to think of it. An expression flickers across his father's face for a moment, that Izuku would dismiss were he not keenly aware what irritation looks like from years of provoking it in others. He probably came across as a bit pedantic, then. It's not something he actively tries to do, but he knows that it happens, and he's sure that it must be particularly annoying to feel talked down to by your 8-year-old son. Izuku coughs awkwardly and goes back to eating. They don't talk again until they're back in the car. It's even more awkward than trying to hang out with some of the kids from school, but Izuku can't help the small hope coming to life in his chest. Maybe this won't be a total disaster after all. The next day, his father asks him if he would like to go run some errands with him. It's a bit early, and Izuku, who has never really been a morning person unless under duress, would much rather go back to bed. But he's also never been one to turn down an invitation to a social gathering, considering how rarely he gets invited to them, and he figures that he has a special obligation to try extra hard in this case. So he drags himself out of the bed in the guest room and says, "Yeah, give me 5 minutes." They're halfway to the grocery store when it happens. His father's phone goes off, and it must be someone pretty important because the second his father's eyes alight on the contact name, they're pulling over so his father can pick up the phone. Yes. Izuku strains his ears, but can't quite make out anything that is being said on the other end of the line. But he doesn't really need to in order to know that it must be something urgent. His father straightens in his seat and gives Izuku a nervous glance. Right now, sir? His father sounds a little nervous, and starts drumming his fingers on the steering wheel. No, I'm not trying to, I'm with my son right. Wait, what? Bring him? You can't be serious. They must be, because after a couple more terse exchanges, his father sighs and hangs up. Change of plans, kid, he says, and pulls the car into a U-turn. His father bends the speed limit until they make it to a less populated part of town, pulling up behind a building that Izuku doesn't recognize. He's just unbuckling his seatbelt when his father takes him by the shoulders. Listen to me, Izuku, says his father, brow glistening with a light sheen sweat, lips thin. Izuku can't help but squirm uncomfortably at the sudden pain in his arms. His father's hands are far too tight. You will not tell your mother about anything you're about to see, do you understand? Izuku's chest hitches, and he bites back what he wants to say, that he doesn't keep secrets from mom, not unless he really has to. But this is his father. He can trust him, surely. Okay, says Izuku, and his father lets him go. The building they go into is nearly empty. His father steers him down some twisting corridors until they happen upon a conference room, which he pushes open and quickly takes a seat next to 3 others. Izuku lingers in the doorway, and then decidedly does not process what he's seeing. There's a large screen mounted on the far wall, showing footage from some sort of raid being done by a hero agency. The news channel keeps showing clips from a fight between a young female hero and a group of thug-level villains interspersed with commentary. There are also a series of smaller screens that show what is happening in the raid in much greater detail, though in grainy black and white. It's security camera footage from the building the raid is happening in. Theoretically, Izuku has no idea how his father and his co-workers got their hands on the live security footage. Izuku thinks that he should know what this means. There's a siren blaring in head, a red flag being waved in front of his face, but the puzzle pieces just won't click. He doesn't understand. The conference table that his father is sitting at is quite large, though it is only occupying 4 people. His father is sitting at the table's right side, and to his left, at the foot of the table, is a young adult woman with short purple hair and a nose ring. Clad in a dark leather jacket, she looks like the sort of student many of Izuku's teachers would shake their head at in disappointment, the sort they'd call hopeless and give up on in a second. To her left is another woman. Izuku has to actively work to repress the urge to shy back when he sees her, not wanting to be rude. She looks a little older, hair in a dignified bun, black as pitch, and has a scar that winds up the side of her face like a river snake. To Izuku she seems almost a mirror image of his father, posture straight, eyes calculating, black suit immaculate. Izuku's first impression of his father had been that the man's gaze was dissecting, terrifying, and this woman seems worse, in a way. Her eyes rake over him, and Izuku gets the sense that they aren't just taking him apart. They're looking for the most painful way to do so. She turns to his father and says, with a hint of a European accent, "That's your son, Hisashi? He doesn't look like much." Izuku frowns. He doesn't know much about this sort of thing, but it's pretty rude to insult your coworker's kid, right? But she doesn't look afraid of being reprimanded by her boss or anything, and his dad doesn't say anything in return either. He shifts on his feet. The hair on the back of his neck is rising. He can hear sirens in his head going off, screaming danger, 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 but he can't quite figure out why. He steps back. "No need to be so afraid, son," says a voice, snapping him out of his reverie. Izuku stops, blinks, and stares at the person who had spoken. Though they had called him son, the man who had spoken was most certainly not Izuku's father. The new man is sitting at the head of the table. Izuku can't comprehend how he had missed him on his first glance over of the people in the room, like he was a distortion in an otherwise clear image. The man doesn't look particularly intimidating. He's not dressed as formally as Izuku's dad or the black-haired woman, but is also not as irreverent towards any possible existing clothing regulations as the punk girl. From where Izuku's standing, across the room from him, he can see that the man has no suit jacket in sight, white dress shirt rolled up to the elbows. His hair, a chestnut brown dyed, Izuku notes absently, the man's roots are growing out a bit, and their black is ungelled, falling in his face a bit as he looks up from the paperwork before him and gives Izuku an inviting smile. This has to be their boss. His position at the conference table and the way that the others all glancing at him, waiting for some sort of cue, suggests that despite his more casual dressage, he holds some power that they don't. And he seems nice actually. Much more so than the other two do, or even than his own father has, since they've come here. He steps inside, and closes the door behind him. "Take a seat, son," says the man. It's a relatively large table, so there are plenty of empty seats for Izuku to choose from. He wrings his hands together, glancing around, before skittering over to a spot on his father's side of the table, at the corner that puts him closer to the smiling man than the punk girl. The woman with dark hair glares at Izuku again, and he can't help but quail slightly beneath it, reaching for the back of his father's suit jacket, trying to clutch at it for comfort. His father doesn't react, but Izuku is distracted before he can notice by their boss leaning forward again. He's looming above Izuku a bit, rather than bending down so they're face to face like most adults who want to talk to him do. "So tell me what your name is." Izuku smiles back. He's still deeply uncomfortable, and there's still something about this that's giving him goosebumps, like a centipede's been dropped down his shirt and is now trailing its way up his spine. But he was raised to have manners, to reciprocate friendliness with friendliness, and he knows his mother wouldn't have him do anything less. "I'm Izuku," he says softly, still not letting go of his father's shirt sleeve, and the man rocks back in his seat, looking delighted with the information. "What, Izuku," he says, voice saccharine. "I'm very sorry to take this time out of your busy day, but I promise you that I'll let you and your dad go as soon as possible." Izuku nods shyly, as the adults all finally draw their gazes away from Izuku and begin talking to one another. What they're saying doesn't really make much sense, a series of hushed, jumbled mutterings as Izuku watches the news anchors discuss the footage of the hero-villain fight. The shipping operation has been compromised. No sheet, a-hole, but what the F are we supposed to do about it? Do you know how many million yen our organization has invested in this? It's her, that female hero. I swear, she's everywhere we turn these days. She's quite well, if only we knew what her quirk is. We don't even know who she is. Just some random hero. I know, says Izuku brightly. And maybe that was the wrong thing to say. Everyone is staring at him now. His dad and the girl with the purple hair both look annoyed, and the other woman looks disgusted that he even dared speak in their presence. Only their boss looks curious, propping his chin on his hands with a sort of vague amusement. "Care to enlighten us then, kiddo?" he says, and Izuku recognizes that tone of voice from schoolyard bullies. It's the way they talk to him when he's done something wrong and is about to do something worse, the way you talk to someone when you know they're about to mess up and you're eager to see them crash and burn. Izuku squirms in his seat, but doesn't falter. He hadn't recognized her at first, but after watching the TV for a bit, he can't believe that he'd forgotten. Well, he begins nervously. She's been calling herself Pangea. She's a newer hero and has been working underground a lot, since she didn't go to UA or any of the other really big hero schools. That's probably why you've never heard of her, even though she has a really powerful quirk. Yeah, snaps the girl with purple hair. Some form of earth manipulation, obviously. Probably a variant of telekinesis. She gestures at the screen, where they're showing a clip of the young hero sending a twisting spire of rock in the direction of some foes. Nope, says Izuku. It's her feet. A skeptical quiet that falls, and Izuku flushes, rushing to explain. It's like, thought she's not. Have you noticed that she's not actually levitating any of the rock or soil? It's always connected to the rest of the ground by at least one point? If it were a type of telekinesis, she probably wouldn't have that limitation. That means that she needs at least an indirect point of communication with whatever she's manipulating, and looking at her fighting style, the most likely spot for her is the soles of her feet. Theory is that she's kind of like talking with the ground? I think she's sending high-frequency vibrations through her feet and applying direction to it in order to manipulate its state and make it do what she wants. There's another moment of silence, surprised now, rather than annoyed. Izuku's father looks stunned, mouth slightly agape. Even the man who must be their boss is blinking a bit, like trying to process the statement. He's no longer smiling like the cat that caught the canary, but there's a something pleased is pulling at the corners of his lips. Do you even have any proof? Says the other woman, her slight accent a bit stronger now, her tone scathing. This is all just wild theorization. Plus, she looks like she's manipulating the earth with her arm motions. Izuku scoots back a bit, not sure how to deal with the outburst. I mean, yeah, she does use gestures in correlation with her attacks. But I'm pretty sure I'm right. She could be using arm movements on instinct or to deflect suspicion from the true nature of her quirk, but if you well, it's pretty hard to find footage of her fights, but if you take a look at what does exist, there are some consistencies that point to this, or something pretty close to it, being her quirk. Like, whenever she gets knocked off of her feet or is launched up into the air, she doesn't use her quirk. Also, her arm movements aren't always consistent with what types of attacks they create, but her footwork is. There's also footage of her fighting a villain where the terrain changes from soil to pavement and you can see that she modifies all of her stances, probably to account for the fact that she needs a different vibrational frequency to manipulate it. And lastly, if you look at the soles of her boots, they're significantly thinner than what you usually see on the shoes of pro heroes, which are designed to be durable and high traction. If I had to guess, I'd bet they're made out of some sort of special material too, something that allows the vibrations through so she doesn't have to fight barefoot. There's a silence. It stretches out long enough that Izuku has to resist the urge to fidget fearfully under the scrutiny. The stillness is broken by a sharp, delighted clap. Astonishing, says their boss, pushing his sleeves, which have slipped down a bit, back up. Where'd you pick up such analytical skills? Did someone teach you? Izuku smiles proudly. The man believes him. He doesn't know if anyone has ever listened to one of his theories before without becoming defensive by the end of it. No, he says. I just really like heroes. They're the best. All Might is my favorite. I'm going to a hero too when I grow up. Aren't you quirkless? Says their boss, a hint of a laugh in his voice. Izuku falters, falls back a bit. Yeah, he says. But I shouldn't let that stop me, right? I mean, a real hero would never give up. Plus, that analysis stuff I'm really good at it. I don't know how, but maybe I can use that. The man tilts his head at Izuku, meets his eyes and stares at Izuku, calm and calculating. You are really good at it, he says, something thoughtful in his voice. Exceptionally so that you have a lot of potential. You think so? Izuku can't help himself. He launches himself out of his seat at that, only to be stopped cold by a hand on his chest, his father's hand, keeping him from moving too excitedly. His sudden movement has made him the target of suspicious looks from the other two in the room, and Izuku stutters but moves on. You're the first person who's ever told me that. The man TSSKS. And what a shame that is. Some people just aren't capable of seeing past their biases. But not to worry, my boy. I'm not one of those people. Masami? The punk girl turns, stands at attention. Sir, she says, more respectful than Izuku would have expected from the way she's acted thus far. Will you pass this information on to the relevant parties? She pauses, gives Izuku an odd glance, furrows her brow, then nods. Of course, she says, and pulls her phone from her back pocket as she slips from the room quietly. Now the man turns to Izuku's father, leans back in his seat with a cocky grin, looking delighted, face smug with self-satisfaction, like things have worked out just according to plan. I like your son, Hisashi, he says, drawling the words out. He's smart. And funny, wanting to be a hero with no quirk. His tone has changed now, turned into something cold and uncompromising. There's a sudden chill down Izuku's spine, and he can't help but feel he's made a miscalculation. He suddenly remembers everything he's ever read about the art of misdirection, and he's overcome with a sudden misgiving low in his stomach that he'd been so afraid of the more obvious threats in the room that he'd forgotten that the person who can stab you with a smile is the deadliest of them all. The man rotates in his seat and fixes Izuku with the stare of a man sizing up a prize. I think he could be useful to us, he says. We're going to keep him. It takes Izuku a moment to process the words. He's so frozen that he almost doesn't hear them, and he certainly doesn't hear his father's protest, half-hearted, weak, the sort of thing you say more for show than anything else. I'm sorry, he says. I'm only here for the weekend. I promised my mom that I'd be back by. The man stands, and Izuku stumbles backwards. His legs collide with the chair behind him, and he's saved from falling back by the man's hand, catching his shoulder. His hold is tight. It stings. Izuku twists a bit. Let me go. The man shakes his head, looks quietly disappointed. Hey, kid, he says, sounding much gentler than he feels. Don't be too upset, we'll probably appreciate your help more than she ever could. There's a pain building in Izuku's left shoulder, something hot and uncomfortable. He gasps a little bit, tries to wriggle loose from the man's grip. The man gives him a smile, so wide and hysterical that its edges are practically sharp. A sudden wave of nausea has Izuku pitching forward, the pain colliding with a sudden onset of dizziness to send his world flickering around him, graying out at the edges as he fights to stay conscious. Tell me, says the man, have you ever heard of the villain they call Vicious? Izuku shudders, shakes his head and presses his hands to his mouth to stop himself from hurling everywhere. The pain increases to a fever pitch, practically a scream in his eardrums, even. As he hears the outside world around him quiet, the man's hand is like a brand on his shoulder, one that he no longer has the energy to squirm away from. His vision is like static now, fuzzy and distorted. Through the fog he can just barely make out his father, resolutely looking away. Great, Izuku thinks. Of course you haven't, continues the man Vicious. And that's how I like it. People will know my name one day. They'll know all about me. But only after it's too late for me to be stopped. Only then. Not a second before. I didn't get to the top of the villain underground by being arrogant, after all. He bends forward, like Izuku, who is on his knees, twitching in pain like an insect skewered by a pin, is a particularly interesting lab specimen for him to examine. I'm not arrogant about my abilities, nor about the people I choose to employ under me. You may be quirkless and a child, he says, and the shriek in Izuku's ears reaches its crescendo. His world flickers in front of him, like a TV with a bad connection. It fades out and then back in Vicious is there, and then suddenly he's an out-of-focus image that Izuku can't quite set his eyes on. But I have a use for you, and that's good enough for me. Izuku's whole world is practically static at this point, alive and violent and noisy and entirely incomprehensible to him. It's buzzing around him, it's warping him down to the bone, splitting him open and apart, and it hurts. He blacks out. He doesn't know how long he's unconscious for, but when he wakes up, he's in a different room altogether. He sits up and rolls his shoulder. He's not in pain anymore, thank God, but the side of his body that man had been touching is buzzing slightly, all pins and needles like he'd fallen asleep on it, though the sensation is fading rapidly, growing more indistinct with every second. Izuku stumbles to his feet, rubbing the exhaustion out of his eyes and trying to take stock of his situation. The room he's in is much less austere than he remembers the rest of the building being. The only things betraying it as even being the same location are the washed-out white walls and glaring ceiling lights, like a hospital from a horror game. But there's a bed that he had woken up in, a bathroom, a desk, and a wardrobe. There's even a TV. It's not even that small, comparative in size to his bedroom at home. It doesn't look like a prison cell. But the door is locked, and there are no windows, so it might as well be one anyways. He tugs at the door a couple times despite this fact, rattling the handle. His breathing is coming faster now, hitched and panicked, until he finally has to force himself to give up, step back, and rub at his eyes until they feel raw. He can't cry. He can't cry. His mom always says that it's important to stay calm in times of crisis, but if he lets himself start crying now, he doesn't know if he will ever stop. There's something cracking open in his chest, a chasm deep enough that he doubts tears will be enough to fill it. Izuku forces himself back into the bed, and he huddles under the quilt. It's warm and soft and safe, and if he pretends hard enough he can almost convince himself that it's his mother. He doesn't know how long they keep him locked in there. It must be a couple of days, at least, because the door opens every once in a while for someone, usually the punk girl, Masami, to step inside and set a tray of food down on the desk. Izuku doesn't try to ask any questions, and no one offers any answers. That's okay. He doesn't want to know. He doesn't want to know. He doesn't want to know. He shivers, curls up tighter in bed, and wishes with all his heart that he will wake up. After a couple cycles of meals being delivered, Izuku finally dares venture from the bed again. He's been staring blankly at the wall for the most part, with breaks to eat and use the bathroom, and been scratching a furrow into it determinately with his left thumbnail for what must be hours at this point, trying to find some outlet for the nervous energy roiling around inside of him. But his finger is bleeding a little now, and hurts too much for him to continue. But maybe if he checks the news, maybe they know he's missing. Maybe they're looking for him and getting close. Maybe. He never gets to look. The first couple channels are daytime TV shows, which he passes over quickly. But the first news channel he sees, he stops. The remote clatters from Izuku's hands and he sways. No, he thinks, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead as he doubles over and retches the meager contents of his stomach onto the ground in front of him. Underground hero Pangaea critically injured in battle. Is her career over? There's a grainy, enlarged photo on the screen, another hero dragging Pangaea's limp, injured form to help. Her face is slack and bloody, and though it appears that the worst of her injuries have been blurred out by the news station, Izuku can see enough to realize that her legs, they must be practically crushed. They're bent at all the wrong angles. He's going to be sick again, so he slams a trembling finger on the power button of the remote, practically collapsing where he's standing, unable to even make it back to the bed this time before he has to sit down heavily. He shakes, buries his face in his knees, curling up as tiny as possible as if that will help him escape what they've done, what he's done because, God, it had been him. I did this, I did this, I did this. He chokes on a breath. He can't. He knows now what they want with him. He wishes he didn't. At some point, the door swings open, and it's Masami, but she's not there to bring him food this time. She stands there, cold and expectant. You're wanted, she tells him, and when he just looks at her, blank and confused, she scowls and taps at her wrist. Hurry up, and says, now. There's an uncompromising set to her face. Izuku notes vaguely that she must not be a very good actress. It would have been easy, with her youthful appearance and presentation, to trick Izuku into latching onto her, to trick him into viewing her as an ally rather than an enemy. It's likely why they've been sending her with his meals rather than any of the others. And maybe it would have worked, or maybe it wouldn't have, but it's a moot point now because Izuku has felt less hatred in a dozen schoolyard quarrels with Bakugo than he does from a single one of Masami's gazes. It's okay though. Izuku knows what he has to do. He stands up and follows her. She takes him downstairs, into a basement of sorts. It's considerably less well kept than the rest of the building. The tile floor has been foregone for torn, damaged concrete, and the sickly yellow fluorescent lights are now dimmer, more orange, not quite banishing all the shadows in the corners of the room. Izuku sidesteps a dark brown stain on the ground in his path. There are a few more like it around the room, some are splattered on the walls, and even a couple on the ceiling. He does not let himself think about what they probably are. There's a chair pulled up in the center of the room, under one of the lights. Vicious is sitting in it. Izuku's father is standing behind him, and decidedly averts his eyes when Izuku comes to a halt in front of them. "Sir," says Masami, gesturing to Izuku. Vicious nods, and Izuku hears her footsteps fade behind him, and the door to the basement close behind her as she makes her exit. Izuku stares at Vicious. The man still looks terrifyingly affable. He's dressed much the same as he was when Izuku saw him last, though now his hair is pulled back in a lazy half ponytail, like he kneaded it out of his face before engaging in work. Vicious smiles, all teeth. "Izuku," he says. "I'm so sorry we kept you waiting. I'm afraid we had to take care of some matters before I could arrange this meeting with you. I hope your accommodations haven't been too unpleasant, though. I wanted you to be comfortable." His gaze falls on Izuku, expectant. "Yeah, except you locked me in and won't let me leave," Izuku thinks viciously. "Yes," is what he says though, voice dry and cracking, because he's doubtful that he actually has any other choice. Vicious looks satisfied, leaning back in his chair. "Good, I'm glad to hear it," he says. "Now, I'm going to cut to the chase here. Do you know what I want from you?" He does. Izuku wrings his hands together, nervous, and stares resolutely at the ground at the villain's feet. "Pangaea," he whispers after a moment. "You want me to do what I did to her. To other heroes." "Clever," says Vicious, "as I expected." "Yes, that's exactly what we want." It's a moment of sudden boldness that has Izuku suddenly meeting Vicious' gaze. "Why me, though?" he says, voice suddenly hotter than even he expected. Vicious looks surprised and a little annoyed, and Izuku flinches, immediately backpedaling, both physically and verbally. I just mean. There's lots of people who can do that. I'm not the only one. Why would you want to use me? I'm just a kid." "Ah," says Vicious, face relaxing. "But that's exactly why, young Izuku. You're right. I have met some adults who can do what you do. But never someone your age. I told you when we first met that I try not to be arrogant about the people I hire. And that's the case here. It's true, you are a child. There are going to be many aspects of keeping you here that might seem more trouble than they're worth to the average person. But I'm not average. He lays an index finger on his temple thoughtfully, have foresight. I'm smart enough to know that if you're this good at your age, you'll prove your worth soon enough. I have no use for a strategist who has already reached their peak. But you? Someone with such natural talent? That I can shape? You may be quirkless, but that alone makes you more valuable to me than half the people I employ." Izuku knows what he has to do. He knows what he has to do. He takes a deep, shuddering breath and he says, "No." Vicious blinks, looking as startled as if he'd been struck. "What do you mean?" he says, flabbergasted. Izuku's father steps forward suddenly, furiously. "Izuku," he snaps. "How dare you?" Izuku's face feels hot, and his eyes feel wet. Vicious hasn't left his seat, and Izuku hopes that he doesn't. There's probably very little chance of him getting away with this without Vicious doing that thing to him again, but that's okay, right? Because that's what a hero would do. A hero would rather die themselves than be complicit in hurting others. And Izuku might be quirkless, might not be able to protect people from rampaging supervillains or lift collapsed buildings off of them with his bare hands, but this he can do. "No," he says again, looking at his dad now, angry. I can't make you let me go home. But I don't want to hurt anyone. I won't." "Izuku," snaps his dad again, taking a sharp step forward. Izuku can't help himself, gives his father the most furious look he can muster. "You're a coward," he says. It comes out a more sad than angry though, and he's sniffling now, loud and distraught. There are silent tears streaming down his face now, even though he promised himself he wouldn't cry. "It doesn't count until I start sobbing," He tells himself, shoulders hitching. How could you do this? What's wrong with him? He hears Vicious ask his father. The villain still sounds legitimately bewildered, like he can't comprehend why Izuku doesn't understand what is just good business sense. Is it the mom thing? Should we kill her? Would that help? Vicious says it so casually, so mildly, that it takes Izuku a moment to process the words. What? He chokes, and the fear of it paralyzes him. Not mom. Not her. No. Vicious looks at Izuku, frozen in place, and lights up like he's had the idea of the century. Ah, Izuku my boy, he says, sounding delighted. I have a plan that will keep us both happy then. He stands up and walks over to Izuku's side and crouches beside him like they're old friends, wrapping a large arm around Izuku's shoulders, hand coming to rest in the same spot where he'd first used his quirk on Izuku. Izuku doesn't bother to hide his flinch, and if the villain notices it, he certainly doesn't care. Here it is, he says. You cooperate with us, then, and I will not only let your mother live, I will guarantee you her safety. She'll be fine. Yeah, she might miss you a bit, but she'll be alive and happy. Izuku shifts away slightly, uncomfortable, but Vicious' grip doesn't let him get very far. But, he says softly, trailing off. Would Vicious do it? Kill his mom? Now, if you're uncooperative, things are going to turn out a little different for Mrs. Izuku Midoriya, says Vicious, and there's something about the way he speaks, like human lives are a currency of which he has more than he could ever possibly spend, that convinces Izuku that Vicious may be cruel, but he is not a liar. Would he be when his most effective weapon is the truth? Don't start sobbing, he tells himself, as silent tears trickle down his cheeks. The clench of his heart in his chest is growing tighter by the moment. What is he supposed to do? A hero wouldn't cooperate with a villain. But a hero wouldn't sacrifice their own mother to the bad guys either, and even if they would, that's a line that Izuku, for all his dreams of heroism, doesn't think he could ever cross. He thinks about the news, thinks about Pangaea, legs twisted under her in a million different directions, thinks about blood and violence and pain, the memory of it still thrumming vaguely under his skin. He knows what he has to do. Vicious still has an arm draped over the back of Izuku's neck, and the weight of it hangs heavy. It's a noose around his throat, about to pull tight. It's a python, squeezing him in a deadly embrace as his ribcage cracks beneath. It's the blade of a guillotine in free fall above him, and Izuku wishes his head would just hit the floor already. He's shaking. But he thinks about his mother, and it's a choice that makes itself. He'd consign himself to fates worse than this 1,000 times over for her. Izuku trembles. He is in a den of monsters, in the grip of one who has struck him where he's weakest and is now poised for the kill, teeth bared, ready to tear him apart as soon as he breaks, as soon as he stops fighting. And it's not a choice. Izuku has no choice. Maybe he never did. A tear drips off his chin and onto the ground. He nods, a silent, frightened thing. Okay, he says, and it's what the wolves have been waiting for. The teeth sink in. Izuku eyes the jump before him. It's not a particularly high one, but he still chances a glance back the way he came, up a couple fire escape levels. All the windows of the building appear to be shut tight, including the one that he just slipped out of, since he'd taken the care to slide it shut and lock it behind him, so it's unlikely that anyone will hear him, even in the off chance he makes more noise than he anticipates. With that reassurance, swinging down from the fire escape is easy, and sure enough the only noise is that of the muck of the alley crunching beneath his boots when he lands with a slight crouch. He winces. It's been stormy these past few days, but the thing about rain in the city is that it seems to bring the dirt up while failing to quite wash it out. So while the air itself is crisp, sharp with the aftermath of a recent downpour, the pavement itself is dark with a thin covering of damp dirt and grime. Izuku stands up straight, absently lifting a foot and shaking it a bit, as if that will rid it of the muck. Hopefully it's just dirt. Though, judging by the smell of things back here, Izuku has the sneaking suspicion that he's not quite that lucky. Story of his life, really. It's afternoon, the sun not yet on the cusp of the horizon, but hanging low in the west, filtering through the clouds as a piercing pale light practically blinding from where Izuku is standing, shrouded in the dark of the alley. He blinks, glancing around. It's highly unlikely that there are any security cameras around here. There rarely are in such back alleys, with no adjacent businesses or foot traffic. And considering the pile of trash spilling out of its dumpster, which looks overdue for collection by a couple weeks, he's pretty sure that those odds drop even lower. Still though, Izuku reasons, ducking his head and pulling his scarf up over his nose even further, until all that is visible of him is his eyes and the few loose strands of hair falling in his face. It never hurts to be cautious. His privacy assured, Izuku steps into one of the adjacent back alleys. He has to squint from the change in lighting. It's even darker back here, looming buildings blocking out the light of day from everywhere but directly overhead. Vision clearing, Izuku drops his hand into his pocket. The object of his labors is resting there, and for as light as it really is, Izuku can't help but feel like someone slipped an anvil into his pocket while he wasn't looking. He always does, when Vicious asks Izuku to steal information. It's just as much from the stress of it as it is the guilt. After all, each job is delicate balancing game. On top of the fact that Izuku's breaking into some of the most secure residences in the city, he has give Vicious just enough to be helpful enough to throw the man off the scent while taking quiet care to delete anything that Vicious can use to get people killed. And then he just has to hope that no one catches on. It's more stress than it's worth from almost any point of view, but it's not like he has a choice. He increases his stride. That's not a safe train of thought for right now. He needs to stay calm and keep his heart rate low if he wants to have any hope of tricking Masami. A few more blocks, a couple sharp turns, and Izuku heads into a lot containing a couple modest buildings, 1 or 2 homes, and perhaps some small businesses, including what looks like a small office warehouse of respectable upkeep. It isn't abandoned or filthy or dilapidated. Izuku is doubtful that anyone, even someone who ends up watching the building closely, would ever expect it to be the head of operations for a group of dangerous criminals and villains. Izuku slows, looking at the building cautiously. There are 2 doors, front and rear, a fire escape, and a couple windows with ledges that are reasonably easy to scale. At this time of day, he stands the best chance of avoiding any of the others if he goes in through the back. But then again, the sooner he gets this over with, the less likely they are to track him down later and accuse him of stalling and causing trouble, which will make them practically impossible to fend off. All things considered, that's a decision that practically makes itself. He does peek his head in through the front door before making his entrance, though, partly out of habit and partly just to be sure. It's quiet with no one in sight, so he steps inside. For all that goes on inside, it looks just like, and even functions mostly like, your typical office building, all hallways and conference rooms and offices. Except some of the offices have doors that only lock from the outside, and some of the conference rooms have tables made for strapping people down, scalpels and pliers and drills stored under the desks inside, and sometimes, if you are on the first floor, you can hear the sound of people screaming coming from the basement. But aside from that, it's pretty unassuming. The hallway remains empty, no one emerging even at the sound of the door opening. Izuku releases a small breath, one that he hadn't even realized he'd been holding, and steps inside as quietly as he can, shutting the door and sliding the lock back into place with a soft click. Still, silence. Izuku tilts his head to the side, dropping his hood and listening. The building's creaking a bit, the way they do when they're getting a little old, but he can't hear anyone walking around. That doesn't necessarily mean much. None of the others move particularly loudly, and they've snuck up on Izuku before, even when he had been listening for them. He runs a hand through his hair, pushing it back and out of his face. Even despite himself, he can't help but wonder if perhaps no one is here. In which case, Izuku glances around nervously, gaze flitting from door to door, and makes for the stairs. His room is on the 2nd level, and while he is very careful, practically obsessive with keeping track of the information that he passes along to Vicious, human memory is fallible. He's already read all the files that he's supposed to turn over to the others, tweaked them marginally, and committed to memory not just what he's changed but what he's giving them. But if he can make a copy of these files for himself, well, he's not an idiot. Knowing what Vicious and the others know is vital, not just for Izuku's survival, but also running interference if he needs to. He doesn't often. He can't. If he does with every, or even with most, of their missions, he'll get caught. He can get away with it if one of their jobs goes sour every once in a while. But even one time too many, and not well. Izuku's learned by now that he has to pick his battles very carefully if he ever wants to actually win any of them. Izuku's just made it up the first few steps when, like a bolt from the blue, something pulls him from his path with a violent, unexpected jolt. It's a hand, catching his wrist, pulling him away from the railing just as he is reaching for it. The hand's owner tugs him back with enough force that he can't catch himself, falling down the steps he'd been able to make it up, and wrenching his shoulder in his socket as he pulls himself back up to his feet, holding out his free arm to steady himself. He tries to catch his breath, tries to force it to even out. He hasn't even actually hit the ground. The hold on him is strong enough that it alone had kept him from falling all the way, even when he himself hadn't been able to find his footing. But he can't quite get a full breath of air, and it's almost like he hit the ground anyways. He thinks, panting a bit. It could be worse. At least he wasn't caught actually trying to go into his room before reporting in. Now, that might have gotten him into trouble. Not that this situation is exactly ideal. The grip on his wrist is painfully tight. Two long nails are biting into the delicate skin of his forearm, where the sleeve of his hoodie has hiked up from reaching for the railing. Steady, Izuku, he tells himself, trying to ignore the thundering of his heart in his ears. Victoria, he says, meeting his captor's eyes. He gives his wrist a pointed tug. She doesn't react, grip not loosening at all. Is there something wrong? Victoria in no way, with her light accent and imposing stature, is the most intimidating of vicious lieutenants. Izuku had been terrified of her when they'd first met, and quite frankly, he still is. Her role had taken Izuku a little while to puzzle out, but he knows now that she works as head interrogator, with a quirk that specializes in causing as much pain as humanly possible. It's as effective as that of the man she works for, with added benefit of allowing him to avoid sullying his hands with the dirty work, which is why he probably keeps her around despite the apparent redundancy of their skill sets. Izuku purses his lips. He needs to get her to let him go. Her grip tightens then, like she was waiting for him to start thinking of a way to get out of this, and Izuku falls very, very still. Oftentimes, Victoria reminds Izuku of a classical Greek sculpture, cold and emotionless, practically carved from stone. Flawless and beautiful, even her scar looks like it was meant to be there. It descends from the right corner of her mouth, dragging down her chin and then changing direction, curls up her jaw in perfect symmetry with its curvature until it reaches the end of its path, at the corner of her eye. It looks as if someone had set about trying to carve off half of her face but only ended up getting about a quarter of the way through the job. It's a crack in the stone that only makes it look stronger. And she never reminds him of such a statue more than she does when she gets like this, stormy and temperamental, waiting for a moment to strike, looking for someone to hurt to alleviate her boredom. Unfortunately, more often than not, that someone is him. "Your father's down there," she says flatly, pointing down the hall. "Aren't you supposed to report to him first?" Her eyes stare through him rather than at him, like she's trying to nail him to the wall with the pointed end of her gaze, like she knows exactly what he's up to. It's the sort of look that makes you want to recoil, that fills you with the base animal instinct to run away, like a prey animal from an apex predator. But Izuku is lucky, he supposes, that he's had to live with her for so long, that he knows from experience not to flinch away when she gets that expression, not when a frown of irritation is starting to tug at the corners of her lips. She can't kill him. That, at least, is beyond her authority. But that doesn't mean she is incapable or unwilling to cause a hell of a lot of damage. Actually, as long as it can be hidden, as long as it will heal, as long as Izuku can still do what they need of him, Izuku is pretty sure that Vicious doesn't particularly care what the others do. It's time for him to change tactics. Izuku averts his gaze, focusing on the ground at her feet. "Right?" he says, taking care to pitch his voice soft and meek, though he is very careful to stay still. If she takes note of his sudden change in demeanor, she doesn't seem bugged, but more likely than not, she simply hasn't picked up on it. Victoria is terrifying and cruel and cold, and not nearly as smart as she thinks she is. In battle against heroes, she's an excellent fighter. In organizing attacks against civilians and the public, She's an expert in minimizing risk to herself while maximizing fear and pain she inflicts. And in an interrogation room, she can make people sing, can pull the information she wants from their lips like music. While she remains under the radar for the most part, Izuku knows that she's the sort of villain that heroes have the most reason to fear, the sort that doesn't get too sidetracked trying to wreak meaningless havoc. She kills who she needs to, and typically she takes great pleasure in it. But she doesn't get distracted. She keeps her eyes on the prize, and she's never gotten caught, and she knows exactly how good she is at what she does. And once you know how she ticks, that's what makes her embarrassingly easy to manipulate. Izuku forces himself to let his arm go lax in her grip, the semblance of something defeated and weak. His heart is still beating hard and fast in his chest, and it's all too easy to let himself crack a bit, to let a little of that fear that he can feel, resting deep and heavy and muted in his chest, turn his voice into something tremulous and vulnerable. "Sorry," he says, audibly wavering. "I didn't know he was here." There are tears building in his eyes, real ones, actually, because Christ, she isn't letting go and his wrist effing hurts, and if this doesn't work he is royally screwed and he can stop them, if he wants. But instead he lets a couple through, then blinks a couple times like he's trying his best to hold them back, and he can tell she's seen it. There's a long moment of silence, in which Izuku has to resist the urge to tense up and wrench himself from her grip. He's fast and quick, he's learned to be, has had to in order to do the jobs that they ask of him, but he's definitely not faster than her quirk, and he certainly isn't interested in seeing what the inside of his arm looks like. Her grip tightens marginally, and while he's careful to keep his eyes locked onto the ground, he thinks, briefly, that he sees something like frustration flash across her face in his peripheral vision. And then finally, at long last, she drops his wrist. Izuku has to resist the urge to snatch it back and cradle it to his chest, like a dog with a broken leg. Cautiously, he brings his gaze up to meet hers once more. He doesn't understand, really, how someone can have so little in their eyes. Victoria's eyes are a paler brown, the type that catch the light and hold it, sharp and vibrant, and they'd be beautiful if they weren't so empty. His wrist pulses as it hangs limply at his side. Something terrible and angry uncoils itself inside of him, like a viper. This happens to him sometimes, a sudden abject disgust with it all. With her, that she views him as a tool she can use and abuse. With the fact that she's right, that he can partake in as many petty acts of defiance and that he can try to subvert them in secret as much as he pleases, but in the end it doesn't really mean anything. In the end, they keep him around, keep him alive because he helps them, however marginally. Because he's useful to them and to the crimes they want to commit. Good. He hates her and them almost as much as he's afraid of them, and possibly more than he hates. Izuku takes a breath, harsh and sharp. It rattles like a snake under the skin, and he hopes that she'll take it for fear. "Sorry," he says again, forcing himself to keep his voice as low as possible. Apparently irritable silence is going to be the default state of things for her in this conversation, because, once again, Victoria doesn't respond directly. Instead she tilts her head to the side, and brings a hand to the side of his face. Izuku freezes in place. "Don't flinch," he tells himself. And then, in a sharp and decidedly ungentle movement, she takes hold of Izuku's scarf, which is still up, concealing his mouth and nose, and tears it downwards, exposing his face to the open air. She said. She probably had been originally, had probably just been looking for someone to take her temper out on, been looking for an excuse to tear someone apart, and is now disappointed that Izuku had played along rather than fighting back. God knows why she had thought he would. He's known better than that for years. Victoria scoffs, a noise of disgust from deep in the back of her throat. "Then go," she says sharply. "Stop wasting time. And don't wear that DMN thing inside. It's rude." "You're rude," some childish voice inside of him sings. She turns away. It's a clear dismissal, and Izuku, no longer frozen under her gaze, rubs his aching wrist with his uninjured hand and takes it before she changes her mind. Izuku makes his way down the hall until he reaches a door with the lights on behind it. A quick glance over his shoulder reveals empty space. Victoria hasn't followed him to try and make sure he did as was told, then. Thank God. He leans his back against the wall, slumping against it in relief, closes his eyes, and forces himself to take some breaths, deep and slow. His wrist still hurts a bit, and he runs his thumb over it, wincing slightly when he touches the spot that her nails had been digging into. It's bleeding a bit, but it doesn't hurt too badly, so he drops arms back to his sides and focuses on trying to recenter himself. It's beyond vital that he's calm and relaxed for what's coming next. Of course, that's a necessity that's decidedly not helpful at getting him into that space mentally. After all, focusing on trying to get your heart rate to slow down is an inherently counterintuitive process, especially when you have no other alternative. Luckily, as jittery as Izuku is at the moment, he's had a lot of experience. A couple more deep breaths. I did not read it. I did not read it. I did not read it. I memorized it. Izuku knocks the back of his head against the wall. Now or never, he tells himself, and knocks on the door before he lets himself start overthinking. Enter, says a voice from within, and Izuku opens the door. He cracks it open only a foot or so at first, poking his head in to survey who's there before finally stepping inside. Hisashi turns from what he's working on to glance at Izuku. Masami is standing across from him, leaning forwards to examine what he's working on, but gives Izuku a cursory once-over as well, lips curling darkly before she looks away again. Here, says Izuku, fishing the flash drive out of his pocket. This is what he asked for, says Hisashi, and extends a hand. Izuku drops the device into his outstretched palm. And you didn't look at it? Izuku can barely stop himself from openly sighing in relief. Look is a much more interpretive term than read is. This is, comparative to what he had been expecting, a piece of cake. He had done much more than look at the files they'd had him copy. Nope, he says, not failing to notice the way that Masami tilts her head in his peripheral vision, listening for the intonation of a lie. She won't find one. Her quirks, not quite the ability to tell when someone is lying, but it's close enough, and its vulnerability is twofold, reliant on someone's ability to control their emotions and tells in addition to their ability to identify a technicality and convince themselves of it. Fail to do both and she'll catch on. Unluckily for her, Izuku is an expert at the latter and has had plenty of practice with the former. Well done, says Hisashi, when Masami makes no accusation of dishonesty, and something uncoils in Izuku's chest as he bows shortly and turns to leave. Wait, says Masami, and never mind then, Izuku turns back, heart racing in his chest. Yes, he says. Don't go anywhere tonight, she tells him shortly. The boss wants to talk to you. Izuku's heart, thundering 100 times a minute, skips a beat, and then stops in his chest. Ah, he says simply, unsure how else to respond. His mind has come to halt too, quite honestly. When nothing more seems forthcoming from her, he steps back and fumbles blindly for the doorknob. He picks up his pace, heading for the staircase one towards the rear of the building rather than the one on which he'd encountered Victoria. He wants to run to his room now, but some background part of his brain that apparently managed to avoid short-circuiting like the rest of it, reminds him that if the others aren't already tipped off, him making a frantic dash for his room after finding out that Vicious wants to speak with him will certainly do the job. It seems to take a century, but Izuku finally makes it back to his room and steps inside. He turns the lock on the door, movements frantic and jerky. The others have the key, of course, but the time it takes them to unlock the door typically buys him enough time to get what needs to be hidden out of sight. Okay, Izuku, calm down. The truth is, he has no real reason to think that Vicious knows about anything that he's done. It's not uncommon for Vicious to ask to meet with him personally, to try and ask for advice or give him some task to carry out. But at the same time, for him to ask again so soon is pretty rare. First, Izuku checks the vent in the corner of his room. Only 2 of the screws come out, so he kind of has to fight the thin, flexible metal to peek inside, and it's even more of a struggle to get his hand inside to pull his notes out when he needs them. When he removes the first screw, a slip of paper almost comically small flutters down onto the floor of the vent. Good, so this one is clear. He puts the slip back in place and then, with another nervous glance at his door, slips his shoes off and clambers onto the frame of his bed, stepping onto the high-set headrail and balancing perilously as he slowly and carefully dislodges one of the ceiling panels. He peers inside. His laptop is unmoved, thank God, and the dust around it entirely undisturbed, which means that it and the files he stored inside it are, as of now, unnoticed. Even though the one that he keeps there is one that they would certainly eviscerate him for having, Izuku fortunately hadn't had to steal it. Instead, he had been able to pick up the money doing odd jobs and favors around town whenever the others had nothing they wanted of him. They had stopped really caring what he did with his free time once they realized that he understood exactly how badly going to the cops would go for him. So though he has to be surreptitious about it, he is able to pick up the occasional job outside of things, which means that extra food, other necessities, and even the rare indulgence can be purchased rather than stolen, though he has the niggling suspicion that the others might even encourage his activities if he got what he wanted through thievery instead. The thought makes him shudder. It's a strange thing for him to be fixated on in his situation, he supposes. Izuku understands the irrationality of it, has learned to hate it, because every time he lets that part of himself slip through, he gets punished for it. But he can't help the guilt that makes his hands cramp up when he thinks about it, or the voice in his head that chimes heroes don't steal, which is true, but feels extra stupid just because, well, for him, that's a ship that sailed a long time ago. Heroes don't steal, that's true. Heroes also don't aid and abet villains, or live with them and help them and do jobs for them when they ask for it. He can be so foolish sometimes, honestly. Izuku slides the ceiling panel back into place, careful not to disturb any of the dust himself when he does so, and finally lets himself step down from the headboard, calves aching with the effort of keeping his balance. He sinks into the mattress, pulls a pillow to his chest rather than entrapping himself under the covers, curling into it and hoping for warmth. And he stares at the door and waits. After a couple hours, someone raps on his door. This is another one of their facsimiles, of course. An illusion of a choice. They knock, and he opens it because he'll regret it if he doesn't. It's Hisashi, standing there stiff and awkward. He wants to talk to you, Hisashi says. He's in his office. Thanks, says Izuku, and even though he knows now, he knows they can't have found out. He has to tighten his grip against the door frame to keep from being betrayed by the sudden shaking in his limbs. He tries to cover it, then, with a veneer of irritation. I'll get going if you can just, he gestures sharply to the side, get out of my way? Speaking to any of the others, Victoria in particular, in such a way, is a risky endeavor. Depending on their mood, he might either receive a laugh and a pat on the back, or a split lip, and it's practically impossible to tell which until it's too late. Hisashi is different though. He's never so much as laid a hand on Izuku. Not directly. Not even when provoked by one of the others, or by Izuku himself. It's some sort of twisted way of expressing guilt, Izuku supposes, or his idea of special treatment, since Izuku's his son. Not that that means anything, Izuku supposes, as he sidesteps his father and walks obediently down the stairs. Once he gets down there, the door to Vicious' office is open. Sir? Izuku says, lingering in the doorway. He's wringing his wrists behind his back, digging his nails into skin anxiously. He has no reason to be afraid. He has no reason to be afraid. Well, none beyond the usual. Ah, young Izuku, says Vicious. He's visible from where Izuku is standing, sitting behind his desk in his spacious office. Come in. The years have been remarkably kind to Vicious, more so than any of the others. His hair's cropped a bit shorter now than it was when Izuku first met him, but he still wears his suit lazily and looks, for all the time that has passed, like a successful, young entrepreneur. He smiles at Izuku, dazzling and dangerous. Izuku steps inside, buzzing with apprehensive energy. The look on the villain's face is one that Izuku has learned to be cautious of. It's the smug smile of a Cheshire cat. The smile of a man who wants something and has just figured out exactly how he's going to get it. Come in, Vicious says again, and gestures him forwards more urgently. Izuku forces himself to step up to the desk faster. How've you been? He asks, bringing his pen up from the paper he'd been writing on and tapping it on his cheek thoughtfully. Fine, Izuku lies, plastering a polite smile on his face. And you, sir? He adds after a moment of silence, realizing that the other man has been waiting for something else. I've been doing well, says Vicious, sounding pleased, like he's just prodded a well-trained dog into doing a trick. But fine? That implies that things could be better, doesn't it? It does, which is why it's Izuku's default response to the question, how are you? Izuku doesn't really have any idea where Vicious is going with this, but it takes all of his focus to restrain a flinch of surprise when Vicious stands up suddenly from his desk. He lifts his pen away from his face and twirls it a couple times before he jabs it in Izuku's direction pointedly. He wields it the way he wields his scalpels. That is to say, on whimsy but always with deadly purpose. Well, he says, I have good news for you. Because I am about to make your day a lot better. Judging by his enthusiasm, Izuku is quite sure that what Vicious really means when he says you're physmite. Historically, Izuku knows, this is pretty much a guarantee that he is F-ed. Oh, he says through gritted teeth, and hopes that he sounds more curious than pained. Well, I have a job for you, Vicious says. And you're going to love it. But before we progress any further, did you get the information we needed about that investigation by the, He gestures vaguely at the air, the detective. Yes, sir, says Izuku looking straight at the ground. I turned it into my father earlier this afternoon. He has no idea what this detective Tsukachi might know that is so interesting to Vicious. There were a couple files with pertinent information on some heroes that could have been potentially disastrous if leaked, now deleted, thanks to yours truly, but those alone wouldn't have been enough to warrant all this trouble. Whatever it is that Vicious wants, Izuku is pretty sure that it isn't on that flash drive. He hopes, suddenly, distantly, that Vicious will have the sense of mind to remember to not blame him for that fact. Izuku clenches his fists, nervous. This can't be over soon enough, as far as he's concerned. He blinks when suddenly, a shadow falls in front of him. Vicious is standing close, uncomfortably so. While he's not cheek to cheek with Izuku or anything, the fact that Izuku is within range of the man's grasp at all is alarming, leaving him suddenly aware of the beat of his heart in his throat. I knew you could do it. I'm so proud of you. Vicious says, incredibly enthusiastic. He slaps Izuku's back, and Izuku stumbles. You've served me remarkably well over the years, much better than many of my other employees, even those with quirks. You failed me once, I suppose, but I know you feel bad about that now. Vicious casts a pointed glance at Izuku's jaw. It's probably barely even visible, with the way Izuku's scarf pools around his neck and how he's looking down at the ground right now, but he knows Vicious is eyeing the light scar there. It hooks around Izuku's jaw a little bit, just barely visible on his face from the front. So long as Izuku wears his scarf, it looks like he had a nasty accident with a stapler as a toddler. Still though, Izuku has to resist the urge to bury the rest of his face in his scarf self-consciously. One failure is, Vicious continues mildly, finally breaking the tension, like he hasn't already parroted this at Izuku a million times, a much better track record than most of the people who work for me, so it's quite impressive, especially for someone so young. Which is why I'm going to reward you by trusting you with this. Yes, says Izuku, shifting on his feet with caution. He can't quite stop himself from shuffling backwards slightly, away from the man in front of him, though despite the fact that he is still tight with apprehension, some of the paranoia is finally starting to drain away. Vicious surprises are rarely pleasant, but since it now seems unlikely that Vicious is aware of the subtle sabotage Izuku carries out under his nose, it's not likely to be anything that's going to cause Izuku any direct suffering. And this is, at least, familiar ground. The man is FING crazy, to be sure, but Izuku has never seen him torment anyone without at least the guise of a good reason. You bet, says Vicious. I'm going to make your dream come true. My dream. Izuku feels his face twitch in confusion before he can school it back into something more neutral. What on earth is Vicious talking about? It might be easy to think that Izuku doesn't have dreams anymore. He'd talked himself into believing that for a while too, until he learned better. He has dreams, they just the same as they once did because these days, he's had to reprioritize a bit. These days he dreams of going home and hugging his mother. He dreams of being able to make up for the things they've made him do, and of being able to get a full night's sleep. He dreams of peace and quiet and living in a world where he can forget that all of this ever happened. He doesn't really dream of being a hero anymore, at least not in the traditional. It's not that he doesn't want it because God, he does, but he can just imagine his application to hero school. Hi, I'm Midoriya Izuku. I'm 14, 5 feet 5 inches, quirkless, and a former villain. Thanks, I'll show myself out. Please don't arrest me. These days, he'd settle for just being able to do some good. It's unlikely that any of those things is what Vicious has in mind, though. Izuku furrows his brow, trying to figure out what kind of stunt the villain is trying to pull. You, says Vicious brightly, like he can hear what Izuku is thinking and just wants to F with him. Izuku's brain stutters to a halt because, what? All Might's accepting a teaching position there this upcoming year. It's a logical step for an older hero, true. But I'm hearing whispers that it might be something more. Additionally, we have some allies that are very interested in knowing some more of what goes on in that school. So, we're sending in a spy. Vicious pauses and gives Izuku a smile. It glints like a dagger's edge, already biting into his throat. And that spy, my boy, is you. Izuku has been sucker punched before. Not even just since coming here. Schoolyard bullies used to do it on the playground to a fist to the stomach when he had been least expecting it. Izuku remembers it hurting just as much then as it does these days, when Vicious or Victoria or Masami, sometimes, decides to knock the air out of him. Now that he thinks about it, an attack like that is probably less about how hard or fast or where you get hit than it is about the fact that you don't see it coming. It's the kind of attack that leaves you lying on the ground, wheezing and vulnerable. The kind that leaves you retching and stunned. He feels a bit like that now. Like he's an animal knocked on its back, underbelly exposed but too dim and disoriented to get back to its feet. All that's really processing is something vaguely to the effect of, "Sheet, this is going to go badly." Great, thinks Izuku distantly through his shocked haze. F-I-N-G. Great. You want me to what? Izuku's voice is high and loud, more aggressive than he usually lets himself sound around Vicious, but he's so stunned to keep his disbelief from slipping through. I want you to attend UA, says Vicious patiently, and you're going to spy on them for us. There's no way that Vicious can be serious, Izuku thinks. After all, even from a technical standpoint, it's practically impossible. The application process for UA requires a rigorous background check. Vicious has been sending him to school these past 7 years. For the most part, the man, unpredictable and unreasonable as he is, believes in the value of education. But all of that has been under a fake name and identity that would never hold up under any real scrutiny. They won't get away with it at a school like UA, notoriously selective and by virtue of necessity, incredibly secure. Izuku would be caught in the blink of an eye. But sir, says Izuku. His throat suddenly feels very dry, and he licks his lips nervously. I'm quirkless. That you are, says Vicious agreeably. And there's never been a quirkless student at UA before. Not in the hero course, at least. But you won't be attending UA as a quirkless student. What the F dash? Izuku could probably think of what that means if he wasn't so tired, but he's had a hard day, and he feels a headache coming on just from trying. Sir, he says, a little hopelessly, entirely lost. Vicious gives him a pointed glance, a clear indication to zip it. Izuku clamps his mouth shut, pursing his lip. Like I was saying, Vicious continues, there are no quirkless students in UA. But there are plenty of students in the general education course with those so-called invisible quirks. In the records we're creating for your application, your quirk is identified as one that allows you to perfectly classify the abilities of your opponent, as well as all of their relevant weaknesses and strengths. An analysis quirk, if you want to be reductive about it. But, sir, I can't actually do that. You can get pretty close, though. I mean, are you telling me you don't know the ins and outs of the quirks of every single pro hero at UA? Says Vicious brightly. And okay, the man might have a point there, but still. Listen, we're going to have you apply to the general education course specifically to keep your quirk from coming under too much scrutiny. You'll still need to show it off once or twice, but compared to the hero course, there's very little necessity for quirk usage in the general course. As long as you don't let yourself get pestered into answering anything you're unsure about, there's no reason why you would get caught. Izuku opens his mouth. He can't do this, surely Vicious must see that. There's so many moving parts. Hell, most of the time he's barely able to hold it together as it is, much less under the watch of pro heroes. But one look at the glint in Vicious' eye, and the words die on Izuku's lips, wilting like rose petals, and he chokes on them instead. This isn't optional, then. Not even a little bit. His throat is tight, and his eyes are burning, and he has to force himself to take a breath. He recognizes the symptoms, and this isn't the time to cry. Vicious sees this as a favor, apparently, and if Izuku starts openly weeping in front of him, he'll take it as an insult. But it still stings. If it's been a long time since he let himself fully dream of being a hero, it's been even longer since he's let himself fantasize about getting to walk the halls of UA as a student there. And here he is, getting it offered to him on a silver platter. And it's so stupid. It's like everything else Vicious gives him. It's a trick. It's poison sweets. It's a caramel apple hiding razor blades, ready to slice his tongue to shreds the flavor of burnt sugar and blood. It's something Izuku wants. This is something he had wanted for so long and so hard that now that they're dangling it in front of him, the desire for it hits him like piledriver to the chest, leaving him confused as to how he'd ever forgotten. He's a man in the desert, looking at a lake that he won't live long enough to reach. He's a sinner waiting for absolution for grace and salvation that was never meant for him. Because they're offering it to him, but it's all twisted up and wrong, the best thing in the world made into something awful and terrible. And Izuku can take it. He has no choice, actually. And when he does, Izuku doesn't. Know if he's going to be able to resist the temptation to trick himself into believing that it's real, at least for a little while. This is fallacy, Izuku knows. All of it. It's foolishness. It will come back and it will hurt him in the end. He's going to reach out, try to hold on to this one thing for just a little while, just while he can, and it will snap down on his hand like a bear trap and it will ruin him. But for all this, he still wants. Vicious has circled back around to his desk now. He slips into his office chair and gestures to the empty seat across from him. Please, he says. We have some more details to discuss. Izuku takes a couple steps forward and sits down stiffly. Okay, he says, because there's no other option. Good. Vicious leans forward and pulls a file out from under his desk, sliding it towards Izuku. These are your records, you'll have to familiarize yourself with some of their details. Falsified records, of course. Much better ones than they've been using for him these past years. They have sent Izuku to school here and there, over the years, once they'd been sure he wouldn't run his mouth to people that he shouldn't. But even so, it was hard for him to go to school in one place for more than 1 or 2 years without people getting suspicious of the long absences and the other oddities in his schedule. So, there were gaps where he was technically homeschooled, which actually meant that he was self-teaching. That's not to say that Izuku is behind. No, Vicious would never have stood for any failing in the one thing that he keeps Izuku around for. But it does mean that even though he has never seen them, Izuku feels fairly sure that his real school records are a total mess. Izuku flips the file open. The credentials inside both the grades and the schools from which he'd supposedly earned them are top tier, as are his test scores. Izuku swallows. Vicious really must be serious about this, then. UA almost certainly verifies these facts, which means that somehow, for every fake test score, or grade, or record of having attended a school, they actually had to slip into the relevant system and plant that information. Vicious has almost certainly called in favors for this. Izuku shuts the file. I'm using my real name, he says. Maybe he shouldn't be surprised. Technically, Midoriya Izuku isn't a name that's going to raise any red flags. He's not even considered missing, really. As far as he's aware, it's not so much that Vicious and the others kidnapped him as it is that they erased any sign of the fact that his mother had ever had custody of him. Fabricating an entirely new identity isn't exactly easy, says Vicious. There's a lot of moving parts to it, and if there's even one weak spot that gets poked at just a bit, the entire thing goes crumbling down. It's a lot easier to adjust the records of someone who already exists. Izuku nods silently. This is a lot to process. He wants nothing more than to lie face down in bed, put a pillow over his head, and scream silently into nothingness. Preferably for the rest of time. Now, there are two ways students typically get into the General Studies program at UA. The first way is to try out for the Hero course. If someone fails but manages to catch the eye of the supervising staff, they can be granted admission to General Studies. This is most common. However, it is possible to apply directly, which is what you'll be doing. It's not as popular, of course, but getting in is still pretty difficult. You have a big advantage: vicious gestures to the file, full of its fake numbers and grades. Your application is about as good as it gets. But the entrance exam, while not quite on par with that of the Hero course, is still notoriously tough. Right? Says Izuku. When are the admissions exams again? In 6 months, says Vicious. UA has excellent security, and even if it didn't, the number of students they admit per year is too low for us to just sneak you in even if we could get in unnoticed. Unfortunately, that means that you have to get in on your own merit. It will be difficult, but I'm sure you'll manage. After all, we have a lot invested in this. Vicious' smile stretches further, full of promise, and Izuku squirms. He knows what this means. You don't want to let us down, right, Izuku? He says. Of course not, says Izuku, voice calm and even only by virtue of years of practice. He can't quite conceal the underlying tone of stress though, a discordant note in what's supposed to be a calm facade. It doesn't happen to him often, not when he's with them, but this is a pretty unique situation. After all, it's not often that he, or anyone else for that matter, is told to get into the school with the lowest admission rate in the world, operating under the implication that failing to get in will actually, Izuku doesn't know if they'll kill him if he fails. But if they don't, they'll definitely make him wish that they had, and that option's kind of worse, now that Izuku thinks about it. Vicious picks up on it, though, senses the fear like he's a circling shark catching the scent of blood. He smiles again, pleasant this time, content that his message has been received. We'll provide you with any study materials you feel you might need, says Vicious agreeably. And Victoria will be helping you prepare for the physical portion of the exam. Izuku has to resist the irrational urge to jump to his feet and bolt from the room that those words trigger in him. What? He says, voice a little choked. You already had her teach me how to fight, he tries. I'm sure that's. Now, Izuku, says Vicious. You haven't trained with her in nearly 2 years. Someone needs to help you review, and she's an expert martial artist. Izuku doesn't respond. He can't. He feels locked up, paralyzed, looking these next 6 months in the face and realizing that they're definitely going to be hell and stand about a 50% chance of ending in his untimely demise. He really hates his life sometimes. When Izuku continues to say nothing, Vicious sighs. Geez, kid, he says, voice irritated. I know. She can be a bit of a harsh teacher. If it makes you feel any better, it's in her best interest, just as much as it's in yours, for her to keep you in proper fighting shape for the next 6 months. That means teaching a bit more gently than she'd probably prefer, but recovering from broken bones and any other serious physical trauma that you may or may not be worried about will take too much off what limited time you have, and she knows that. Okay, that's actually still pretty crappy, Izuku decides, reluctantly forcing himself to relax. But he can work with that. He can work with knowing where she has to stop. He has to. There's no other way out of this for him. You'll be training with her every day, alternating morning and evening sessions. You begin the day after tomorrow. Additionally, says Vicious, throwing a set of keys on the desk, if you want to make use of the apartment for studying, you're welcome to do so. We need to make it look lived in anyways, and it's good if you're seen there for a while before starting at UA. Izuku blinks, bewildered. What, apartment are you talking about, sir? The others have a variety of apartments rented out across the city, as well as some houses and some storage units. They have a variety of functions, from dumping grounds to safe houses, and Izuku's used some of them when necessary, but he has no idea why that would become relevant now. Ah, says Vicious, smacking himself on the forehead slightly. I forgot to mention. Yes, you didn't think you could stay here while attending UA, did you? He laughs, an almost hysterical thing that makes Izuku grit his teeth. No. If everything goes right, no one will ever catch on to you. But if someone does and they have you followed? And you come back here? Vicious clicks his tongue and shakes his head despairingly. Simply disastrous. Plus, we're not idiotic enough to put this place as your home address on your application. Unfortunately, UA teachers have done home visits to their students before. So we're renting an apartment nearby, and if we want to meet, we'll simply come to you or send word to you to come to us. Once you start there, you coming back here every evening is an unnecessary risk. But until then, it's still best if you spend at least some time there. It could look suspicious to the neighbors if you just show up there out of the blue at the start of the school year. Izuku blinks, bewildered and overwhelmed. He opens his mouth ready to protest, or to ask another question, or just say something, but Vicious shushes him before he can. That's enough for now, young Izuku, says Vicious, leaning back into his plush seat and closing his eyes. I've had a tough day and want a nap. Go pester your dad or something. Tell him I told you to tell him to give you money to go buy some, potted plants or whatever. Izuku starts slowly, won't look suspicious that I'm living there alone? Vicious cracks an eye open, eyes dark, and Izuku immediately regrets speaking up. Would you like Hisashi to come stay with you? We need him here, but I suppose he could commute. The look on Izuku's face must say it all, because Vicious chuckles, low and amused. Hisashi will drop by every once in a while, he says, just so no one calls child services on you or anything. But we want to minimize the chances of you being seen with any of us, because the less link there is between the you and us, the more secure this is. If anyone asks and he's not there, you can just say he's away on business. Right? Says Izuku, tentatively picking the keys up off the desk. This isn't that much of an increase in freedom, really. Technically, Vicious doesn't much care for where Izuku goes so long as he's there when Vicious needs him, and as long as he keeps his mouth shut. Now it's just that Vicious specifically needs him to be somewhere else. Which is Izuku can work with that. It still makes him apprehensive though. Freedom with Vicious is always conditional. Go where you want, so long as you're here when I call. Talk to who you please, but if you say something I don't like, I'll cut out your tongue. He'll uncoil the leash he has on you, but you can never predict when it will pull tight. And the longer your leash is, the easier it gets to accidentally go too far. Well, then, says Vicious, closing his eyes again and settling back down. Better get going then. You have a long 6 months ahead of you. Yeah? Thinks Izuku resignedly. I really do. The apartment, when Izuku drops by to visit it the next day, isn't really anything special. It's entirely nondescript in almost every aspect, which is, now that he thinks about it, probably what they were going for when they picked it. Not quite in a nice neighborhood, but adjacent to one. Not exorbitantly large, but not uncomfortably cramped either. It's perfectly normal. It's also not as close to the headquarters as Izuku had thought it would be. To get here from there even takes a brief ride in the subway. In fact, the apartment is far closer to UA than it is the headquarters. The school is actually walking distance from the place. Again, now that Izuku thinks about it, that too is probably by design, deliberately creating the vaguest possible trail back to Vicious. Surprisingly, it's also not completely barren. The place isn't decked out or anything, but it is furnished with the necessities, though whether it came this way or Vicious arranged for that part later is completely beyond him. Izuku stretches his back, examining the place with a cautious eye before heading into the bedroom to dump his duffel, which is holding most of his stuff, on the bed. He won't be able to move in completely, or at least start staying the night regularly, unless he starts at UA. He can't afford to, considering that Victoria wants him up at 5:30 every other morning for training, but at the very least he can move some valuables in. But first, a quick examination of the place reveals no bugs or cameras, at least not in any place that Izuku thinks that they might be hidden. While, admittedly, Vicious has never sunk so low before, but the man outdoes himself every day. There's not much that Izuku would put past him. The notion is a bit nerve-wracking. Nothing here feels exactly safe, like it's more Vicious territory than Izuku's, which is actually true, so maybe that's not an irrational fear. And even though Izuku is reasonably sure that Vicious wasn't lying when he said that the others couldn't risk being seen here too often, there's no way Izuku's just going to leave his stuff out in the open. His notes are easy enough to hide surreptitiously away, tucked in a corner of the bedroom closet that's fairly out of sight, slipped between the pages of an encyclopedia before he starts organizing some of his clothes. His laptop is a little harder. Once the academic year starts, he might be able to get away with hiding it in plain sight, under the guise of needing it for school, but until then Izuku settles for unscrewing a wall vent and concealing it there. It won't be convenient to get at, but hopefully that just means he's less likely to get caught. Thankfully, there's a bunch of screwdrivers in a tool kit under the sink, which makes the job much easier. By the time that he's done, Izuku's feeling almost drowsy, even though he's done nothing but this all day. Izuku tucks the kit back under the sink and heaves himself back to his feet. He sighs heavily and goes to survey the apartment once more. He still has some things to check. There are 3 windows in the whole place, he notes. All sliding windows, one in the bathroom, one in the bedroom, one in the living room. The one in the bathroom is primarily for ventilation, too small for anyone to come in and out of. Well, Izuku amends after a moment's thought. There are quirks out there that can make their user malleable, or at the very least allow for the manipulation of their size, shape, or form. So, then, perhaps it's not too small to be dismissed as a point of entry after all. The one in his bedroom and the one in the living room are definitely large enough, though. He's on the 4th floor, but that doesn't mean much considering the diverse range of quirks out there. And even quirkless, Izuku's pretty sure he could scale that wall if he was desperate enough. All of the windows just have latch locks. Izuku frowns. He'll have to look at getting at least a bar for each of them. Not that Vicious or any of the others, including Hisashi, are unlikely to use anything other than the front door, but Izuku remembers Vicious' words. We have some allies that are very interested in knowing some more of what goes on in that school. Vicious doesn't, Izuku is keenly aware, work in the small time. And even if he did, the sort of villains who were willing to tangle with and spy on UA are not it. And unfortunately, villains are prone to turning against one another even when they're supposed to be in alliance. At the very least, better window locks means slightly better security against any vindictive villain trying to get revenge because they feel Vicious has screwed them out of a deal. Or, perhaps more likely, because they're trying to get the jump on screwing Vicious out of a deal. Izuku's pondering the view from the living room window. How structurally stable are those rose boxes? Could they be used as a foothold? When he spots it, it's barely visible, but he's on the 4th floor and UA is a large school. He can see the crest of it in the distance, the tip of the school visible over the tops of some other apartment buildings. Izuku thinks, vaguely, that a number of years ago he would have been ecstatic to get so much as a glimpse of the place. He used to get excited looking at footage of it on TV, or seeing pictures on the internet. Seeing it on person probably would have made him pass out. Hell, even yesterday morning, being this close to the school might have filled him with a similar feeling. He probably just would have been a little better at containing it. Today, it just makes him feel sick. He feels like he should be arrested, like he should get dragged away by the cops for daring to be this close to a school where heroes go, considering what his intentions are. Izuku forces himself to avert his gaze. Working himself up into an anxiety attack won't help anything, won't change anything. There's not really anything left for him to do here. He should probably head back to the office warehouse, maybe catch a nap to compensate for how little sleep he's going to get tonight. The doorbell rings, and Izuku stiffens. Surely it's not one of the others, right? No, it can't be. They have no reason to be here. Izuku hasn't even started at UA yet. If they wanted him, they could have just waited until he got back. Unless if had he left something incriminating behind in his room? He tries to recall what it looked like when he'd left. Had the ceiling panel been slotted perfectly in place? Had one of the loose vent screws dropped to the floor without him realizing it? Had he slipped and talked about something he wasn't supposed to know about? Had they overheard something? Had they known the whole time and were just waiting until Izuku was off guard to act? Izuku looks nervously at the window, even though he knows that the thought itself is entirely futile. Bolting would do him no good even if he did have somewhere to go. Where was there that they couldn't follow? No, he doesn't have any other option. He has to answer it. Well, it's been nice being alive. He grits his teeth and swings the door open, with more force than he actually intends. The woman standing on the other side of it blinks, eyes wide in surprise. The door slams into the wall behind Izuku with an incriminatingly loud thud. He winces. Nice move, he thinks to himself. You don't seem unstable at all. Izuku makes a strangled noise of humiliation, flushing red with embarrassment. The person in front of him could not more obviously not be a supervillain. Aside from the fact that she looks to be about 70, she's only got a couple of inches on him, and the wrinkles on her face are all laughter lines. She is, to put it frankly, perfectly harmless. Which means that he probably looks really rude right now. I'm so sorry, Izuku says, finally recovering enough to speak. I thought that you were someone else. He winces, rubbing the back of his neck with the hand that's not holding the door open. Hi, he offers a bit weakly. The old woman smiles at him pleasantly, eyes crinkling with the fullness of it. She's holding a couple bags full of groceries in her arms. No, she says, and her voice is as kind as Izuku had thought it would be, judging by her appearance. I didn't mean to startle you. I was on my way back from shopping. She lifts the bags in her arms a little higher, as if to demonstrate her point, when one of our neighbors across the hall told me he saw you come in here. This apartment has been empty for so long that I thought it would be best to greet my new neighbors. Are your parents here? The friendliness is almost startling. It's always an adjustment, interacting with normal civilians after interacting with Vicious and his lieutenants for any length of time. Guarded hostility and silent SBMs don't work nearly as well with normal people, which is all well and good because, honestly, it's a facade that goes so against the grain of Izuku's real personality that keeping it up for any extended of PRD of time is really draining. But it's also not quite like a switch. It might be an act, but it's an act that keeps him alive, which makes it incredibly hard to turn off. So, this old woman has taken time out of her day to greet Izuku, and it would be unforgivable for him to shut his door in her face. Vicious and the others might be able to force him into a life of crime, but he'll be dead if he lets them take away his manners. It's just my father, actually, Izuku says, offering her the best smile he can. It's not quite a full-faced one, like hers, but he thinks that he manages to get pretty close. And I'm afraid he isn't. He's, lying already, Izuku? Says a voice in his head, and his voice cracks. Lying to people who would kill him otherwise is one thing, but Izuku can't help the twinge of guilt that pangs through him at the thought of just lying to random civilians on the regular. It's a useless distinction to make, he tries to remind himself. He hasn't told a single lie that wasn't necessary to keep himself and his mother alive. But Izuku knows himself for as clever as Vicious as he is. Izuku knows the truth. He's an irrational, frightened creature, and the reality of the situation doesn't matter to him. He understands what he has to do but doesn't understand why crossing certain lines set his mind screaming. But he has no choice, so he grits his teeth, hoping his smile doesn't suddenly look as fake as it feels, and says, voice slightly off-pitch, he's, away on business. His firm works internationally, so he has to travel a lot. The woman makes an understanding noise. Oh no, she says, sounding concerned. So you're on your own a lot? Well, he'll be around, says Izuku with a shrug. He has to force it to look casual, because she's looking him up and down like she's trying to catalog whether or not he's old enough to be left alone. But not all the time. She says, a hint of disapproval lacing her tone, though Izuku doesn't think that it's directed at him. But after a moment she sighs, shoulders relaxing. Well, you're always welcome to come to my place if you need anything at all, darling. I live just down the hall room. I'm Mrs. Nakiyama. I'm Midoriya Izuku, says Izuku. And that's very kind of you to offer. Do you need help carrying those back to your apartment? She glances down at the groceries bundled in her arms and gives him an approving glance. That's very nice, Midoriya, she says, but I'll be just fine. I'll let you get back to unpacking now, but please, know that it's not just an offer. I raised a couple kids of my own, but they and their families live out in Tokyo now. If you need anything, even if it's just company, please don't hesitate to ask. Of course, Izuku says, with no real intention of taking her up on it. It's not that he wouldn't like to, he would love to, but he also knows that she's probably already suspicious of his living situation, and any further involvement is likely to invite questions that he doesn't have answers to. She smiles at him, and is just turning to leave when the bottom of her paper bag tears and her groceries tumble to the ground. "Oh," she says and curses, starting to hunch over. She's apparently frail enough that she needs to clutch at her back a bit when trying to do so, and Izuku winces in sympathy as he steps out of his doorway, halting her with a hand on the shoulder and stooping down himself to scoop them up. The vegetables and her milk seem to be fine, but he winces sympathetically at the liquid noise the carton of eggs makes when he picks it up. "I don't think these made it," he says, cradling the rest of the groceries with his left arm and holding the carton up with his right. Mrs. Nakiyama opens the carton and examines the broken eggs with dismay before closing the package again. "I think you're right," she says with a bit of a laugh, reaching out to take the rest of the groceries from his arms. "Well, I'll drop these off and then I suppose me and my poor hips are off to the store again. I'll see you again soon, I hope." "Here," says Izuku, as he surrenders the surviving groceries. It's not much. She seems fairly comfortable holding the items in her arms even without the bag. "Don't worry about that, I saw a store just down the street. Let me go get them for you." "Nonsense," she says, patting his cheek awkwardly with her full arms. "There's no need." "It's fine," Izuku interrupts gently. "Honestly, I don't mind." Mrs. Nakayama gives him a searching look, then sighs. "All right," she says, and then slips a hand into her pocket. "Oh no," says Izuku. "I can pay, it's just a carton of eggs." He can, technically. What he can save from those odd jobs that he takes, he does, and Vicious has ordered Hisashi to allot Izuku a small sum money from their finances for necessities for the apartment, including food. It's not that much, especially considering that how much teenagers supposedly eat, but he can certainly afford a carton of eggs. "Shoo," Mrs. Nakayama silences him. "Not another word. You'd already be doing me a favor, I won't take your money too." Izuku blinks. "If you're sure," he says slowly. "I am," she says firmly, tucking a couple bills into his hands. "Go ahead and pick something up for yourself too. You look like you need something to eat." He smiles at her politely and waits to make sure she makes it back into her apartment without any further incident before turning to go to the store. The store really is just down the street, Izuku catalogs mentally. Very convenient. Izuku doesn't really know if he should risk going there regularly, though. He surveys the store as he steps inside. It's small but reasonably nice, and despite its size he doubts it's lacking on any of the necessities. Right now, it's basically empty, which is reassuring, but Izuku ducks his head low, burying it in his scarf slightly, and glances out the door, where the school is visible. He wouldn't be surprised if this were or at least one of the grocery stores frequented by UA students, and even more likely staff, who are unlikely to be interested in commuting very far to their daily jobs. There can't be that many grocery stores around here, and this, like the apartment, is walking distance from the school. He can't tell if he's relieved or disappointed when he doesn't see any of Pro Heroes that he recognizes. Inside. On one hand, the Pro Hero staff of UA have some of the most incredible quirks and diverse skill sets Izuku has ever heard of, and being able to see one of them in person, even if it's just them doing their shopping, would be an incredible opportunity, not to mention an honor that he probably doesn't deserve. Wow, some part of him chimes internally, creepy fanboy alert. But at the same time, considering everything that he's doing or going to be doing, perhaps he should try to avoid them as much as possible. He pays for the eggs. Mrs. Nakayama's offer was very kind, but he feels profoundly uncomfortable using someone else's money to buy something for himself, especially not as payment for what basically amounts to basic human decency, and is knocking on her door within 15 minutes. "Here," he says, handing the eggs and the remaining cash over to her, a little nervously. "I tried to get the same brand, but I didn't look that closely at the carton you were holding." She tsks. "Not to worry," she says, and then spots his empty arms, eyes narrowing. "I thought I told you to get yourself something to eat." Izuku laughs a little bit, awkward. "It's okay really," he says. "I wasn't that hungry." She gives him a suspicious look. "Do you have anywhere to be?" she asks after an exceedingly long pause. No, not for a bit, he says. The day is still reasonably young, and as far as he knows Vicious wants nothing of him for the time being. Come on then, Mrs. Nakiyama says, ushering him inside. Izuku should probably put up more resistance than he does. But his attempts at dragging his feet and his stuttered, "Oh, no, I couldn't," don't stop him from caving in when the old woman tugs at the sleeve of his sweatshirt with barely any force at all, really, and shuts the door behind him. "Take a seat," she says, gesturing around as she bustles her way over to the kitchen. "I was thinking of green curry for lunch today. Would that be all right for you? Any allergies I should be aware of?" "Oh, says Izuku, glancing nervously around. "No allergies. And green curry sounds lovely. You really don't have to do this, though, it was honestly no trouble." "Shoo," Mrs. Nakiyama says loudly. "I'm not doing this because of the eggs, young man. I just can't send you back to your place knowing you haven't had anything to eat. I raised 3 children, you know. I know how you teenagers are. If no one's there to make sure you eat, you probably won't remember. And there will be no starving children on my watch, let me tell you. This is a horrible idea, objectively. Izuku shouldn't let himself get distracted. Any second that he's not focused on what he has to do is a second that something could slip through the cracks, a second that could cost him something important like his life. Or even worse, someone else's. But there's no way for him to refuse politely, and it is just one meal. And against his better instincts, Izuku finds himself pulling off his gloves and tucking them in a pocket. "At least let me help," he says, defeated, following Mrs. Nakiyama into the kitchen. The curry is pretty easy to make, and Mrs. Nakiyama is a reasonably fun cooking companion, and even though she gently raps his wrist with her spoon for trying to take a bite of the curry before it's fully done, she does it with a laugh that suggests that she didn't really mind at all. Within an hour they're sitting across from one another at her dining table, the TV humming pleasantly in the background as they talk. He tells her, awkwardly, that he's applying for the General Education Department of UA, hoping that will sate enough of her curiosity to abate any other probing questions. If he can get out of lying again after all, he will. "Ah," she says with a laugh. "Now I see why you volunteered to go buy my eggs. Practice?" Izuku splutters. "No, of course not," he starts, only to be waved off. "If I can say," Mrs. Nakiyama tells him, "I think you will do wonderfully. You certainly have the heart for it." "Well," says Izuku, a little uncomfortably. "I mean, I couldn't just force you to go yourself, not when it looked like your back was paining you." "Please," she says dismissively, "it does that all the time, and I've never let it stop me before." Izuku blinks, frowning slightly. "No," he tells himself sternly. "Izuku, don't you dare." He says, "Oh no. You really shouldn't be doing that." And that is how Izuku finds himself volunteering to do his neighbor's weekly grocery shopping. It's not particularly inconvenient, with the store so nearby, and with Izuku's newfound independence granting him a degree of flexibility in his schedule that he had previously lacked. But still, he sighs internally. So much for not getting sidetracked. They're just finishing up their meal when something on the TV catches Mrs. Nakiyama's attention. "Oh my," she says, and Izuku turns to watch as well, frowning. The news station is recounting a harrowing hostage situation from downtown Mustafu. The villain's quirk, according to the TV, had made a rescue almost impossible. Izuku's not quite focusing on the details of it all, mentally cataloging everything he knows about Vicious and the villain syndicates that he's been working with. As far as he knows, there's been nothing planned, so is this just some random thug? But at the same time, Izuku's not in the loop about everything, and, oh man, had anyone been hurt? Is this something that he could have gotten away with stopping? That must have been so terrifying for those people, Mrs. Nakiyama says, sympathetic. "I'm glad to hear All Might was able to save them." Izuku blinks, startled out of his train of thought, and straightens in his seat as he refocuses on the news broadcast. And, indeed, they're finishing recounting the events of the situation, showing footage of the #1 hero as he interrupts the villain's attempts at negotiation with the police, freeing the hostages. He can't stop himself from smiling a bit. It's nice to know that All Might is out there, saving the day. That those people had been stuck in a seemingly impossible situation, that they had been afraid they were going to die, and someone had been able to bring them light, and not just by saving them physically. Mrs. Nakiyama takes note of his sudden attentiveness. "You're a fan," she says. Izuku's smile fills out even more. "He's the best," he says, and the words feel like a confession rather than what is probably the most common answer to the question, "Who's your favorite hero in the world?" "What do you like about him?" says Mrs. Nakiyama, and Izuku is surprised by the rush of gratitude he feels. It feels weird and funny and a little bit juvenile. It's the sort of question that has an obvious answer, the sort of question that you ask someone not because the answer matters but because you want to show them that they matter. Izuku doesn't think anyone's treated him like that since the last time he talked to his mother. His answer to this question is hardwired and hasn't changed since Izuku was a little boy, watching All Might climb out of the ruins of a fallen building on TV, bleeding and carrying survivors and still, after everything, smiling. Izuku looks away from the TV, pushing his food around on his plate. "Even when things are really bad," he says, smile turning reflective, "even when it seems like he's losing, All Might doesn't stop smiling. And I don't think he does it for himself. I don't think anyone's that joyful all the time, really. I think he does it to ease the burdens of others, to help them feel safe. And that's really incredible to me. I can't imagine the kind of strength it takes to do that. I don't think I could do it." Well, actually, Izuku knows he couldn't. He's had the chance to try firsthand after all, to smile through the pain, and he can't. The weight of everything is too much for him. He cracks beneath it like an overladen beam. Izuku has learned all sorts of masks. He knows what it is to hide fear and anger. He knows how to fake those things just like All Might does. But forging the sort of dauntless hope that exists on All Might's face whenever he goes into battle? Izuku can't help but feel that he's been too tired to do that for a long time. "Pisich," says Mrs. Nakiyama. She's clearing the table, but stops to place a comforting hand on Izuku's shoulder. "I think you'd surprise yourself, young man. People are always stronger than they think they are." Izuku doesn't respond to that. He doesn't know how. He thinks he may have short-circuited, actually, and for a completely different reason than he expected. Luckily, she doesn't seem to be interested in waiting for a response as she bustles off in the direction of the kitchen, leaving him sitting in his seat, staring blankly at her back. His shoulder tingles where she'd laid her bony hand on it. Izuku doesn't know why he's so startled by it, really. He's not an idiot after all. For most people, not every interaction is calculated. Not everything is done out of utilitarianism. He shouldn't be surprised that his neighbor is interacting with him like he is a typical teenager rather than the way that the others do, like he is a tool, handled only until he has achieved his purpose and then dropped to the floor. Izuku's mom had been like Mrs. Nakiyama. He remembers, even after all these years, the free abandonment with which she had dispensed hugs and kisses and gentle contact. But his mom is special. It's been a long time since he's interacted with anyone who was like that at all. He tries to shake of his reaction, the urge to lean into the ghost of a touch and refocus, but he can feel the point of contact buzzing in the background nonetheless, hot and prickly like the way he feels after a jolt from vicious quirk, and Izuku frowns, unable to reconcile the pleasant warmth of a hand on the shoulder with the crippling nausea of a touch from vicious or the splitting, tearing agony of Victoria's fingertips. "Midoriya," Mrs. Nakiyama interrupts him from the kitchen. "You've only eaten about half your plate," she says, frowning. "Was it not to your liking?" "Oh," says Izuku, staring at his plate. He thinks, vaguely, that Mrs. Nakiyama had probably overestimated the amount that any teenager typically eats. But then again, Izuku has always preferred snacking non-obtrusively throughout the day. He's not really the sort that eats large meals in one sitting. "No, it was lovely. I just don't eat that much at one time." "I see," says Mrs. Nakiyama. "Do you have a refrigerator yet?" Izuku thinks for a moment. He does recall there being one in the apartment, now that he thinks about it. "Yes," he confirms. "Lovely," she says, and dumps half the pot of remaining curry into a container. Before Izuku can protest, she's shoving it and another one, full of rice, into his arms. "I," he says as she walks him to the door. He should protest, he knows. It's taking advantage of her generosity to accept her food like this. But all he gets out before he leaves is a small bow and, "Thank you for the food." "Don't thank me," she says before sending him on his way. Izuku goes back into his apartment and locks the door behind him. He puts the food in the fridge and then shuts it, resting his forehead against the cool metal. He's an idiot. He's getting sidetracked. He's getting distracted already, and he's only one day in. He's going to get himself killed. He's going to deserve it for knowing better than this and screwing up anyways. Izuku is no stranger to waking up early. His sleeping schedule is distorted, to say the least. Much of what he does demands he be up in the early hours of the morning, long before the sun itself is up. Sometimes that means setting his alarm for 2 in the morning and catching a couple hours while he can. But usually he can't afford to be sleep-bleary, so what it really means is not going to sleep at all and powering through with coffee strong enough to make your tongue curl. Considering that 5:30 in the morning is not bad at all. His body aches slightly, like his muscles would like to crawl their way out of his body and back into bed, and his back and knee pang with the early morning cold, but he's dealt with worse. When he gets down to the basement, it's apparent that Victoria has converted it for training. There are mats laying out, weights in the corner, and Victoria herself, wearing workout clothes. She looks less intimidating out of her business attire, even her scar less prominent in the dim light. Of course, considering she could still kill him with a well-placed strike from her quirk hell, with a well-placed strike without her quirk, that fact isn't exactly enough to get him to let his guard down. She gives him a look when he enters, and Izuku internally thanks his lucky stars that he's on time and hasn't given her an excuse to get angry right off the bat. "Stretch out," she commands, and he complies, taking care to focus on his legs and his back. Even though they're inside, Izuku can still feel the chill, raising goosebumps on his skin. It's not awful, a little bit of cold is easy to deal with in the long run, but it makes him suddenly, keenly aware of how bare and exposed he is without his usual sweatshirt or hoodie and scarf. For all that it's just cloth, for all that it can be torn through by any villain with the slightest bit of determination, its absence suddenly makes Izuku feel distinctly unarmored. When he's done stretching, Victoria sighs, cracks her knuckles. 20 laps, she says, gesturing to the room. 80 push-ups. 80 sit-ups. 30 minutes max. Izuku's stomach clenches. This is going to SCK. It's not that he's unfit. Victoria has trained him before on vicious command, had whipped his preteen self into shape with so firm a hand that it had probably proved counterproductive at times. And it's certainly not like he's slacked off since then either. His muscle memory still exists, and he knows that he's significantly more in shape than most other kids his age. But he also hasn't been training every day, and sure enough, he's slipped. He finishes before the 30 minutes are up, but only just barely. At 29 minutes and 47 seconds, he collapses flat on his back on the mat, covered with a sheen of sweat and breathing heavily. Victoria wanders over from where she was observing at the other end of the room. She stands over him, face carefully blank, and draws her foot back. Izuku tenses, but she only gives him a firm prod in the side with the toe of her boot. The corner of her mouth tugs upwards at the sight of his restrained flinch though. Vicious hadn't been lying when he said he'd warned her that they were on a time crunch. She turns away, walking until she's a couple paces away from him. "Get up," she says, and Izuku resists the urge to groan as he drags himself to his feet. "You've fallen out of shape," she says, annoyed. "Were you wasting my time the first time I trained you?" Izuku, still breathing too hard, shakes his head in denial. "No," he says a little too loud. "No, I'm sorry." She laughs, and Izuku wilts a bit. It's not an angry laugh, he realizes. She's just trying to provoke reactions out of him, trying to get her sadistic kicks some other way now that she's been denied her preferred method. "Fine then," she says. "Let's review some basic combat then, if you even remember any of it." Izuku doesn't really know if he has any distinct memories of his training. Looking back on it, it feels largely like a haze of nasty bruises and the occasional broken bone. Then again, pain is an effective method of creating and managing habits, so maybe his muscle memory is better than he thinks. Victoria moves first, stepping in close, fluid and languid like a snake. Izuku takes a step back, deflecting her first strike and then catching her second. He uses the momentary opening to step inside her guard and attempt a palm heel strike to her solar plexus. She sidesteps easily, twisting out of his grip until suddenly she's holding his arm, and then before Izuku can fully process, she has him caught in a chokehold too strong for him to break. It's too tight for comfort. Izuku wheezes. He has a wrist caught between her arms and his throat, the only thing preventing their position from being completely suffocating. She's leveraging her height against him, pulling him up onto his toes. He squirms for a bit, but there's no give, and after a long moment she sighs. "Do not," Victoria says irritably, squeezing him even tighter as if to emphasize her point, "deliberately get in close unless you know what you're doing." And then she lets him go, shoving him sharply away from her and then resuming a fighting stance. "Try again," she says as he picks himself back up, panting and rubbing at his bruising throat. The next bout ends even more quickly than the first. She catches his kick and uses it to pull his feet off the ground, knocking him flat on his back. His attempt at getting back up is thoroughly averted by the foot she plants on his chest, and she doesn't release her hold on his leg, instead dropping her weight onto the joint until it starts to hurt. Kicks are more powerful than punches, but they also carry greater risk. They're easier to spot and easier to block, she says, and Izuku grits his teeth as the pressure on his leg builds further, burning hot and painful. And if someone gets a hold of your leg? It takes much less effort than you might think to snap someone's leg at the knee. She drops his leg and Izuku scrambles back into his feet, knee pulsing. "Again," Victoria says, and Izuku pauses. There are mats laid over the ground, over bloodstains and other mysterious brown splotches. Izuku eyes one that's just visible in the corner of the room, at the edge of the mat. "That's going to be you if you don't figure this out," he thinks to himself. This isn't working. Proper fighting styles are all well and good when your teacher wants to help you, but Victoria isn't the sort of instructor that likes to hold back. As far as Izuku can tell, her preferred method of teaching relies primarily on beating her student into the ground until they learn from experience. She's merciless, willing to seize upon the first sign of weakness that she sees. But maybe he can use that. He takes a deep breath and readies himself. Izuku lets Victoria initiate this time. She's striking, fast and with intent, and he just tries to avoid. She's pushing him back quickly, and finally, he lets himself reveal an opening, lets his guard drop just enough. Victoria doesn't think twice, using the opportunity to pull him in close. She's going for another chokehold, but this time Izuku pivots as she drags him in close, using the momentum of her attack to slam his elbow into her face with his force and hers combined. Something cracks audibly, and the dirty move seems to throw her off, loosening her grip enough so that Izuku can pull free, giving him the opening he needs to slam his knee into her stomach with as much force as he can muster. He'll never admit the satisfaction he feels when he hears her grunt of surprise at his follow-up attack. It doesn't last long. Izuku doesn't even see her move, doesn't even register what is happening until his world inverts itself and his back slams into the mat hard enough that he loses the ability to breathe and stars dance across his vision. Her hold on his arm is tight from where she used it to throw him over her shoulder. Izuku cannot, for the life of him, figure out when exactly she'd switched into a joint lock like the one she'd used on his knee, but he certainly feels it. She puts her boot on his throat. There's no weight there, but the promise of it is there, constricting in and of itself. The message is clear. There's no countermove he can pull here that he could manage before she crushed his windpipe with her shoe. Victoria wipes a trickle of blood away from her nose. "That was," she says, scowling and annoyed, "better." But, and now she drops a little weight onto his neck, still not enough to suffocate but enough that Izuku is keenly aware of the movement of his throat beneath the sole of her boot, alive and breathing and so easily broken. Not good enough. "Oh, and by the way." She moves the boot away from his neck and then holds it over his stomach, just below the ribcage, and stomps down with more than a little bit of prejudice. Izuku gasps, curling in on himself instinctively at that, air knocked out of him entirely. "Oh man. That's going to bruise." She steps back then, dusting her hands off on her pants as she watches Izuku in shuddering breaths in front of her, clutching at his stomach with one hand. She doesn't even look legitimately angry, thankfully, but as his now aching abdomen would suggest, he doesn't have any illusions about that meaning she'll be nice. She gives him a look. Again, she says firmly. Izuku sighs, clambering to his feet, still not quite sure if he's remembered how to take a full breath yet. His knee and his shoulder are pulsing. He can feel his neck starting to bruise already, an ache that follows scar tissue all the way down. He gets the feeling that it's going to be a rough 6 months. Unfortunately, he isn't wrong. Victoria doesn't let up for a single moment of their training over the following months. It's not as bad as their first round of training had been. Since she'll probably be held at least partly responsible if he fails the physical portion of the exam, she actually seems to be trying this time rather than just using him for boxing practice. That said, she's not gentle. For the next 6 months, Izuku doesn't go a single moment with some sort of ache and pain, whether it's bruises or soreness or the memory of something old clawing its way to the surface again. But as much as Izuku's loath to admit it, he is improving. Now that Victoria's not allowed to beat him unconscious, he's actually figuring some of the fighting thing out. He's still not an expert. Victoria still puts him flat on his back every time. Now he just lasts a little longer and it hurts a little less when she does. Compared to her, or to any pro hero worth their salt, Izuku is sure that he probably seems like an amateur. But it's enough to give him an advantage compared to most of the other applicants to the general education course, most of whom, like him, won't have any significant physical quirks to fall back on during the physical exam. What time he doesn't spend training is spent holed up in the apartment, studying for hours on end. He doesn't even limit it to the apartment, studying on the train, while he's walking, when Mrs. Nakiyama invites him to lunch again. Vicious doesn't ask much of Izuku during the 6 months, giving him only 2 jobs during the entire PRD. The first is a write-up analysis on the quirk of a new pro rising to prominence, which Izuku provides with the same recalcitrance as he always does, trying to fudge anything that he thinks the others won't catch. The second is another job reacquiring some intelligence, stealing back the information that an agency has been gathering on one of Vicious' subordinate syndicates and wiping their system of any other relevant data. This one's a pretty difficult job, since agencies themselves have notoriously tight security. But Izuku has dealt with worse, and manages to get in and out within the hour. He tries to leave some hints in the system that will point the heroes in the right direction, but he's doubtful that they'll catch on in time, if they do at all. His chest tightens with something that feels like regret when he thinks that. But what else is there for him to do? An incomplete wipe would have been noticed. It's one thing for Izuku to meddle with or alter information that he's stealing from heroes to give to Vicious, but when Vicious wants information erased that he already knows about, it's practically impossible for Izuku to leave anything behind unless he wants to get caught. As the exam draws closer, Izuku can feel the stress building. In the few weeks before, Victoria actually starts to ease off in training a bit, not wanting him to collapse from exhaustion during the test proper. That is, Izuku acknowledges, objectively the right thing to do. But he can't stop the nervous energy building in his chest, demanding that he push himself harder during the home stretch. He spends more time than he should taking that energy out on a punching bag, and can't remember a time that he wasn't running figures, or facts, or language through his head, even when he's going on his weekly grocery runs for Mrs. Nakiyama. Exactly 5 days before the exam is a Thursday grocery day, and though Izuku feels the anxiety of a wasted moment more acutely now than he has ever before, he also knows that he made Mrs. Nakiyama a promise. He's been picking up her groceries for her every week for 6 months now. What sort of person would he be if he just stopped? She frowns at him when he knocks at her door. "When was the last time you slept, young man?" she demands, and Izuku wilts slightly. "I have to study," he says pleadingly. "Please don't worry about it, Mrs. Nakiyama." "Listen here," she says firmly. "I raised 3 children. So you've mentioned." She swats his shoulder playfully and continues. "Not a single one of them ever did well on a test if they weren't well rested, do you understand? I've watched you study for every waking moment over the past 6 months. There's nothing you can learn now that will do you more good than a full night's sleep. You hear me?" Izuku wants to protest. A full night's sleep sounds lovely, but he can't. He can't. Except, Even if he doesn't want to acknowledge it, even if he doesn't think he's physically capable of achieving it, he knows that she is right. So he sighs. Yes, Mrs. Nakiyama. You're right, I'm sorry. Good, she says firmly. Now go. Still, his promise to her doesn't mean he can't study during the day. Izuku knows the layout of the grocery store essentially like the back of his hand. Now, so it's easy enough for him to navigate with his nose in a study guide, looking up only to check the grocery list and to verify that he's grabbing the right items before he drops them in the basket hanging in the crook of his elbow. Early afternoons on Thursdays are typically pretty empty, which is why it's Izuku's preferred time to come here. It also means he doesn't have to worry about bumping into anyone as he navigates the aisles, book in hand. It's also why Izuku slamming into someone at full force halfway down the cereal aisle is completely unexpected. Sheet, he says, the word just slipping out as he drops his book and struggles to regain his footing. He immediately regrets it when he gets a look at the person he's knocked over. They clearly got the short end of the stick, knocked flat on their back by the force of Izuku's oblivious speedwalking. Izuku immediately drops his head, guilt flowering in his chest. He's terrified for the exam coming up. Not just because UA was his dream school growing up, but also because, well, he'll probably die if he fails. But still, there's no excuse for him being reckless and inconsiderate of the well-being of others. Are you okay? He says, voice high with distress, dropping his basket by his feet and hovering nervously over the stranger, unsure whether or not he should touch them to check if they're okay. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. I don't know what I was thinking. I'm so stupid. Did I hurt you? Are you? The stranger chuckles. Not to worry, he says. Izuku finally forces himself to extend a hand to the man, who takes it and clambers back to his feet. I've had worse. That was so inconsiderate of me, Izuku says, resisting the urge to crawl into his scarf and never emerge. I can't believe I did that. Ah, says the stranger. Well, you probably shouldn't have been reading in the aisles. Izuku crumples a little bit. He tugs nervously at his scarf, pulls it up a bit so that it feels a little like he's hiding behind it. I know, he says. I'm sorry. I just have this test, and it's really stupid. I have no excuse. I'm so sorry. The stranger looks taken aback. Ah, he says. Now, don't fuss. It's quite all right. What are you studying for? The reminder of it doubles the nervous energy thrumming through Izuku. I'm applying to UA. And the test is next week. And, well, it's really hard to get in there. I mean, I'm sure you know that, but it's just that I am just really stressed. The stranger laughs. I understand, my boy, he says. Don't worry about it. Izuku looks down at the stranger's scattered groceries, knocked out of the man's own basket when he'd tumbled to the ground. Oh, here. Izuku says and starts gathering them up. I'm so sorry, I really am so sorry. I believe you, says the stranger, sounding amused. Please don't worry about it. He accepts the groceries that Izuku hands him. Thank you, young man, he says. What's your name? I'll look forward to following your career as a hero. You certainly have the manners for it. Oh, Izuku falters a little bit. Actually, I'm applying for the general studies course. Oh, says the stranger, surprised. Yeah, says Izuku. I don't have a quirk that's well suited for physical combat, so I'm trying out for general education. I see, says the stranger. Well, that's admirable as well. UA's general education course is also excellent. I know of many great heroes who started out there. I wish you the best of luck. If you don't mind though, I'd still like to know your name. I recently moved nearby, so it's possible we may see each other again. Oh, says Izuku hesitantly. It's not that he dislikes the man, but Izuku's not entirely sure that he's ever going to be able to see this man again without reliving accidentally assaulting him in the cereal aisle, and the humiliation of that might prove fatal even if he does get into you. Ah, it's Midoriya Izuku. Nice to meet you, sir. What's your name? Groceries now in hand, the stranger draws himself up to his full height, towering over Izuku, though not threateningly so. The stranger gives him a smile, and it's polite and friendly and warm. Izuku can't help but shake the sensation that it's incredibly familiar. Ah, it's Yagi, says the stranger. Yagi Toshinori. I'd best be on my way now, but I wish you a pleasant afternoon and good luck, again. You too, says Izuku, picking his own stuff off of the ground. About the pleasant afternoon, not the good luck I mean, not that I don't want you to have good luck, like in general, because you definitely should, and sorry again. Seriously. I'm so sorry. Yagi gives him an awkward half-smile at that friendly but also decidedly confused, which Izuku can't exactly fault him for at this point. He deserves it. Izuku smiles back, pained and awkward, before taking his basket and walking the other direction as fast as his legs can possibly take him. This is what a life of crime gets you, Izuku supposes. Chronic social incontinence, because villains don't have any friends. But they might live in the same area, but despite exchanging names, the chances of them crossing paths another time is probably pretty slim. At least Izuku can comfort himself with that notion they'll probably never see each other again, and Izuku will be able to forget that it ever happened. The general education course's entrance exam takes place over the course of a single day, a written exam in the morning, and a physical exam after a lunch break. That's all the information that the school has released about it. UA is tight-lipped about the actual content of the tests, apparently determined not to give anyone the advantage of mental preparation. It could also be, Izuku muses quietly, the school's way of measuring adaptability under pressure. The school is relying too much on the secrecy of the exams for it not to factor in somehow. If he's right, then he's already failed. For all the years of real-life experience that he has over the other kids here, he's already twitching, anxiety thrumming through him at a frequency so high that he's not quite sure how he isn't breaking apart. Izuku clenches his fists in his jacket when they come to a stop at the front gate of the school. It feels effingly unreal to be here. How many times had he fantasized about walking in here for this exam as a kid? How many of his idols had walked these halls? This was where many of them had trained, fighting for the chance to make the world a better place. It's incredible. And then Izuku remembers why he's here. Suddenly the sharp edge of excitement coursing beneath his skin feels more like a dull knife to the stomach. A wave of nausea hits. Izuku clenches his jaw and stares at Hisashi. Please leave, he thinks, so I can panic in peace. Instead though, Hisashi lingers. Don't let us down, Hisashi says, and Izuku could mistake the man's tone for kind if the words themselves didn't feel so much like a death sentence. Izuku had almost protested it when Vicious had asked Hisashi to drop him off, had almost demanded that one of the others, Masami, Victoria even, take him instead, almost offered to take the train rather than go with Hisashi. But Vicious had looked at him, a familiar glint in his eye, and Izuku had fallen silent. He's not an idiot. He knows when to keep his mouth shut. Now, Izuku, Vicious had said, cloying and sweet and unquestionable, we want you to do well today. Perhaps you'll find a little quality time with your father motivating. And Izuku had clenched his jaw and nodded tightly in agreement, because there was nothing else he could do. It feels even more like a trap now than it had then, like Hisashi's presence is less for Izuku's sake than theirs to remind him that he has no other options. To push him past the point of no return with this DMN job, to keep him from getting cold feet and trying to bolt. That, of course, is ridiculous. If this had been the final straw, if Izuku had wanted to run, he could have done it at point during the past 6 months. Hell, Izuku could have run at any point in the past 7 years. It's not like they've got someone creeping after him 24/7, holding a knife to his throat. But that doesn't mean that they don't have him cornered. The reason why he hasn't gotten out of here yet has nothing to do with himself and everything to do with his mother. They're holding a blade to someone's jugular, boy. It's just not his own. So Izuku understands that, logically, this is just his mind fixating on something irrelevant again. Not everything Vicious commands is to hurt him, Izuku knows. It can't be. Vicious does nothing senselessly, even if the sense for it is not readily apparent. But Vicious has no ulterior motive to ask Hisashi to play watchdog. Maybe it's just that most things that involve his father feel like a trick, these days. Izuku can't stop his hackles from raising at Hisashi's words, though. He steps away, drawing his shoulders back. Of course not, he says. He tries to keep his voice cool, but the words come out venomous instead. Oops. He's slipping. But Hisashi, as always, doesn't react much to the vitriol. In fact, for a second it almost looks like he's going to try and say something else. Izuku watches the deliberation cautiously, curious, even though he knows that his own temper is clouding his perception. But in the end Hisashi catches himself and simply gives Izuku a short nod, reserved once more. "See that you don't," Hisashi says as he finally leaves, moment of hesitation so thoroughly wiped away that it's almost easy to forget that it happened at all. Izuku can't stop his lip from curling in anger as he turns back to the main gate. It's part genuine vexation, somehow condescension from Hisashi feels so much worse than it does from the rest of them. Izuku is quick to silence the voice that acknowledges, logically, it must be their biological relationship that's causing him to feel so strongly about this, because it can't be. That hasn't mattered in a long time. Not to Izuku, and certainly not to Hisashi. Maybe part of what's irritating Izuku, though he hates to acknowledge it, is that Hisashi is right. Izuku can't let them down. Not on this one. He's been able to live with himself for the past 7 years because, even though it had taken some trial and error, he had figured out how to control this. He couldn't stop Vicious and the others, but he could limit them, at least to whatever extent they allowed him to participate. They might not have known it, of course, but he had been failing them. He'd been measured about it, of course. He'd been smart about it. But he had been doing it nonetheless. But there's no control to be found here. He can't control his participation in any of this. He can't even control whether or not he gets into the DMN school or not. And if he does, what then? There have been a couple tipping points in Izuku's life that have shifted things for the worse, always for the worse. Izuku can't even say that this is the worst one. It's not the worst one. Had happened when he was 8 years old and he'd sabotaged his entire life with one awful, awful mistake. But this is up there. He doesn't know if there's any way for him to go undercover at UA without being forced to divulge information that's almost certainly going to get people hurt. Information that isn't just about countering heroes' strategies and powers or coordinating criminal syndicates to fulfill vicious plans, but information that is a matter of life or death. That's yet another point of no return that Izuku doesn't think he can bring himself to cross. Izuku shudders. But you've crossed event horizons before, he tells himself, and that's what's scary about this. It feels like every year he goes further. He's already gone, Izuku knows, too far. But how long does he have, then? If this pattern continues? Izuku doesn't know if he can live with being any closer to being like them than he already is. Izuku shakes his head a little bit. It's a sheet situation, he knows that. Fixating on it helps no one. It's what he can do about it that matters. In an ideal world Izuku could just throw the test. But in this world he has no definitive indication of whether or not a failure here would be the last straw for Vicious. He rubs his shoulder absent-mindedly, stroking a thumb along the back of it. He doesn't want to know how Vicious will react if it is the last straw. The first straw was already bad enough. So at this point, Izuku figures he should probably just play it safe and assume that if he fails, he dies. But if he gets in, he's probably going to die anyways. Even if he can bring himself to give Vicious the information that he's going to ask for, there's also the, small problem of the place he's spying on being UA. It's an academy filled not just with pro heroes, but the best of them. It would be foolish to assume that pro heroes are good at nothing but combat. You don't get to the top of such a competitive field without also being an expert strategist and without skill at threat analysis. His grip tightens on his shoulder. He's screwed. He's effed. It's a lose-lose, and in both the lose scenarios he dies. "Hey," says a voice, and Izuku looks up, blinking in surprise. The voice belongs to a boy standing a good 10 or 15 feet ahead of him, over by the gate. The boy's staring at him with dark, exhausted eyes. He's tall. Even at this distance, Izuku can tell that the other boy has several centimeters on him. The boy continues, "Careful," he says, "your face is going to freeze like that." He drawls his words out, low and lazy and tired, but Izuku thinks he hears a hint of dry humor there. Freeze like what? Izuku must look confused as all hell, because the other boy gestures at his own face and elaborates, "You're making a face. I honestly can't tell if you just tasted something gross or if you're about to cry. If it's the latter, then maybe you'd better head home now. No way someone like you will make it through the test, He stops, looking at Izuku patiently as if awaiting a response. Izuku just blinks at him again, bewildered. He thinks his jaw may have dropped a little bit, actually. The boy talking to him? What? By the time that Izuku gathers himself, processes, hey, that might have been a bit rude. Actually, the other boy seems to have assumed that he's not going to get a response. He says thoughtfully, in response to Izuku's silence, as if he's mulling it over and digesting it, like it's something significant rather than yet another example of Izuku's utter social incompetence. The boy drags himself onto his feet from where he was leaning lazily against the wall by the gate, running a hand through his unkempt, purple hair. "See you inside then," he says. "Good luck." Izuku doesn't even get a response out, only just able to manage a weird, strangled noise of affirmation as the boy makes his way out of earshot. As soon as the kid is gone, Izuku slumps in relief. Then he has to resist the urge to facepalm. There are other students streaming by, but none of them seem to have taken notice of Izuku, which is good, because he's still frozen in place. If he's struck silent by someone else just speaking to him, then he really is screwed. The written exam starts at 8:30 sharp. The room is dead silent but for the sound of flipping pages, but Izuku can practically feel the stress and anxiety rolling off the other students. Or maybe he's projecting. He's probably projecting. The exam itself is challenging, as can only be expected of a school with UA's reputation. It even covers some topics that Izuku's pretty sure haven't even been covered yet for most kids going through the traditional school system. Luckily, Izuku muses he's read ahead. He takes longer to grapple with some problems than others, but eventually he sorts his way through the entire exam. And then he reviews it, again and again and again. It's compulsive, and it's ridiculous, and at some point he stops reading the questions and just starts staring at them uncomprehendingly. It's a relief when the proctor calls time, and the tests are collected, though Izuku hands his over with shaking hands. "Hey," says the instructor who takes Izuku's exam, presumably because he sees the trembling and holy sheet, that's Blood King. "No need to look so freaked out, I'm sure you did fine." Izuku knows that UA's written exam for all its courses is notoriously difficult, nearly as much as the physical. Plenty of kids have probably failed, and Blood King has no way of knowing whether or not Izuku is one of them at this point in time. It's a nice sentiment, to be sure, if a false one. It's probably a residual of that heroic instinct to provide comfort for people in distress, which Izuku visibly is. Izuku feels so ashamed that he thinks he might sink into the ground with the weight of it. The desire of a hero to reassure others is one of the things that he admires the most about them. It's what was one of his driving motivators to become a hero. It's something that they should reserve for civilians. For people who need it. For innocents. Not people like him. "Thanks," he manages weakly, hoping that nothing seems too off about him. Bad traits for your spy at a hero school to have. Literally has a mental breakdown when talking to pro-heroes. Honestly, what the hell was Vicious thinking? Luckily, the hero has other exams to collect, and if he finds anything suspicious about the tremulous smile Izuku gives him, he ignores it in favor of moving on. They take a break for lunch before the next portion of the exam. Izuku breaks off from the main group of students. They're eagerly discussing test answers and trying to gauge how well they did, and if Izuku hears another word, the tightness in his stomach might actually get so tight that it'll make him sick. And of course, even if he did do well on the written test, it's worthless if he doesn't perform well on the next part too, and the physical exam is what Izuku is worried about. He drops down beneath the shade of an overhanging tree, away from the clumps of other conversing kids. At least here he can think aloud. It's how he prefers to sort his ideas out, and not a privilege he gets to exert often, especially not around the others. Vicious, Masami, and Hisashi all unsettle him too much, though for different reasons. Vicious has a gleeful fascination with Izuku's ramblings that sets him on edge. Masami's ability to read so deep into every word makes him too paranoid, and to be honest, Izuku hasn't said a single word to Hisashi in the past 7 years that wasn't underscored with a mood of profound discomfort. And Victoria, of course, is firmly of the opinion that he should be seen and not heard, though Izuku has no clue if that's an opinion reserved exclusively for him or if that's just how she feels about other living creatures in general. There's going to be some sort of trick involved, Izuku murmurs to himself. I might be applying for the general education course, but UA is still an institution that specializes in training heroes, so testing people for intelligence and physical fitness alone isn't going to cut it, especially with how selective the school is. It only makes sense that there would be another dimension to it. But what? There's only two that he can think of, actually. It's probably going to be either strategic or some sort of test of moral character. And it has to be in the physical. I didn't see anything like that in the written exam unless I missed it, of course. Oh, that would be bad, no. But I was looking, does failing to notice automatically disqualify the examinee? Oh no. Someone clears their voice. Izuku startles, nearly scrambles back until he actually gets a look at the person in front of him. It's another one of the students, a boy about Izuku's age, with a friendly face and curly brown hair in an undercut that looks a little incongruous on someone with such soft features. Hey, the boy says kind of meekly. He puts his hands up placatingly, looking a little taken aback by Izuku's reaction. I'm sorry to disturb you, I'll leave you alone, I promise, but, I couldn't help but notice you don't have anything to eat? Izuku pauses, slack-jawed. He doesn't, of course. It's not like the people he lives with are the sort you can ask to pack you a sack lunch, and Izuku doesn't have the resources at the warehouse to make one for himself. Performing physical activity without having eaten for a long time beforehand isn't necessarily ideal, of course, and low blood sugar could definitely compromise his performance, but Izuku's not an idiot. He has a pretty good grasp of his limits, knows how far he can push himself before he's in danger of total collapse, and he's still well within those boundaries. That's a bit too complicated to put into words though, not to mention incredibly suspicious, so Izuku says, yeah, I didn't have time to pack one. The other boy's brow creases, sympathetic and oh no, concerned, and Izuku scrambles to add, it's not a big deal though, seriously. Don't worry about me. Here, the boy says instead of acknowledging Izuku's words, and walks over to Izuku, pulling something out of the small backpack he has slung over one shoulder. Izuku's first instinct is to get to his feet and back up when the other student approaches. It's always wise to be careful how close you let someone get to you if you don't know what their quirk is or what their intentions are. But the boy also doesn't look like he means any harm, so Izuku stays in place, hesitant and ready to move at a moment's notice. The boy comes to a stop a couple of feet away and Izuku eyes what's in his hand. It's an energy bar. Oh, Izuku says, surprised and suspicious in equal measure. You really don't need to, I don't want to inconvenience you. It's fine, says the kid. I brought too much anyways. I felt bad when I saw you weren't eating anything. He shoves the bar into Izuku's stiff hand and smiles, rubbing the back of his head a little awkwardly. I'll leave you alone now, he says, backing up in the direction of a nearby cluster of students. I'm really sorry to have disturbed you. And then he's gone. Izuku stares blankly at the energy bar in his hand. He feels a little guilty that his first thought is that this must be a sabotage attempt, if only because that's exceedingly unlikely. The admissions exams are competitive enough so that taking Izuku, a random competitor that this kid doesn't even know anything about, out of the race does nothing to improve his odds. Plus, getting caught could theoretically ruin any aspirations of heroism for life. The bar is still factory sealed, Izuku notes, which also considerably lowers the odds of it having been laced with something. Izuku considers his situation. He's not hungry, per se. It has been several hours since breakfast, but he's certainly gone much longer without food without significant impairment to his ability to function. But having a bite to eat certainly couldn't hurt. Izuku sighs, finally giving in and tearing the wrapper open. He's being paranoid and he knows it. While it's typically a good trait, considering his line of work, he does himself a disservice every time he allows it to become more of a risk than a survival tool. He does give the thing a suspicious sniff before he takes a bite. If it is an attempt at poisoning him, he at least owes it to himself to make sure that the job wasn't done lazily. But it doesn't smell like much of anything other than nuts and a bit of chocolate, and Izuku caves completely, letting himself bite into it as he ponders the nature of the physical exam. He can't mutter aloud anymore, since his mouth is full, so Izuku starts drumming his ungloved fingers on the dirt in front of him, tapping with frenetic energy as he thinks. No one knows exactly what the physical portion of the exam is. Whether this is because it is kept tightly under wraps or because it changes so often that leaking it is pointless, Izuku doesn't know, and quite frankly, he doesn't like it. Written exams are stressful, but at least you have a general idea of what you have to study for. Izuku has no idea what's coming in the physical, and he can't help the unease that fact stirs up in his chest. Luckily, it's not long until they're ushered back inside for an explanation. Izuku doesn't recognize the person who is describing the rules. They must not be a hero, or if they are, they're a very obscure one. They're split into testing groups of about 50, and each group is led into one of what Izuku can only assume is many training facilities used by the school, probably reserved primarily for hero course kids. In the locker room, they're asked to change from their regular clothes into some exercise clothes, provided courtesy of the school. Izuku sighs and gathers his clothes up in his arms. When he'd gone to school, he'd hated gym class to the point where he'd forged doctor's notes excusing himself from it. It was a superfluous subject for him anyways, and PE clothes were too thin, too exposing. They left Izuku feeling open and vulnerable. Victoria, at least, didn't care what he wore to training. At least the workout clothes UA had provided include a jacket, one with a reasonably high collar as well, thinks Izuku as he locks himself in one of the bathroom stalls and starts to change. The jacket is unusual. Most schools wouldn't provide it, especially for students who are just testing. Since UA is, it can only mean that they're anticipating the students will need the extra layer of protection. Izuku finishes, bundling up his clothes and stepping out to tuck them into a locker. The proctor had asked them to meet him outside once they'd finished changing, and kids are already trickling out. Izuku follows them, unsure of whether the awkward energy buzzing through his body is from fear or excitement. Both probably. That's kind of a decent summary of this experience for him. When he gets out into the training field, Izuku is briefly startled by the size of it, though he knows that he shouldn't be. Most of the kids who get into the hero course of UA have extremely powerful quirks capable of creating quite a bit of destruction. Thus, large training facilities are a must. Izuku wonders quietly to himself. Do they have someone with a reassembling quirk on their staff? They must, right? The school is large, as are the training facilities it contains, but with 3 years' worth of hero course students, getting more powerful with each successive year, the daily damage the campus facilities must take would well exceed any traditional construction company's abilities to repair on time. Though, now that Izuku considers it, there are plenty of construction companies now that have entire teams composed of people with reconstruction quirks. Maybe the school has one of those companies on contract, then. Okay kids, says the proctor. Now remember, your physical exam is going to be easier than the hero courses. Wrong thing to say, Izuku thinks offhandedly, taking note of the rumble of discontent that passes through the other kids. But that doesn't mean it's going to be easy. Students in the general education course can be, and have been many times in the past, moved into the hero course at the discretion of our instructors. It would be foolish of us to go easy on you. Izuku peers at the training center. He knows what this is. He relaxes a little bit. Not entirely, of course. If he's right, there's going to be more to this than meets the eye. But at least this isn't something that's quirk-reliant, or at least not entirely. Today, your physical exam will be an obstacle course. The grading metric is fairly simple, based off your overall completion time and how you place in comparison to your peers, says the proctor, so the faster you finish, the better. If you fail to make it across the finish line at all, it will be assumed that you are too physically unfit to be a hero, and your application will be discarded. Well shit. That's definitely not ideal. Izuku tenses, and he hears the other students muttering around him. The proctor rattles off some rules. It's nothing too complicated. A code of conduct, some other semantics. And then he clears his throat. Any questions? He says. No one responds, and the proctor smiles. Then you may begin. Izuku thinks that perhaps everyone had been expecting a more formal start to the race, because there's a long moment of stillness before everyone, including Izuku, takes off towards the first obstacle. The obstacles are challenging, of course, like something you might see on one of those obstacle course-based game shows. But Izuku's breezing through them. He's not quite in the lead, but close, and certainly further ahead than anyone else without a physical quirk. Relative to what he'd been expecting, this is easy. Too easy. His suspicion is roused further when he gets to the fourth obstacle. It looks like monkey bars, except they're very wide across, probably to accommodate the number of students, though not terribly many are here yet, and hanging from various heights off of the bars are strange glass-like orbs. Izuku narrows his eyes. The goal of this, then, has to be not to touch those, whatever they are. But what happens if you do? Do they break? Explode? It can't be something that would hurt someone beyond stunning them, but even a single lost moment can be crucial. It's also possible that imperfect execution of the obstacles is subtracted from their total score. It's impossible to guess their exact function just from staring at them. Izuku's just going to have to settle for making sure he doesn't find out. He makes it about halfway across before it happens. He's making slower time than he'd like because of how he has to contort his body to squeeze through without knocking any of the orbs, so obviously set up in a manner that would punish incautious movement immediately. Then one of the people next to him, a girl with what looks to be a prehensile tail, gets a little overeager and overswings just a bit, bumping one of the orbs with her knee. She yelps, and before Izuku can register it, her grip's been ripped loose from the bars and she's trapped in what looks like some sort of gelatinous fluid, pinned to the ground. Her mouth and nose aren't covered, but Izuku winces in sympathy anyways. Getting out of that is going to be a time killer. She's going to lose a lot of her lead. It's not easy, but after about another minute of deft, cautious movement, Izuku drops to his feet on the other side of the monkey bars. He rolls his shoulders, which are a little tight after bearing his weight for so long, and then starts for the next obstacle. The first obstacles had been traditional, easy, but that had just been to get them to lower their guards, apparently. The rest, then, are going to contain challenges like this. This one is a set of multiple balance beams over some gunk that Izuku is willing to bet is what came out of the orbs in the previous challenge. The issue? The beams are completely iced over, slick and clear with it. Izuku sees a couple other students eyeing their beams suspiciously too. A couple even try it, none of them make it more than 4 steps before tumbling into the gunk where, sure enough, they're stuck. As they set about prying themselves free, Izuku gives his own beam a skeptical look. There has to be a way to do this, he's sure. But how? Izuku ventures a glance over his shoulder. The other kids are catching up, and he doesn't know how long he has before the ones he's neck to neck with now pull themselves out of the muck and mire. It doesn't seem like he has a choice. He just has to use his core, right? Izuku takes a deep breath, tightening his leg and abdominal muscles in preparation for the loss of traction, and steps onto the balance beam. And his foot slides out from under him the second he puts any weight on it at all. Sheet, Izuku thinks, entering blind panic mode. It's only good luck that has him orienting himself so that he falls straight forwards rather than right into the muck, and it's even better luck that on top of that he manages to catch himself with his hands on the balance beam, so that he's practically planking on it. Kahinos. His balance is better like this, though. And well, it's not very dignified, but if you can't walk, crawl, right? Making his way across the balance beam on all fours is still tenuous work. Izuku almost flops into the muck on accident about 15 times, and a couple kids who have quirks well suited to the challenge surpass him in the time it takes him to shimmy his way across. But he does, and when he gets to the other side and looks back, he's still well ahead of most of the other students. Maybe he can do this after all. It continues like this for a couple more challenges, until Izuku reaches one that looks just like a sand pit with a rope wall on the other end of it. Izuku steps warily back from the sand pit. There's no way that this isn't a trick. A couple of the others who have reached it at the same time as Izuku follow suit, they've all caught on by now then. Izuku bends down, scoops up some gravel, and then tosses it into the sand pit, waiting to see if anything happens. It doesn't. Izuku hesitates. Obviously, there's no way that this is just some regular sand pit. But something tells him that the only way to find out is firsthand. He sighs and starts to make his way across. When he's not immediately set upon, he hears the others start to jump down and follow. It happens just like with the first trick challenge about halfway through. He goes from walking on top of the sand to being knee-deep in it. Sheet, Izuku says, tugging at one of his legs. It's not full-blown quicksand, thank God. He doesn't seem to be sinking any more than he already has, and the resistance is inconvenient, but not insurmountable. He's closer to the wall than most of the others, and it doesn't take him long to reach it and start clambering upwards. This time, he doesn't notice that anything's wrong until something cold drips onto the back of his hand. Izuku stops in place and stares blankly at the black substance now trickling down his wrist. He starts and looks up. There's some sort of black tar-like substance trickling down from the top of the rope wall, and it's creeping downwards quickly. Izuku ventures a glance over his shoulder. The ground is still that viscous liquid quicksand. Going back is not an option. Izuku sighs, takes a moment to hope that this won't end in disaster, and braces himself. The tar hits him like a ton of bricks. There's not an overwhelming amount of it, but it's cold, and more than that, it's heavy. Izuku tightens his hold desperately and, miraculously, manages to keep his grip. So this challenge is what, then? Resistance? It takes a lot of effort, but Izuku hauls himself a couple more feet, and then has to take a moment to breathe. The weight of this stuff is incredible. His muscles are shaking just from trying to stay in one place, much less the effort it takes to scale this thing. The sludge is starting to flow thicker now. Izuku, who's near the top by this point, sees it coming, and is able to brace himself against it. A look down reveals that not all the others are so lucky. The second wave drags several others down their respective ropes by several feet. The person on the rope to Izuku's right is even more unfortunate, catching a massive amount of the black residue to the face. Sheet, Izuku thinks when they start sputtering. And then he thinks, oh no. Because they've let go of their rope in their surprise. And that shouldn't be an issue. More than one person has lost their grip on their rope since starting the climb. Izuku can see a couple of them on the ground, recovering and trying to rally for another attempt. He'd been afraid at first that they might sink right down into the sand and choke, but apparently landing flat on their backs distributes their body weight evenly enough that they don't sink at all. Except this person. Izuku had almost missed it at first, with the tar obfuscating everything, but they have their left leg tangled up in the rope. It looks deliberate, probably an attempt to gain traction. And it wouldn't be an awful idea, if it weren't for the situation they're in, if it weren't for the diamond tar and the steep vertical that they're on. No, Izuku tells himself. You cannot afford to do this. This is a school exam. It's proctored, they're probably being monitored right now. If the kid gets hurt, they'll receive treatment within a minute or two. But Izuku can see what's going to happen next with perfect clarity. At best, the tangle will distort the angle of the kid's fall so that instead of taking it flat on their back, they hit the ground shoulder, or worse, headfirst. It's still soft sand below, so a broken neck or back is unlikely, but a broken arm or severe concussion is a near certainty. And that's if they're lucky. But if that rope is wrapped as tightly around the kid's leg as Izuku thinks it is, they won't be. Their leg won't slip free of the rope. They'll snap backwards with the full force of their body weight and the added weight of the tar, kept only from falling completely by one point on their body. Izuku has watched enough bones be dislocated in his lifetime to know what something like that will do to this kid's hip. And the hip is one of the worst bones to dislocate, though, thankfully, that's one that Izuku doesn't know from experience. But he's done his research. High likelihood of secondary fractures, of nerve damage, in some severe cases even osteonecrosis. Months of recovery time, with the high potential to cause further problems down the line. Oh no, Izuku thinks, because of course this would happen to him. Because what else is he supposed to do? Just watch this kid rip their hip out of their socket and dangle there in agony, choking on black tar before some hero comes to free them and cart them off to medical assistance? When he could stop it from happening at all? Of course not. He doesn't have a choice. For all that fact's not new, it never ceases to be frustrating. Before he can overthink his bad luck, he's already slackening his grip, sliding himself back down a couple feet, and grabbing the kid's hand in his own. It's one fluid movement, and Izuku knows it's a fatal one, for himself at least. They clutch his hand like it's a lifeline. He half expects them to let go now that they've been rescued from their fall and resume climbing, but instead they hold on tighter. Izuku pauses, confused. And then he realizes. They can't see. Their vision must be obscured by the tar they took to their face. It feels obvious now that he thinks about it. The smart thing to do would be to help them re-anchor themselves to the rope and then just keep going. Let them take it from there. But with their vision still obscured, Izuku doesn't want to risk the same thing happening twice. In for a penny, in for a pound, right? Okay, he says. Keep climbing, I'll lead you up. Climbing with one hand is a beach. He'd thought it was a hard time resisting the tar with two hands, but that has nothing on using one while he stops to help haul someone else up as well. He notes with a measure of helplessness that he's lost a lot of his lead. He's still not towards the back of the pack by any means, but there's definitely more people in front of him now than there were before. More than he's probably comfortable with. Well, Izuku thinks to himself wryly, it's too late to do anything about that now. He's sure that the panic will come later, but right now he's figuring that if he's going to F up, he might as well commit. After another couple minutes, Izuku throws the arm that he's not using to help the other student over the top of the wall. There's a platform there, a couple feet wide, and he starts to pull himself up, trembling with the exertion of it all. His new partner seems to feel the shake in Izuku's bones, and, now so close to the top, they relinquish their grip on Izuku's hand to help push him up onto the platform. Izuku is almost surprised by the assist, but it's easy to lose the shock in the exhaustion as he leans over, taking their hands in his own and pulling them up the rest of the way. Now finally at the top, able to rest, they start hacking, entire bodies shuddering with the force of their coughs. Get going, Izuku, he tells himself. Instead he watches the other kids spit black gunk onto the platform, concerned. Sheet, says Izuku, are you okay? He finds a clean portion of his sleeve and leans forward, helping the other kid wipe their face free of the tar. Says the kid, and Izuku blinks, stunned. Their face is streaked with gunk, but he recognizes it. It's the boy who gave Izuku his food. I've been better. And then he turns his head up to look Izuku in the face, eyes shining gratefully. Thank you so much. That was super great of you. God, that could have been so bad. I really owe you. Says Izuku, unsure how to respond to the sudden, fervent expression of gratitude. Don't worry about it. I mean it, the kid says. I'm Akamine Ren, by the way. Oh, says Izuku. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Cool, says Akamine. You should get going. I need another moment to catch my breath, but I'm good now. Good luck. Are you sure? Izuku still isn't quite sure that the kid isn't going to just spontaneously asphyxiate on tar. He also, with a dull sort of surprise, reorients his expectations of Akamine not taking the chance to hold back some of the competition when he could. Yeah, says Akamine firmly. Go! He gives Izuku a gentle push in the direction of the rest of the course, and Izuku gets to his feet hesitantly. Go get the proctor if you start having problems breathing, he says after a moment, and Akamine nods, giving him an encouraging smile. Izuku faces forwards. He has an obstacle race to finish. Ultimately, Izuku finishes in 9th place. He had been able to make up for some of his lost time, and he'd probably never stood a chance. At first there aren't many kids with physical quirks applying to the general education course, but there are some kids whose quirks measure up but whose grades didn't. But his initial disadvantage in conjunction with time he hadn't been able to make up, and, well, things aren't great. Of the 50 kids who were in Izuku's testing group, 24 managed to finish the obstacle course. Being 9th puts Izuku in the top half, but not quite in the top third. For a school like UA, it won't be enough. Sheet, he thinks, panting at the finish line. Guess I'll effing die then. He should not be so effing irreverent about this, because this is really, really bad. Izuku is well aware that he has a lot of repressed attitude issues built up from the past few years, but it's starting to get a little much. The proctor clears their throat and informs them that they will receive test results in a week. Then they're sent back to the locker room, directed to the shower stalls and told to clean off. And then they're free to go. In any other situation Izuku would find waiting even a week hellish. Rip the bandage off already, he'd probably say. But the thing is, Izuku knows what his test result is going to be. He knows that the only thing ripping of the bandage is going to do is reveal a rotting, putrid wound. Suddenly a week feels like a painfully short measure of time. Just 7 days standing between him and death. Or, even worse, between him and wanting to be dead. Izuku knows, objectively, that he should be panicking. Instead, he just washes his hands of the tar in the sink and then goes sits on one of the locker benches. There's something almost melancholic about this, as well, the knowledge that for all his efforts, for all his dreams as a kid, he really never would have made it into UA. The showers are in stalls, of course, but Izuku's not taking any chances, isn't interested in leaving himself vulnerable and open. Luckily, since there aren't quite enough stalls in the boys' locker room for everyone to go at once, it's easy enough to wait until most of the other examinees have trickled out before he gathers his clothes up in his arms and heads into the stall, putting his clean clothes within arm's reach. He turns the water up as hot as he can physically take, partly because it's what he prefers, and partly because he knows that it will help with breaking down the tar. The clothing did a good job catching most of it, so it's primarily stuck to his forearms and calves, though a quick touch to his face reveals that there are some splashes of tar on his chin and cheekbones that he scrubs at furiously. He should be panicking. Instead, he listens to the last of the other students clearing out and watches the cloudy, grimy water trickle down the drain. He feels calm. It doesn't last. Maybe because, looking back on it, it was a calm born of denial rather than acceptance or courage. Maybe because, like a body going into shock, Izuku had blocked the panic out because his mind needed the extra time to process the sheer amount of it first, like a computer overloaded with data. And like the pain of a traumatic injury, it hits Izuku in bits and pieces. He can feel himself grow more and more agitated with every passing day. On the evening after the test, he gives Vicious his report and then trudges back to his apartment. He's almost too tired to make the trek, but he won't get it. Moments rest unless he's as far from them as he can get. He collapses into bed and sleeps for more consecutive hours than he has in literal years. He wakes up and drags himself out of bed. His entire body is sore even with months of victorious training. The previous day's physical exam had been a hellish challenge, and now that his body has had time to process, he has to admit that this is going to be a difficult recovery PRD. His shoulder and parts of his back are screaming at him. The events of the rope wall had probably exacerbated the issues there. This isn't the worst he's ever had, not even close, but it is more of an effect than he had been expecting from a school entrance exam. He spends the rest of the day in an exhausted fugue, trying to recover. The next day is a little better. The edge of fatigue has started to wear off, though the ache in his muscles is even worse today than it had been previously, worse than Izuku had thought it would be. He groans when he tries to walk even after stretching out. His muscles are still knotted and tight and uncomfortable. His knee protests his weight. And while the exhaustion has started to fade after a day of rest, thankfully, since there's something uncomfortably vulnerable about being so tired and unaware, it leaves room for a little bit of something else to start poking at the boundaries of Izuku's train of thought. He's suddenly aware that things are quiet right now, and he starts staring at his cell phone, waiting for it to light up with a message: orders from Vicious, perhaps, or an order not to get too comfortable where he is. The paranoia is throat-constricting, leaves Izuku twitching with a nervous, roiling energy that he can't quite contain. On the third day, it finally hits him. Surprisingly, it's not any message from Vicious or Masami or Victoria or even Hisashi that does it. In fact, they don't send him anything at all, not to inquire after anything, not to demand anything. They stay silent. And that's when Izuku finally understands it. They aren't asking anything more of him because that's not what they need of him anymore. Maybe it's because they want him to prioritize. Maybe it's because they're changing the way that they play their game. It doesn't matter. It doesn't change the fact that the one thing that they want of him, the one thing they have need of him for, is what Izuku has already failed at. The realization hits Izuku like a sledgehammer to the chest, as clean and clear and quick and painful as breaking a bone. Vicious keeps him around, Izuku knows, because the benefits of his presence outweigh the costs. He is a businessman first and foremost, after all. And Vicious had told him to his face that the information Izuku would be gathering wasn't just for Vicious himself. It was for his allies too. And what happens when Vicious can't uphold his end of the deal? When he can't uphold it because of Izuku? If anything does it, this will. Izuku's been keeping himself afloat for years, but one misstep and suddenly he's deadweight. And there's nothing to do with deadweight but drop it. Izuku wants to throw up. This is all his fault, of course. He's not going to regret stopping to help Akamai. He can't. He would have hated himself for failing to stop just as much, and it probably wouldn't have changed anything. But he'd slacked. If he'd been stronger, if he'd pushed himself harder in training or in the test, if he'd been better, then maybe he could have done both. He could have stopped to help and could have found a way to pass the exam. Maybe that means he deserves what's almost certainly coming his way. Izuku can almost bring himself to stop being afraid of it, if he thinks that way. That he has it coming if not for all his years of aiding and abetting Vicious then because he was unable to avoid it. But what about Mom? Izuku hasn't been able to see her in person since the day he'd left, but when he can, he keeps track. She still lives in the same apartment. She's still beautiful and amazing, of course. And Izuku is very aware, a thorn in Vicious' side that won't go away. It's almost amusing. Vicious hadn't, Izuku is almost certain, anticipated that Izuku's mother would be as persistent in trying to get her son back as she has been. She's harassed officers into investigating leads on multiple occasions, even though technically Izuku isn't missing, even though for all intents and purposes she shouldn't be able to. She's been able to instigate enough trouble that Vicious has been forced to take extra lengths to cover up Izuku's presence. And the worst part is that Vicious can't take a single one of the more permanent measures that he would probably like to, not without violating his promise to Izuku, not without inviting every ounce of resistance and trouble that Izuku is capable of creating for him. And these days? That's quite a bit. But here's where it becomes a problem. What happens if Izuku becomes more trouble than he's worth? What happens when Vicious loses the one excuse he has not to get rid of the woman who's been a thorn in his side for the past 7 years? The thought has Izuku's knees buckling under him. He collapses onto the ground, next to his bed. He reaches up, pulling the corner of the blanket until it slides off the bed and he can pull it close, pull it around him. He buries his face into it and tries to remember how to breathe in the darkness. He curls himself up, pulling the covers around him tighter, leaning into them like an embrace. His face feels damp, but he doesn't remember when he started crying. He's so stupid he makes nothing by mistakes. He chose to come here, he chose to help Vicious and his cohorts. He should have tried harder in the physical portion of the exam, rather than failing. How could he do that? How could he? When he knew that more likely than not he wouldn't be the only one suffering the consequences of his mistakes. This is what he is coming, he knows that. He does. But his mom deserves better. Izuku pulls himself together by next day, or at least enough that he doesn't think he's near catatonia anymore. He doesn't really feel any better actually, he still feels like retching, and terror still has its vice grip around his heart, but there's no productivity in collapsing into a panicked mess over a mistake that's already been made. It helps that today he has to go pick up Mrs. Nakiyama's groceries for her anyways. He's not going to make her throw her back out like, hey, yeah, sorry, gotta back out. This week. See, you didn't know this about me, but I'm a terrible person and the weight of my mistakes has finally caught up with me, so if it's okay with you I'm just going to lie face down in bed for the rest of what little remains of my life. Thanks for understanding. Yeah, no, Izuku's trying to avoid adding to his list of unforgivable sins as his life nears its end, anyways. Izuku must look a wreck though. Even though he's done literally nothing but sleep and stare blankly at walls and his phone for the past couple days, Mrs. Nakiyama shoots him a concerned glance as she passes her list off to him. He smiles at her nervously, hoping that will abate some of the worry he sees on her features. It doesn't quite work, but she doesn't pry for answers about what's wrong, so, small victories, right? The grocery store looks almost empty when Izuku steps inside. Once again, Izuku can't decide to be more relieved or disappointed when he sees that, despite the market's proximity to the school, there are no pro-heroes inside. Today, at least, he's leaning more towards being disappointed. He'd always hoped to have the opportunity to meet one of his idols at some point in his life. It only takes a couple minutes to pick up all the things on Mrs. Nakiyama's list. Even though Izuku had had to delay coming to pick her groceries up by a couple days because of the exam, the list is actually fairly short. Perhaps one of her children had come up to visit and done some shopping for her? Izuku pays at the register. He's here consistently enough that the cashier recognizes him, smile shifting out of its typical retail plasticity into something that looks a little bit more real. He's waving goodbye and gathering the bag up in his arms when he spots someone that he recognizes. They've just stepped out, must have checked out only a little bit before Izuku himself had. They're balancing several bags in their arms, more than any one person can probably reasonably be expected to carry. Well, maybe if Izuku does a lot of good acts now, whatever powers that be will take pity on him in the afterlife. Plus, a distraction is a distraction, and Izuku's really starting to think that he doesn't want to be alone with his thoughts right now. It only takes a short burst of speed to catch up to them. "Excuse me," says Izuku, and the other person turns to face him, looking surprised. "Mr. Yagi, right? Do you need some help with those?" The tall blonde man looks down at Izuku, looking stunned, then glances at the bags in his arms. "Oh," he says. "That's an incredibly kind offer, young man, but it's no problem." Izuku tilts his head quizzically. It doesn't look like it's no problem. Yagi doesn't really appear to be struggling with the weight of the bags, but the number of them appears to be an issue. "I really don't mind," says Izuku, hoping that his voice is encouraging. He shrugs casually. "I don't have anywhere else to be. Plus," he adds on a whim, "I'm trying to go to school to be a hero. I should probably practice as much as possible anyways, don't you think?" The words taste a little bit like ash, more of a lie now than ever. "Right?" says Yagi, and Izuku feels a brief moment of victory, his first in a while, at the note of concession he hears in the adult's voice. "Well then," Yagi continues, sounding amused, "far be it from me to deny you your training, young." He trails off, clearly fishing around in his memory for Izuku's name. "Izuku," he offers as he takes some of the groceries out of Yagi's arms and into his own. "Midoriya Izuku. It's fine. As I see it, I still owe you an apology for knocking you over the first time we met. Helping you carry some groceries is the least I can do." "Please," says Yagi, "don't worry about it. It was an accident, after all. They happen." Izuku laughs a little nervously. "Maybe. I probably could have prevented it by watching where I was going though. I really am sorry." Yagi looks amused. "Apology accepted, truly," he says, leading the way down the street. "I'm pretty clumsy myself, you know." "Really?" says Izuku, surprised and amused. "I don't know if you can measure up to me though." "Oh," says Yagi with a short laugh. "I think you'd be surprised." "Prove it," says Izuku. He says it with a laugh, but lets something challenging slip into his tone as he does. Nothing too strong, just something to test the waters. If Yagi is bothered by Izuku's casual tone, or if he notices Izuku gauging his reaction, he doesn't show it. "Well," he says instead, gazing thoughtfully ahead. "You see, I'm starting a new job in a little while, and a couple of days ago I was at a meeting with the rest of the staff, something of an orientation for us all, I suppose. And as I'm sure you've noticed, I favor looser clothing. So a little while in, I tried to stand up to go get some water, but when I did, my sleeve got caught on my chair. While I was trying to free myself, I accidentally hit the person sitting next to me in the face with my other arm, and when I went to make sure they were all right, I knocked their coffee right into their lap. They're really the grumpy sort too, so as you can imagine they were quite displeased." Izuku can't stop a small smile from breaking out across his face at the story. He tilts his head into his scarf, directing it at the ground. "That's pretty clumsy," he says after a moment, thoughtfully, "but you know something? I think I have a better one." "Oh," says Yagi good-naturedly. "All right, young man. Let me hear it." Izuku has a lot of stories to choose from. Vicious jobs so often require a delicate touch, and Izuku had taken a long time to train himself out of his natural clumsiness. It had been a bad combination. Most of his stories are kind of embarrassing, they make him feel like a bit of an idiot. But the ones that aren't quite so humiliating aren't fun to think about either, like the time he slipped on a spot of ice while crawling out a fourth-floor window. He'd slammed into a balcony railing on the way down and woke up on the ground an indeterminate amount of time later with 3 cracked ribs, a broken leg, and a dislocated knee, dread burning deep in his stomach. Actually, now that Izuku thinks about it, maybe the sheer bad luck of it is kind of funny. Just a little bit. Yagi probably won't see it that way, though, and Izuku doesn't feel like tricking his way out of filing a police report today. Embarrassing it is, then. They bounce stories off one another throughout the walk. They're moving at a pretty slow pace, so they have plenty of time. Yagi walks slowly. Not agonizingly so, but he does carry himself with the delicate deliberation of the injured. There's no visible limp that Izuku can pick up, though he's trying to keep his gaze from betraying his train of thought, but a couple awkward twitches that he picks up in his peripheral vision do suggest that the man is favoring his left side. It's probably impolite to analyze a stranger for weaknesses during your attempt to apologize to them for a prior mistake, but it's not a habit that Izuku thinks he can turn off. Plus, it's not like he's ever going to make use of the information. Plenty of people have chronic pain, or injuries that never quite heal right. He can sympathize even now. A couple days after the exam, Izuku can feel his knee twinge at his weight a little bit. He can see weakness in someone else without exploiting it. He's better than vicious in that regard, at least. After a little while, they reach a nice-looking but relatively non-assuming apartment building. Yagi comes to a stop by the building doors, turning to Izuku. "Here is fine," says Yagi, reaching out to take his bags from Izuku's arms. A debilitating, likely old, injury. A reluctance towards allowing a stranger, no matter how harmless-looking, to see the exact location of his apartment, which is in a building that's even closer to UA than Izuku's own. It could just be coincidence, but Izuku racks his brain for any retired pro heroes that match Yagi's description. He comes up blank. He doesn't know every hero, of course, but he knows most of them, and neither Yagi nor his injury are ringing any bells for Izuku. Hey, he tells himself. This is where you chill out. It's an unlikely suspicion anyways, and even if he's right, what does it matter? What business is it of his? Except, then, a voice chides in his head. It's an unknown variable, and unknown variables get people killed. Too late, did that already, he reminds himself, and then almost winces. He really doesn't need to be thinking about his mom right now. Yagi is just wishing him well and about to step inside when he stops and asks, I nearly forgot. The entrance exams for UA happened earlier this week, correct? How did it go? If Izuku weren't standing still, he's sure he would have tripped in surprise. Okay then. Guess I don't have choice, he thinks sarcastically, and then immediately feels guilty for it. There's no way that Yagi could know, of course, about the feelings such a question would dredge up. But isn't it just his luck? After all, talking about the admissions exam really makes it a lot harder for Izuku to pretend that the whole thing isn't happening, even if it's just for a little while. Says Izuku, not quite successful at hiding the sudden reticence in his voice. He kicks at the sidewalk. It probably could have gone better. I felt okay about the written exam, but I'm pretty sure I bombed the physical portion. I'm sorry to hear that, says Yagi, voice sympathetic. Perhaps your score on the written will be good enough to make up for it, though? Izuku makes a skeptical noise in response. And even if you don't get in, says Yagi sagely, groceries still bundled in his arms, there are other schools than UA out there. There's always another chance, another opportunity. Izuku can't help the smile that he cracks at that a broken thing that he points at the ground so Yagi won't see it. It feels brittle. Dead leaves crushed under his grasp, ready to disintegrate as soon as he loosens his grip. Not for me, he says, and well crap, that was a little too straightforward. The words themselves don't mean much, aren't too different from what a lot of other kids in his situation might say. But they're more honest for Izuku than they probably are for most, and there's a tragedy to that isn't easily replicated, a bitter discordance about it that seeps through when you talk about something that's broken and awful and, worst of all, true. He purses his lips, hopes that Yagi will write it off as the childish disappointment and dramatics of a kid. There's a moment of silence, and then something heavy drops on Izuku's shoulder. It takes all of his willpower not to pull away from the unexpected contact on instinct, and despite his best efforts he does startle under Yagi's hand, dragging his eyes up from the ground in surprise. Luckily, it only takes him a moment to relax. The man's hand on top of Izuku's shoulder is a firm weight, but it's not constricting by any means. It would be easy for Izuku to shrug out from under it. After a second, he realizes with surprise that he doesn't particularly want to. Yagi meets his gaze determinedly, deep-set eyes burning with the sincerity of his words. Listen here, young man. Don't give up on yourself so easily, he says. You never know until you know. Remember that. After another moment, Yagi drops his hand and bends down to pick his bags up. He must have put them down to get a free hand. Definitely favoring the left, Izuku notes absent-mindedly. You're right, says Izuku after a moment, trying to force his smile into something less plastic. I should try and be more positive. Thank you. His voice is dry, cracking a bit, like old paint peeling off the wall. But if Yagi catches on to Izuku's insincerity, he doesn't mention it. The worst part is that Yagi's words are inspirational, really. It had been the exact right thing to say, just said to the worst possible person. But even so, Izuku desperately wishes that the sentiment did, indeed, apply him. But here's the thing, you never know until you know, and Izuku does. Except, apparently he doesn't. Because, apparently, near-perfect score on the written exam. Outstanding application. The physical exam evaluated on multiple metrics, designed in a manner that would deliberately put the weaker students at a disadvantage. Students were graded not just on their performance but on their willingness to assist their peers even when it might appear to be disadvantageous to themselves. Because apparently, Izuku passed. Vicious and the others don't seem surprised by the news, or if they are, they're not showing it. They probably see it as just another order fulfilled, another expectation met. Not certain death, just barely escaped. Izuku should probably feel relieved. Instead, he thinks he might be more spooked than ever. Like someone who's been held at gunpoint after the enemy's weapons are finally put away. It's relieving to know that he gets to live another day, but the threat of what almost was is far too immense to forget right away. So instead the shadow of it lingers, hanging above like an executioner's axe. It's a sentence stayed, but perhaps not permanently. Almost as intimidating is the start of the school year, looming ahead. Izuku's been granted mercy by the universe from whatever cruel fate Vicious might have planned, but that doesn't change the fact that he's being sent to UA, practically a den of wolves considering the situation that Izuku's in. When the time comes, he'll have two choices. Funnel information about heroes, information that could get people, good people, killed, to Vicious until he gets caught. At which point, if he's lucky, Vicious deems him worthy of a rescue and he spends the rest of his life a fugitive and a killer. If he's unlucky, Vicious decides he's not worth the trouble and pays someone who's gone dirty to cut Izuku's wrists with a switchblade or hang him up by the neck with his bedsheets. Alternatively, he deflects for as long as possible until Vicious catches on, and then he'll be gone, killed painful and slow, and then one day forgotten, only able to hope that no one else gets caught up in the crossfire. Izuku wishes that there was some physical way to resist the passage of time, for him to dig his heels in and say, thanks, but I'd rather be here and exist in this small liminal space between narrowly escaped death and thing that is actually going to kill him. But there isn't. The world spins on and time flows forward, sweeping Izuku along in its current, and apparently trying to slam him into every FING rock along the way. And isn't that ironic? Izuku never thought that he would dread the day he'd go to UA. He'd never realized how thin the line between a dream and a nightmare really is, not until he'd experienced the transition himself. A couple days before the first day of school, Vicious sits Izuku down in his office. Make yourself comfortable, says Vicious brightly, twirling his pen in his hand. I must say, Izuku, I know I haven't had the opportunity to tell you yet, but I am terribly proud of you. Masami and Hisashi were quite skeptical when I told them of my plan. Did you know? Victoria was too, actually, but you know her. Vicious smiles, conspiratorial. She's always so pessimistic. But Izuku, I knew you could do it. You remind me a lot of myself. You know what you have to do and you do it. Izuku shrugs, a little helplessly. The phrase, remind me a lot of myself, burrows into his skin and burns in his blood. Izuku hates it when Vicious talks to him like that because Izuku can't, not even to save his life, tell if Vicious says these things out of legitimate belief that they're complimentary, or because he knows that if he frames them as a compliment, Izuku can't express how viscerally disgusted the notion makes him feel. Both are a little scary. If it's the first, Vicious really is demented. If it's the second, then he's intelligent enough to know that cruelty doesn't always have to be graceless, a blunt weapon crushing bone. Intelligent enough to know that it's deadliest when it's fine-pointed blades sliding home through flesh and muscle. And even after all these years, for all that Vicious compliments his analytical ability, Izuku can't tell which one is the truth of the man, so carefully does Vicious tread the knife's edge between being unhinged and being a sadistic genius. Well, says Izuku after a moment, I don't know what the alternative would have been. It's partly a matter of curiosity if he really would have been better off if he'd failed, and partly Izuku being too exhausted with it all at this point to bother feigning happiness. Vicious tilts his head to the side. Oh, he says, voice still genial, you would not have liked it. Thanks. Ah, says Vicious, don't look like that, kid. You don't have to worry about that now. Right? Says Izuku, shifting in his seat. So what was it that you wanted to discuss with me? And oh, that's too cross, and he tacks on hastily, sir. Right, says Vicious. Straight down to business, as always, young Izuku. I just wanted to go over your orders, briefly. We aren't going to have you do much right at the start. Just focus on ingratiating yourself. Pass along anything that you overhear that you think might be helpful, but the only thing we need you to be watching out for right now is All Might. I want to know what's going on with him. Is this information for your allies, sir? Izuku keeps his tone non-committal, but can feel himself cringing inside. Is his question too prying? Vicious does not, thankfully, look irritated. He leans back in his seat. My allies? Ah, yes, I did mention them to you. Well, he says thoughtfully, since you are our most valuable asset on this case, I suppose I can let you in on a little more information. You see, I've been contacted by a group known as the League of Villains. They're very interested in merging with us. I am less interested, admittedly, but they're a rising power. They could prove a powerful ally. I see no problem in helping further each other's purposes. That said, no, this information is not for them. It's for me. Vicious steeples his fingers and brings them up to his face. This league, their leader, he speaks of killing the symbol of peace. What? Izuku can't keep the word from slipping out, surprised and loud. He winces when he realizes, slapping a hand over his open mouth with a startled gasp, like he can catch any more outbursts in his fingers this way. But he can't help it, the notion of killing All Might is ludicrous, but Vicious is a powerful villain, and if this league is strong enough to intrigue him as a potential partner, then maybe they can. And no, because if they can, then they'll try. And they'll use every advantage that they have. Including Izuku. He can't be a part of that. He can't. The idea of All Might falling in battle makes Izuku's stomach turn, makes something terrified and tragic squeeze tight around his heart and lungs, but the idea of being responsible in any way for it is nearly enough for Izuku to empty the contents of his stomach onto the table in front of him right there and then. I know, says Vicious, not seeming to take Izuku's outburst as an attack. It's not the first time, of course, but their discussions of killing All Might in conjunction with what they've told me, it makes me think that there may actually be something to it this time. My gut is right, then this may be the first time since the start of his career that our great symbol of peace has an exploitable weakness. And if he does... Vicious' eyes glaze over, like he's lost in fantasy. Well, if he does? Then I want to know about it too. Right? Izuku thinks, half-dazed in a way that doesn't fade until later, when he stumbles into his room. It's too late for him to head back to the apartment now, though he longs achingly for the distance. But he shuts the door behind him a little louder than he means to and then collapses against it, sinking to the floor and burying his head in his knees, hyperventilating a bit. This isn't something he can escape. Failure will cost him his life, and while Izuku hardly wants to die, if it would protect All Might's life, if it would protect any of the pro-heroes that Vicious is probably going to line up in his sights, Izuku would pay the price. He would be effing grateful for the opportunity. He wishes that he had it that way, wishes that it were that easy, so simple as just giving his life for theirs and that being the end of it. But it's not just his life on the line, it's his mom's too. And that isn't something Izuku can allow either. His mother is not an acceptable casualty. But Izuku focuses on his breathing, trying to slow it, and he thinks about All Might. Thinks of all the lives the hero has saved, of the way that the pro-hero, even on the rare occasions he's injured, goes to help others with a smile on his face, willing to do whatever it takes to ease their suffering, even if it's in some small way. And even the people he hasn't saved, All Might has inspired countless people, including Izuku himself. Izuku curls up, trying to sink into his sweatshirt. He stares at the sleeve. This might as well be Exhibit A. It's his favorite one, a muted yellow, not as practical a color as the black hoodie he wears when jobs from Vicious require stealth at all, but he wears it much more. It's comfortable and warm and makes him feel safe. He'd chosen this color, impractical as it is, because it reminded him of All Might. He can't be a part of something that's going to take someone like that out of the world, not All Might, and not any of the other pros. His mother isn't an acceptable casualty, but neither are they. Izuku tries to steel himself, tries to take a deep breath, but it's shaky and shallow instead, like his lungs have forgotten how. It doesn't matter that this is an impossible situation. It doesn't matter that he wishes he'd never ended up here. He did, and now it's happening, and he doesn't have a choice about that. He has to find a way to make it work. This is just going to be like the past 7 years. A worse version, sure. But it's the same general idea. Izuku's played the delicate balancing game of filtering information for years, of passing along information that will hurt without killing, that is just misleading enough to avoid causalities. It won't be sustainable, not really. Vicious will expect more concrete results now that Izuku's in the thick of it, and the longer he goes without them, the more suspicious he will get. But Izuku has years of practice. Maybe it won't be enough for him to go uncaught, but it should be enough to buy him some time. And he doesn't need to go uncaught. He just needs to make sure that no one else gets caught in the crossfire of all this. He can do that. He has to. There's no other way. Izuku's grip on his knees tightens and he bows his head forward, lightheaded. There are no acceptable casualties. The only person he'll allow Vicious to hurt in this mess is him. He's not much, he knows that. He's quirkless and weak and useless, and he hates it. But this he can do. He doesn't have a choice. The first thing Izuku realizes on the first day of school is that UA is massive. Which is, okay, not quite a surprise. It hasn't been that long since he was here for the entrance exam, but it does pave the way for his second realization. He has no idea where he's supposed to go. He stops in his tracks the moment that he processes how completely and utterly lost he is, jerking his head up and surveying the doors around him for any indication of where his class might be. He's so lost in his own head that he doesn't even process what a bad idea it is to stop so suddenly in the middle of a crowded and chaotic hallway until it's already too late. "Oh," says a surprised voice from behind him, not a half second before someone slams into him and sends him stumbling forward. "Sorry." The word slips out of Izuku's mouth almost before he finishes turning around completely, which is lucky, because the second he sets his eyes on the person who bumped into him, his voice cuts off in a strangled noise of surprise. He'd half expected to see them sprawled out on the floor from the fall, not unlike Yagi on the occasion of their first meeting. But instead he's faced with a girl about his age, with brown hair and a soft, round face, and who is, most importantly, floating. Izuku thinks his jaw might be touching the ground right now. No, she says, and reorients herself so that her feet are pointing towards the ground before pressing her fingers. Interesting. Does she need all 5 then? Together and dropping the couple inches to the ground with sudden applied force, not controlled flight then, some sort of weight manipulation? She gives a little bounce, like she's testing the force of gravity, and gives Izuku a smile. "I could have been watching where I was going better," she says. "I'm the one who's sorry." Izuku gives his head a frantic shake. Crap. He should probably say something, knows that he needs to say something, if only because he's not going to make it very far as a spy at all if he goes wide-eyed and mute every time someone so much as looks in his direction. Luckily, the girl doesn't seem particularly upset or angry with him for causing her trouble. That makes it a little easier for him to find his voice again, even though it still comes out shakier and weaker than Izuku would otherwise prefer. "I shouldn't have just stopped in the middle of the hallway like that. I was just, his voice gives out slightly and he cuts himself off. Best to stop while he's ahead. This is embarrassing. A little bit of frustration bubbles up in Izuku's chest. Why is it that talking to Vicious and the others is easy enough, if uncomfortable, but talking to people his own age, people that he would much rather prefer to be talking to, makes him act like an absolute idiot? Luckily, When he meets the girl's eyes, she doesn't look irritated or weirded out at all. She gives him a polite smile. Yeah, she prompts gently, clearly waiting for him to continue. Izuku swallows. I guess I don't really know where I'm going, he forces the words out, giving her a tight smile and rubbing the back of his head uncomfortably. She gives him a wide-eyed look. Really? She says, leaning forwards intently. Izuku winces. Yeah, he confirms, resisting the urge to look around for an exit. Oh, thank God, she says, and Izuku blinks in surprise. I have no idea where I'm going either. What? He says, a little louder and more clearly than before. Yeah, she says, mirroring him and rubbing the back of her head with an awkward laugh. I mean, UA is so big. How are we supposed to know where anything is? Tons of kids have to be lost, right? But everybody looks like they know where they're going. It's really freaking me out. Maybe there's a map somewhere, he offers awkwardly. There'd better be, or else I'm going to be getting lost a lot, she smiles again, full-faced and friendly. I'm Uraraka Ochako, by the way. Ah. Izuku stares at the hand she outstretches to him until his mind processes what she's asking of him and he moves his own out, giving her an awkward handshake. Midoriya Izuku. He says it like a question, and Izuku almost facepalms then and there. No wonder Vicious didn't have him use a fake name. Apparently, he's not even sure of his real one. It's nice to meet you, Midoriya, she says, and then she hesitates, tilting her head to the side thoughtfully. You're a first year too, right? She asks, and Izuku stops. For a moment, a voice hisses in his head. Why does she want to know? Izuku silences it quickly. She's just curious, he knows. It might go against his better sensibilities to just reveal information about himself to anyone who asks, but it's harmless, and Izuku's not going to let himself be rude just because he's predisposed to paranoia. He gives her a small nod. Cool. Uraraka beams. We have like 30 minutes. Do you want to, help each other find our classes or something? I mean, if not, it's totally cool. I just feel a lot better being lost with someone else, you know? Izuku hates to admit it, but he probably would too. And, well, he looks closely at Uraraka. Her body language is open and loose. She seems truly friendly, not like she has an ulterior motive. And wait, what? Izuku hates this sudden bout of irrationality coursing through him. What ulterior motive do any of the kids that go here have? They aren't like him, after all. Even the worst of them are still here to be heroes. So, Izuku supposes it's not a bad idea to get some help finding his classes. Yeah, okay, he squeaks out and Uraraka smiles again. Christ. Do all prospective heroes smile this much? It's not that he dislikes it or anything. Izuku just has no idea where one would even get the energy to smile that often and that truly. Awesome, she says. What class are you in? Izuku ventures a brief glance down at his schedule. 1C. Oh nice. I'm in 1A. Uraraka says hero course, of course. With a quirk like that, and Izuku can't pick up in any indication that the enthusiasm and interest in her voice is faked. She starts walking down the hall and then pauses after a moment, probably having realized that Izuku isn't yet following. He's still standing there, confused, like he's in a daze and trying to remember what the hell equilibrium is and how, exactly, he can find it again. Hey, she says. You coming? Oh, says Izuku, and then he glances up at her, eyes refocusing. Just, yeah, sorry, he breaks into a light jog to catch up to her. Right. Do you have any idea where we're supposed to start? Not a clue, she says brightly. But hey, I'm sure we'll figure it out. In the end, they both make it to class on time, though only just barely. The classrooms themselves are actually pretty easy to spot. It ultimately ended up being nothing but an issue of finding the right part of the building. Of course, UA is large enough that alone was confusing. By the time that they're heading off to their respective classes, Izuku thinks that he's actually kind of sad to be parting ways with Uraraka. It's a surprise even to himself, but there is something decidedly friendly and non-threatening about her. Enough so that by the end of their 30 minutes Izuku might almost call himself at ease. Good luck, she says to him, and gives a cheerful wave goodbye. I'll see you around, okay? Okay, Izuku says, voice still a little weak, still a little too high. Still though, she responds to his own awkward wave of farewell with a bright grin, before turning on her heel and rushing to class. She disappears around the corner, and Izuku swallows nervously. He can feel his heart beating in his chest, just a little bit too fast. He can hear his blood coursing and feel the breath catching in his chest. He's going to walk through the door to Class 1C, and the school day will begin, and so will his official career as, well, as a spy. It's like the first cracks in the foundation of a building about to collapse, the first few moments of a car accident. The beginning of the end. God, he thinks his hand might be shaking, which is so stupid. What this is or isn't doesn't matter, not really. It is happening and that there isn't anything he can do about it other than roll with the blows. That's what matters. Izuku heaves a deep sigh and clenches his fists tight at his side to still the trembling. He needs to keep himself together if he wants to make this work. A death sentence is a death sentence no matter how you look at it. Izuku might as well just face it head on. Izuku pushes the door open and steps inside. He almost freezes in place. Izuku has to admit, it's not what he'd expected. He doesn't know what exactly he had actually been expecting, but a perfectly normal high school classroom certainly wasn't it. Which is, now that he thinks about it, pretty ridiculous. This is the general studies course, after all. Why wouldn't it be like a normal high school classroom? The classroom is pretty crowded. It looks like most of the other students are already here, but the teacher apparently is not probably taking advantage of the minute or so left before the school day officially starts. About half the class has taken the lack of supervision as an open invitation to socialize. Most of the students are leaning half out of their seats, trying to chat with the kids around them. They all seem pretty excited, probably not just about the start of a new school year, Izuku is sure, but also about the fact that it's their first day at UA. The energy of it buzzes in the air, practically electric. Izuku cringes a bit. All of his instincts are screaming at him to turn on his heel 180 degrees and walk right out again. It's too crowded here. Too loud. People are too interested in one another. This is the exact type of social situation that Izuku has spent the last 7 years of his life desperately trying to avoid, primarily out of necessity, and eventually out of personal preference. He probably looks pretty weird, just standing there staring at the other students in utter petrification the way that he is. Luckily, just about everyone else seems too caught up in their conversations to notice him standing there, frozen in place. Izuku takes a deep breath. Okay, he coaches himself. All he has to do is just take a seat, and then he can just not talk to anybody for the rest of the day. Save socialization for another time. His big step for today is coming to school at all. Good plan. Oh hey, it's you, says a familiar voice, just soft enough to keep Izuku from jumping half a foot in the air. A pale hand waves in the air in front of his face. Izuku blinks in startled surprise. Oh, he says. Akamine, right? Akamine gives him a small smile, ducking into Izuku's line of sight. Hey Midoriya, he says. Izuku can't stop himself from hesitating, suspicious almost on instinct. You remember my name? Yeah, of course, says Akamine. He looks taken aback for a moment, eyes widening a little, but then he relaxes again, continuing warmly, you kind of saved my butt. I think I at least owe you that much. I'm really glad to see you here, though. I was kind of scared that you wouldn't get in because of me. I would have felt awful. Izuku shifts in place, uncomfortable. Why on earth is Akamine so grateful? Izuku hadn't even done anything that special. Certainly nothing, he's sure, that most other students wouldn't have done. But, almost despite himself, Izuku can't stop himself from giving Akamine's small half-smile in return. Izuku knows that he doesn't deserve thanks for what he did, but he has to admit, it doesn't feel awful. It's nice to know, at least, that he might have suffered from a shitty week due to the incident, but at least it meant something to someone. Considering the fact that he's, at least for now, still alive and breathing, Izuku might even say that that makes it worth it. He says, unsure of where to steer the conversation next, you got in too? Barely, says Akamine, my finish time was horrible. I just got lucky. I guess not a lot of us Gen Ed kids caught onto the rescue points portion of the exam. There weren't that many of us who got any, so, He shrugs, smiling cheekily, everything about him screaming, "What can you do?" "I got in." Akamine gives Izuku a curious look, reaching up to absently play with a curly brown lock of his hair as he does. "So," he says, "you gonna stand here all day?" Izuku glances over his shoulder at the door behind him, and then at Akamine. "No," he offers after a moment, voice confused, and Akamine smiles. "You can sit with me if you want," he says, heading over to some empty seats in the front left of the room. Izuku pauses. Typically, he'd prefer to sit in the back of the classroom. It's the most ideal location for surveying a large number of people at once, allows him to keep his back to the wall, all the while making it more difficult for other people to notice him. Unfortunately, it looks like he arrived too late to manage to get one of those seats. His next preferred spot would be near the door, worse visibility, but proximity to the exit would compensate for that loss. But those are also all full. That limits Izuku's options to where Akamine is headed, or to some scattered seats in the middle of the classroom. The seats in the middle would grant him slightly better visibility and more subtlety, but the idea of being surrounded on all sides is distinctly unappealing, enough so that Izuku dismisses it offhand. He sighs and finally follows Akamine, settling into a seat in the front row, next to the window. At least a window can function as an exit, he really needs it to. Though, actually, he's sure that UA probably has all of its windows rigged up with alarms and other security. Still, being near it makes him feel a little better than not being near an exit at all. And that way he only has to worry about having people on two sides rather than being flanked on all four. Whoa, he catches himself. Is he picking a seat in class or trying to develop a FING battle strategy? He wants to tell himself, better safe than sorry, but he honestly can't imagine that, should he be found out to be a traitor in UA, that the location of his seat in the classroom is going to make any difference whatsoever. If he gets caught by the pros or by Vicious or by whoever, it won't matter if he's in the front of the class or the back or if he's halfway across the world, he's screwed. Izuku absently notices Akamine sitting in the seat behind him, which is, that's good, at least Akamine isn't an entirely unknown variable. "Oh," says Akamine, and Izuku looks back at the other boy in time to see him lean over and start rummaging through his backpack. He pulls out a water bottle out and Izuku almost does a double take. Akamine has a lot of water bottles in his bag. Is that some sort of function of his quirk? Does it dehydrate him quickly? "Here, do you need some water?" It takes Izuku a moment to realize that Akamine is not, in fact, talking to him. Instead, he's addressing the girl who's sitting just to Izuku's right. Izuku, careful not to make it too obvious, casts a surreptitious glance in her direction. She's one of the few kids in the general education course, it seems, with a fully visible quirk. Her hair is glossy and black, and her skin glows with a healthy tan. But most remarkable is the way that her skin is covered in large, expansive splotches of brassy, golden scales. Even the parts of her skin that aren't actually scaly glow with an inhuman sheen, like the scales are rippling just beneath the surface, about to grow out at any second. Additionally, she seems to have a strange crease in her forehead. It almost throws Izuku off a bit. It's not quite like a scar. In fact, it looks more like an extra fold of skin, though Izuku cannot possibly fathom its function. "Oh," she says, "yes please." She hisses out the letter, like it's a separate word of its own, a forked tongue revealing itself between her lips as she does, flicking out as if to taste the air. She blinks slowly, eyes golden and slit-pupilled. Like a cat. Or, Izuku supposes in her case, a snake. Akamine hands the water bottle over to her, and she smiles at him. "Thanks," she says, opening the cap. "No problem," says Akamine. "You need it." "HM?" Izuku actually glances over his shoulder at Akamine for that, and the girl furrows her brow, confused. "I'm sorry," she says. Akamine looks at them, bewildered. "What?" he says, and Izuku sees the moment that Akamine processes his own words. Wait, no, not like that. Whatever explanation Akamine is about to offer, however, is cut short by the door swinging wide open. "Hello, listeners," their homeroom teacher says, deafeningly. "Welcome to UA." The class immediately breaks out in uproar. 3/4 of the class are chattering with excitement. Holy sheet, says one girl from the back of the class. Present Mike is our homeroom teacher? Oh man, are you serious? This is awesome. Whoa, no way. We actually have a pro for a teacher. The remaining quarters seem a little bit confused, but they're still enthusiastic. Oh, Izuku hears one kid mutter. He looks really familiar. He's a pro then? That's really cool. Wow, says the girl with the scales, to Izuku's right. Is he popular? I'm not from around here. Yeah, says Akamine from behind Izuku, sounding pleased. He's really cool. Are you excited, Midoriya? Says Izuku. Oh yeah. I think it's really cool that Present Mike is our teacher. It's also kind of heart attack inducing. Izuku has no idea how to process this. He can't decide whether or not this is more of a good surprise or a bad one. On one hand, having a pro hero for a teacher should make his job a lot easier. On the other, it's just one more reason for Vicious to get on his case. And more than that, though having a pro for a homeroom teacher might make it easier for Izuku to pick up information subtly, it will also make it a hell of a lot easier for the pro to notice things about him in return. And that can only end badly. Yet, despite this, Izuku can feel a touch of excitement edging out the paranoia, if only just slightly. He's in a class taught by a pro hero. It makes sense, of course, that not everyone recognizes Present Mike right off the bat, considering the sheer number of heroes in the world, but they've probably all heard of him at one point or another. Present Mike's pretty popular, especially locally. He's fairly well known even on the national level too, which is quite impressive. He might not be in the top 10 or anything known worldwide for their abilities, but he's certainly not a pro lacking in a fanbase. There are definitely things about Present Mike's technique that Izuku finds intriguing, that will be endlessly fascinating to observe in person. For instance, Izuku can venture a guess that the speaker on Present Mike's neck is meant for directing the pro's sound waves. There's footage, not media footage, just some shaky phone camera video taken by a daring civilian, lower quality than most of the professional stuff perhaps, but Izuku has found footage like that is what reveals most of the real interesting facts, from a fight 2 or so years back that he'd watched that had raised some interesting questions in his mind. In it, Present Mike's speaker had taken some damage in combat, and the footage afterwards showed Present Mike's allies taking cover when he'd unleashed his quirk. That would suggest that in its natural form, Present Mike's quirk is either omnidirectional, or at the very least, possessing of a much broader range than his quirk usage with the speaker would suggest. Whether Present Mike is incapable of unleashing directed blasts on his own, or if doing so is just very difficult to manage is hard to tell, though. But if Izuku had to place his bets, he would probably say that it's the latter. If he's recalling correctly, Present Mike also attended UA a number of years back. A directional system like the one in his speaker would have taken some time to develop, so Present Mike would have needed some way to use his quirk without taking out everyone in a 50-foot radius if he was to succeed as a student until it was ready. It's impressive. The degree of control and skill that such a feat would require is quite significant. The outburst of excitement has finally started to die down when one student puts her hand in the air. Yes, says Present Mike, voice friendly, and, Izuku notes, naturally loud without being at all aggressive. Habit, perhaps? Partial hearing loss? Some combination of both? Sir, the student says, I thought you taught hero course students? A wave of upset mutterings sweeps through the class, as if people are legitimately worried that Present Mike has walked into the wrong classroom by accident and is about to realize his mistake and leave. I do, says Present Mike without missing a beat. I teach English to classes 1A and 1B, but that's hardly a full schedule of classes. So yes, I am also the homeroom teacher for 1C this year. The voices of the other kids even out as they whisper to one another, pleased again. Right? Says Present Mike. Does anyone else have a question? No one else raises their hands. Excellent, says Present Mike. Then let's introduce ourselves and then we can begin. Introductions take a while. Present Mike talks a lot, not that Izuku minds. He is perfectly aware that he is hardly one to criticize others for talking too much. He's zoning out a bit, processing the words without quite paying attention to them. Right now kids are just giving their names and answering whatever questions Present Mike sees fit to pepper them with. Hardly anything pertinent to Izuku's job here. His voice is certainly loud, but after a little while Izuku has to admit that it's not an unpleasant one. He can see why Present Mike has found such success as both a pro hero and a radio host. The man is good at talking a lot without coming across as too self-absorbed. When it's his turn, Izuku manages to choke a couple monosyllabic answers out to present mixed questions. Luckily, the pro seems to pick up on Izuku's discomfort quickly and gives him a friendly smile. Before moving on to the next student. He's perceptive too, then, which is good for Izuku right now but might prove problematic later. Present Mike is giving them a spiel now about what will be expected of them in the general studies course. Most of it is in the traditional subjects of study. However, Present Mike declares they will also receive some training that parallels that of the hero course. Even if they didn't get moved up to the hero course during their time here, says Present Mike encouragingly, I know many pros who started out in general studies and got certified post-graduation. That's how many successful heroes get their starts. So it certainly doesn't hurt for us to train you in these matters. Even if you don't plan to go into the field, or even if you don't become a hero at all, such skills can only prove helpful. Present Mike continues on for a while. His tone had taken on a lower, more serious quality to share this with them, but now the energy has returned to it, and Izuku wonders, vaguely, how anyone can have the momentum it takes to be so high intensity. But Izuku finds himself suddenly, incomprehensibly, unable to focus. The hairs on the back of his neck are rising beneath his scarf, and he shifts uncomfortably. He feels like someone is watching him. He shifts in his seat, casting a sidelong glance across the room. Nothing. Present Mike is distracted enough that Izuku doesn't even worry about attracting attention when he glances back over his shoulder and finally spots it. He is 3 rows over, all the way in the back. The boy in that seat is Izuku recognizes him vaguely, with his tired eyes and messy purple hair, but it takes a moment. It's the boy from the entrance exam, who'd spoken to him just before the written portion. He's staring at Izuku like, well, not like he's angry, but a little indignantly, like Izuku's a puzzle that he's trying to work out but that he doesn't quite understand. Izuku doesn't mean to, but he can't stop himself from meeting the other boy's gaze. Izuku doesn't think that he looks angry. He's really not. Izuku's more confused, if anything. A little bit curious, definitely. But the other boy's eyes narrow in return, as if meeting a challenge, and after a moment he slumps back in his seat, breaking their locked gazes. Izuku waits for a moment, to see if the boy will do anything else, but the other boy keeps his gaze decidedly averted. Huh, thinks Izuku. Okay, that's definitely weird. Izuku is getting a little blown away by his own ability to consistently underestimate today's willingness to give him a heart attack. Izuku had thought that walking onto the massive campus was terrifying, had been bewildered and uncomfortable at the chatter in his classroom this morning. So this is stupid. In the past 7 years of his life, he's had his life and his general well-being put under threat more times than he can count. He's worked against those who hold his life in the palms of their hands. He's broken into high-security buildings, stolen from important people. So how on earth is he so goddamn intimidated by a high school cafeteria? It's crowded and chaotic, like his homeroom times 10. Izuku had been considering getting himself something to eat, knows that he'll probably need it but demon, now his stomach is revolting. His mouth dries up, appetite suddenly gone. He tries to remember if it was like this at some of the other schools Vicious had enrolled him in, and he thinks that it must have been after all. How different can it really be? And that's weird. He's never reacted like this at school before. He'd been avoidant, and anxious as hell of course. But not freaked out to the point of DSFNCTN. The weight of everything else must really be getting to him then, which, Izuku wants to berate himself. Of all the missions where his brain has to decide that, apparently, things are just too freaky and awful for him to repress, it picks the one where the stakes are higher than ever before. But he doesn't have time to waste yelling at himself, so he takes a deep breath and makes a resolve. He is not going to go lock himself in a bathroom stall for the rest of the lunch PRD, even though he kind of wants to. Instead, he's going to behave like a rational human being and find a seat at an empty table. He's going to sit there, practice his breathing, collect himself, and get these irrationalities under control. Then, if he has time, he's going to get himself something to eat so he doesn't starve to death. That doesn't sound so hard. He can do that. Izuku finds one of a few remaining unoccupied tables at the periphery at the cafeteria, taking a seat with his back to the wall so he can survey the sea of swarming students before him as he thinks. It's the perfect spot. Unobtrusive, probably the quietest that it's going to get in here, and it gives him a view of most the entire cafeteria. And then Akamine plops his tray down right across from Izuku. "Can I sit here?" he says, and then promptly takes a seat. Says Izuku. He knows that letting people get too close in his proximity makes it a lot more difficult for him to observe, to keep an eye out for information and for threats alike, but shooing the other boy away is sure to attract undue attention anyways, and, well, Izuku doesn't dislike people, really. He'd only had Kaken and Mom while he was a little kid, and he hasn't seen either of them in a long time, so it's hard for him to judge since he doesn't really know many people, or at least ones that don't, on one level or another, kind of want to kill him. But that hardly means he hates them, or that he doesn't care for the company of others. He's just not used to it. But as a result, he can't honestly say that, on a personal level, he's really all that interested in sending the other boy away. Finally, he gives Akamine a shrug. For the sake of his own well-being, he'll avoid inviting the company, but he doesn't have the energy or the interest to force himself to be AD about it. Akamine smiles. "Cool," he says. "Got this for you, by the way." He adjusts his tray so that it's vertical in between the two of them, and Izuku blinks at it. There's 2 of every item on the tray, one of each pushed onto the side of the tray closest to Izuku. "You got some for me too?" he says, confused. "Akamine, you didn't I have money. 1, you should totally call me Ren. And 2, you weren't going to use any of it," says Akamine. "No, Ren," sagely, shaking his head in disagreement. "And your blood sugar's low." Izuku snaps his mouth shut before it can even really fall open. He recalls that Vicious had cautioned him against analyzing others' quirks for the sake of preserving the believability of his own quirk. But Izuku thinks he has a pretty good guess lined up, and now Ren's made him curious. Still, caution can't hurt, he supposes. Best to phrase it subtly. "How did you he says, "cause of your quirk?" Ren gives him a look of pleasant surprise. "Yeah," he says. "My quirk is it's a weird one, I guess. I just kind of always know what people need, or sometimes what they need help with. Like my blood sugar," Izuku confirms, careful not to phrase his words as a question, and then after a moment he says, "You did it on the day of the entrance exam too." "Yeah," says Ren, and then pauses and makes a wide, expansive motion with his hands too. "But also non-physical stuff too? There are lots of people in here with low blood sugar, but I bought you lunch because I knew that you were the one who wasn't going to do it for yourself? Also 'cause I know you, but yeah." Izuku pauses, from where he just started picking at the bowl of fruit Ren had gotten him. Now that's interesting. Izuku had still been making that decision for himself. Ren's quirk, then, isn't just some scan of a person's vital signs, it's precognitive. In an extremely limited way, perhaps, but even extremely weak precognitive quirks have a wide variety of uses. Izuku can think of several right off the bat. "That's why you carry all those water bottles, then?" "Yeah," says Ren, "you wouldn't believe how bad people are at keeping themselves hydrated." Izuku ventures further. "This one's a little risky, he'll have to do a bit of damage control if he's wrong, but he doubts that he is. And it's why you came up to me this morning? Because you saw that I was, anxious?" Ren laughs lightly, runs a hand through his asymmetrical haircut. You caught me," he says. You look really nice. I totally would have come to you to talk at some point, but I could tell that you needed some, I guess, coaxing? You have, anxiety, right?" Ren pauses, and then leans forward, face serious and voice soft. You don't have to tell me if you don't want. I'm not trying to pry or anything. It's just that my sister has social anxiety and," Ren waves his hand in Izuku's general direction, "my quirk gives me very similar readings for both of you. Yours is, a little stronger though." He shrugs. "I could be wrong though. My quirk doesn't always work the best with underlying issues. Or really complicated and tangential ones. Right? Says Izuku, though he breathes a mental sigh of relief. At least he doesn't have to worry about that, then. And, no, I'm not offended. I don't actually, no? I don't think so, but I've never really talked to anyone about it. Rin chuckles. Well, hey, he says, pointing at himself with a thumb, if you need to talk, I'm certainly anyone. Izuku pauses, looks at Ren a little blankly, surprised. Ren falters somewhat. Sorry, says Ren, suddenly much meeker, I'm not trying to overstep. I know that people aren't crazy about that, it's just that I don't know. When I know that someone needs something, I feel like I have to at least offer. I mean, my quirk's not really much good for anything else. Izuku winces. Diamen, he hadn't been trying to make Ren feel bad about his quirk. Hardly. It's not Ren's fault that Izuku has no idea how to respond to the kindness of others. After a moment, Izuku purses his lips and offers, I think you have a good quirk. Ren gives him a confused look, and Izuku continues. It's certainly a very heroic ability. With a power like that you would excel as a rescue hero. And I'd bet that you would also perform really well in a team, since your quirk would allow you to maximize efficiency and look out for civilians and fellow pros alike. He offers Ren a tentative half-smile, an awkward, forced thing. I'd love a quirk like yours. Whoa, Ren breathes. Midoriya, that was, so nice. You can call me Izuku if you want, Izuku says, and Ren smiles. Midoriya, chimes in another voice, also familiar. Is this a friend of yours from 1C? Izuku blinks at Uraraka, who has seemingly apparat in front of their table, dragging a tall boy with glasses behind her. Can we sit with you? She asks brightly. Izuku glances at Ren briefly. Ren doesn't look at all perturbed, beaming at their new companions, delighted. Okay, says Izuku, almost unable to keep his lips from twitching up in a half-smile. He can't say that he's disappointed to see Uraraka either. She'd been nice company this morning. It feels a little weird to say that it's been a long time since he was this excited to see someone again, except for maybe Mrs. Nakiyama. Before he even gets the words out completely, Uraraka is already sliding into the spot next to him. This is Ida, she says, gesturing to the tall boy with black hair, who is mostly just standing there looking uncomfortable. After a pause, Ida takes a seat opposite from him and Uraraka, next to Akame. Yes, he says. Hello, it's very nice to meet you, Midoriya, was it? And, he glances at Ren lost. Ren smiles at Ida politely. Ren, he introduces himself shortly, and then reaches into his bag to pull out a small scrap of cloth. For your glasses, he says simply. Ida blinks, startled. Why, how did you no matter, I suppose? Thank you. He takes his glasses off and rubs at them briefly with the cloth. And oh sheet, Izuku recognizes that voice. A quick glance at Ida's legs confirms it. Ida must be related to Ingenium, which, oh man, that's cool. Ingenium is an awesome hero. His quirk is highly effective and all existing media footage suggests that the hero is a really compassionate guy who's first and foremost interested in the well-being of others. Ingenium had also trampled on some of Vicious' smaller criminal ventures roughly a year or so ago. It hadn't been easy to scrub hints of Ingenium's civilian identity out of the system without Vicious noticing, but it had been necessary to prevent retaliation. When Ida finishes, he hands the cloth back to Ren and fixes his gaze on Midoriya. I'm so sorry, he says, though he sounds more firm than sorry, but Izuku thinks this might also just be the way he talks. Doesn't it go against dress code for you to be wearing a scarf? With the uniform? Well, Izuku's certainly not going to stop. And either way, solid color scarves are alright. He gestures to his own dark green, unpatterned. Yes, during cold weather, according to the rulebook, corrects Ida. Izuku shrugs. I mean, he says, how do you quantify cold? I get chilly easily. Ida pauses, opening his mouth and then closing it, as if unable to come up with an appropriate rebuttal. He says, bowing his head apologetically. I suppose you're right. My apologies, that was very rude of me. Don't worry about it, says Izuku honestly. How's your guys' day been so far? Uraraka's jaw drops. You didn't hear? Izuku shakes his head no, shrugging his shoulders at her apparent confusion. Hear what? Says Ren, leaning forward in interest as well. Uraraka drops her voice low, speaking to them into a loud whisper, as if she's telling them a secret. Our teacher already expelled someone. He had us do some tests and the person who came in last place got kicked out. What? Ren's mouth drops open in surprise. But it's only the first day. I know, says Ida thoughtfully. It was quite harsh. I have no idea what our teacher was thinking. But, well, I suppose he's the pro. Surely he must know what he's doing? Uraraka ventures hesitantly. I mean, at least the kid who got expelled seemed kind of like a JRK. Not that he deserved to get kicked out on the first day or anything, but he was acting pretty rude and stuff. Who's your teacher? Asks Izuku, curious. Considering that General Studies has a well-known pro-hero for a teacher, and that All Might is an instructor for the hero course this year, then one, as homeroom teacher, is almost certain to be someone that he'll recognize. Well, the teacher who expelled the kid was our homeroom teacher, Aizawa-sensei, says Uraraka. Izuku stops for a moment, trying to run through all the pro-heroes he knows in his head. But the name Aizawa isn't even vaguely familiar. Perhaps, then, the teacher's civilian name isn't well known to the public. Izuku is about to open his mouth and ask when he's cut off by a loud, explosive boom from the other side of the cafeteria. His head jerks up on instinct, surveying for the source of the noise. And then he thinks no FNG way. Get out of my way, shithead, snaps the person responsible for the explosion, loud enough that his voice is clear and audible from across the room. He's slouching, he looks furious, uniform slightly disheveled, blonde hair an absolute mess, and his entire presence absolutely, undeniably familiar. No, this can't be happening. Absolutely not. Kaken can't be here right now, but except, of course he is. How many times had Izuku heard Katsuki talk about going to UA as a kid? How many times had that been the source of Kaken's temperamental outbursts towards Izuku? How had Izuku forgotten? Of course Kaken is here. He'd had the desire, the drive, the power. There would have been nothing in his way. Izuku swallows heavily and averts his gaze. He can feel Ren looking at him with mild concern. He suddenly feels grateful that it sounds like Ren's ability only allows him to tell that Izuku is upset, and not the details of what's making him upset. He can't freak out right now, surrounded by 3 of his peers. He closes his eyes for a moment, takes a breath. But it doesn't matter. UA has a massive student body. They aren't in the same class. Kaken hasn't seen him in 7 years. Even if Kaken remembers who he is, he's certainly unlikely to recognize Izuku, especially from a distance, something which Izuku is going to take care to keep in between the two of them at this point. Hell, Izuku might not even have caught on to Kaken's presence here in the first place if Katsuki hadn't unleashed his quirk in the middle of the cafeteria, and Izuku has no quirk by which to be recognized. Izuku releases a breath. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. He's had a rough few months, and encountering an old childhood friend, and bully he supposes, is barely anything compared to some of the shit he's been through in the past 6 months, much less the past 7 years. But telling himself that doesn't stop the weird, itchy feeling that's crawling under his skin now. It doesn't get rid of the sudden, dizzying wave of nausea Izuku feels at this new knowledge. But it doesn't matter. He can't let it. He can work around this. He has to. Anyways, continues Uraraka, turning her attention back to the table and away from the commotion, how's your day been going so far? Oh, thank God, thinks Izuku, something else to think about. Says Izuku, voice a bit squeakier than he'd like, pretty good I guess. Definitely not as dramatic as yours, confirms Ren. Now that's for sure. Mike-sensei is loud, but he's far too friendly for Izuku to imagine him pulling a similar stunt to one, as homeroom teacher. Izuku tries to imagine how things would have gone down if he had. Knowing his own luck, Izuku is quite sure he would have been a shoo-in for last place, and then, oh man, what would he have done? Oh, please, Mike-sensei, don't expel me. If I get kicked out of UA it will literally kill me. Though the irony of escaping death by scraping into UA by the skin of his teeth only to get kicked out on the first day would probably have proven sharp enough to strike Izuku dead on the spot. Yeah, so thank God for small mercies, Izuku supposes. In Uraraka's honest opinion, the lunch PRD ends far too quickly. She and the others all walk together out into the hallway, chatting amiably for as long as they can before they have to part ways. Her first day of school, she has to admit, is actually going quite well. Kids are nicer here than they had been in middle school. Not that Uraraka had ever really been a victim of bullying in middle school or anything. She'd been much more fortunate in that respect than a lot of other kids. But looking back on it, as fond as she is as some of the people that she'd gone to school with, it's hard to say that anyone was ever quite as interested in being her friend as she was in being theirs. But if Uraraka's judging UA by today, she might be starting to develop some high hopes. Ida, for instance, definitely comes off as stiff at first impression, but some conversation reveals someone genuinely friendly and invested in the well-being of others. His insistence on following the rules is stringent, certainly, but she can tell that it comes a place. That is honestly well-intended, and that makes all the difference. Midoriya is interesting as well. The other boy is obviously painfully shy. She'd be willing to bet that he wears that scarf of his with the uniform just so he can have a place to hide his face when he gets overwhelmed. He can't seem to make eye contact with any of them for more than a couple seconds at a time, and half his sentences are either stuttered or inaudible. Though, Uraraka notes, he's already made marked improvements since they first met this morning. Perhaps he's starting to adjust already? But despite his shyness, Midoriya's clearly making an effort to be nice, and for all his awkwardness, Uraraka thinks that his company is quite pleasant. Ren, too, is intriguing, if only because Uraraka is seriously confused by how he isn't in the hero course. He'd told Uraraka and Ida some stuff about his quirk a couple minutes into their conversation, and Uraraka and Ida were both quick to agree with Midoriya. Ren's quirk will be an excellent fit for hero work. They're nice company, which is precisely why they're taking their time parting ways. Plus, they still have a good 10 minutes before they need to be back in the classroom. Uraraka had been quick to shut down Ida's declaration that being at least 10 minutes early to anything is the polite thing to do. No way are they going to ditch their new friends early. They're almost out when Uraraka spots Aizawa-sensei in her peripheral vision. He's chatting with another instructor, looking aggravated and tired, though at this point Uraraka's starting to question if that just might be the way that his face just is. Ren is distracted, gesturing in the air as he explains something to Ida, who nods wisely. So Uraraka tugs subtly on the sleeve of Midoriya's jacket. You didn't know who Aizawa-sensei was, right? Midoriya jumps a little under her hand, but after he seems to realize that it's just her, he chuckles nervously and meets her eyes for a moment. Not a clue, he confirms, voice nervous. Uraraka points in Aizawa-sensei's direction. That's him, she whispers, conspiratorial. It's not like she expects Midoriya to recognize Aizawa-sensei or anything. None of the other kids in Class 1A had, and she's pointing him out mainly so Midoriya can have a better mental image of some of the details of her story from earlier. And this is precisely why she's painfully surprised when Midoriya glances up in the direction she's pointing and promptly goes dead pale. Oh, sheet, says Midoriya, and Uraraka blinks at him in startled surprise. What? For a second, she thinks that Midoriya is just playing around, just joking, but a quick glance at him reveals that that is definitely not the case. Midoriya looks freaked. Like really freaked. He backs up a couple steps, moving away from Aizawa-sensei even though they're already 20 feet apart. His eyes, which had previously been the only part of him that didn't look anxious and frightened but were rather sharp and thoughtful, unfocused slightly. He looks, for just a moment, like a wild animal, cornered and afraid. Ren and Ida are staring at Midoriya in surprise and concern now as well. Uraraka frowns. Do you know Aizawa-sensei, Midoriya? She tries. He doesn't respond, still staring in Aizawa-sensei's direction and breathing just a little too heavily. Uraraka frowns. Midoriya? She tries again. And just like that, Midoriya seems to snap out of it. He glances at Uraraka, blinks a couple times like he's coming out of a daze, and the glassy glaze in his eyes fades away. Ah, he says, drawing the syllable out for much too long. No, we've never met. He looks scary. But Ren and Ida, who Uraraka is pretty sure only caught the tail end of Midoriya's reaction, seem to buy it, returning to their conversation after a brief moment's hesitation. But Uraraka knows that there's no way that that reaction makes sense. She thinks that Aizawa-sensei looks kind of scary too, and so had most of the rest of Class 1A, but no one had acted like that. And even though Midoriya seems more skittish than anyone in Class 1A, this reaction just seems disproportionate. But what other reason could there be? And what can she do about it? Right? She says, trying to give Midoriya a reassuring smile. She puts a hand on his shoulder, turns him around so he's facing forwards, and tries to usher him along with her as they start walking again. He gives her hand a surprised look, but after a moment kind of leans into it, letting her steer him along slightly. It's the least she can do. Uraraka has no idea what freaked Midoriya out like that. She wishes that she did or that she was close enough to Midoriya to push and find out. But she isn't, nor is she brave enough to put their just budding friendship at risk by pushing his boundaries to try and get him to tell her. So Uraraka settles for trying to provide him some semblance of physical reassurance, and she forces herself to let it go. Izuku starts heading back to the apartment immediately after school lets out, ducking out as quickly as possible and taking care not to linger. All in all, Izuku supposes that his first day of school wasn't a total disaster. He has nothing in the way of information really, aside from managing to develop a fairly comprehensive list of most of UA's teaching staff which is not typically released to the public. That's fairly lucky, the sort of information that might sate Vicious slightly without putting anyone's lives at active risk. He'll have to omit a couple names from the list names of heroes whose work relies on the utmost secrecy of their civilian identities, including, apparently, Tifanji Racerhead, but it's something at least. He didn't get to see All Might, which is, like many things at UA have proven to be, simultaneously a relief and incredibly disappointing. It's obvious enough that All Might must be teaching the hero course though, and there's likely not much need to instructors to interact with students that aren't their own, which might explain why the number one hero was largely not around today. That could prove to be a complicating factor, since at this point All Might is what Vicious cares about the most, but it's hard to tell for sure at this point. Izuku will have to look into it. Luckily, his first report to Vicious isn't due until the end of the week, and by Vicious' own admittance, the man isn't expecting overmuch from it. That gives him time to dredge something up, at least. Unluckily, Izuku had originally thought navigating UA without getting caught at one point or another was going to be an impossible task. And now he knows that it is. Kaken alone would have been difficult to deal with. Izuku spent more time than he'd like to admit screaming internally about that little twist in the road. But, of course, the universe is conspiring against him. It flips him off his bike and then immediately hits him with a bus. Do things go wrong this often for all villains? Or is the world just targeting him specifically? Of course, Izuku knows that he, to a certain extent, screws himself over. He shouldn't have reacted so intensely in the hallway, especially when he knows that Class 1, as homeroom teacher probably won't recognize him. Ida, Uraraka, and Ren had all dismissed it, thankfully, but for how long? What if Izuku lets a reaction like that slip through again? After all, that's how suspicion builds up. A slip-up or two can be forgotten, but too many and the memories start to layer on top of one another. People start to form connections, start to have questions, and Izuku doesn't have any answers. The only solution, he supposes, is that he just can't let it happen again. He doesn't know quite how he's going to manage it, though. Today's revelations have put him painfully on edge. He feels drawn tight as a bowstring on the verge of snapping. Izuku's only a couple blocks from the apartment when someone stops him. "Hey," says a voice from behind him, short and irritated. Izuku whirls around, instinctually adjusting his stance as he does. And then his gaze focuses on the person who'd spoken, and Izuku almost slumps in relief. It's just the purple-haired kid from class. Izuku straightens up, relaxing. "Yeah," he says, finding his voice this time. This is the third occasion that this boy has been weird around him. At this point, Izuku is more curious than he is scared. For some reason though, Izuku's response actually seems to take the other boy aback slightly. He recovers quickly though. "How did you know?" he says seriously. "During the entrance exam?" "No what?" Izuku's torn between betraying how absolutely bewildered he is and his ingrained instinct to avoid showing his hand. He settles for tilting his head to the side and waiting for the other boy to continue. The purple-haired boy hisses in frustration through his teeth. "How did you know not to talk to me?" he says harshly. "No one else did." Izuku pauses, surprised. "Okay, what? Did you use your quirk on them?" Izuku risks it. There's nothing else that Izuku can think this boy might talking about other than some sort of conditional quirk. Well, also, he's a bit rude, but that applies to a lot of people out there. The purple-haired boy rears back, offended. "I don't use it on other people for fun," he snaps. "Did you think I would brainwash you?" Izuku suddenly feels very awkward again. There's no way, after all, that he can break it to his new classmate that this has nothing to do with his apparent brainwashing quirk and everything to do with the fact that Izuku just doesn't know how to talk to people without exposing his own so-called quirk as a fake. "No," he offers. It sounds weak to his own ears. The purple-haired boy sighs, and suddenly, Izuku thinks that he looks very tired. "Listen," he says. Can you just tell me how you knew?" Good. Izuku hates lying, hates pulling up fronts, and that esigus, considering how absolutely vital it is for his continued survival. "Because that's my quirk," he says, practically pushing the words out between gritted teeth. "It's an analytical ability." "Oh," says the purple-haired boy, and then he straightens his back and continues resentfully, "And for the record, I wouldn't have used my quirk on you for the entrance exam. There wouldn't have been any point." Izuku pauses. Maybe he doesn't have to lie completely. "I know," he tries. "But, just so you know, I didn't not respond because I thought you were going to use your quirk on me. I'm just kind of shy, I guess." The other boy narrows his eyes. "What?" he says, distinctly flat. Izuku lifts his shoulders in a helpless shrug. He tries to smile at his new classmate, but he can feel it come out awkward and stilted and strange. "I swear," he says. "You just surprised me." "Really?" says the other boy, voice dry, clearly still skeptical. Izuku frowns. Quirk discrimination is a real issue, he knows. As far as that goes, it is quite possible that the only people who get as much shit as the quirkless are people with quirks that make other people feel threatened. It's total bullshit, of course. Hisashi and Masami both, for instance, have quirks that are mild enough to not, on their own, be dangerous to anyone. That hardly means that they aren't threats. Izuku would rather tangle with 1,000 so-called evil quirks than either of them, and that's including when they're in a good mood. Because all quirks are weapons in one way or another. Each one is uniquely deadly in its own way. Their user just has to know how to use it to those purposes. And Izuku is no fool. He knows to be careful of quirks that can be easily turned against him. But it's a mistake that too many people make, he thinks, to get so distracted by someone's quirk that they stop looking at the hand that wields it. Because like watching a person's body language in a fight, if you pay close enough attention to the person a quirk belongs to, you can figure out if they'll use it for you or turn it against you long before they ever do. So there is no rhyme or reason in casting someone out simply because their quirk can be more easily used for wicked purposes. It's just an act of senseless cruelty, and it makes no one any safer in the end. "Listen," says Izuku, voice still quiet, even though he tries to make his words sound genuine, "how about we start again? I'm Midoriya Izuku. It's nice to meet you." He extends a hand. The purple-haired boy pauses, eyes still narrowed, like he's trying to see what Izuku really wants from him. Izuku doesn't know what the other boy finds there, but finally the boy heaves a reluctant sigh and takes his hand, shaking it twice before dropping it. "Shinso Hitoshi," he says, still sounding rather skeptical. "Nice to meet you too, I guess." Izuku cracks a smile in Shinso's direction, and Shinso pulls his hand back, stuffing his hands in his pockets and leaning back. "I'm leaving now," Shinso declares, a little haughtily. "See you around, I guess." Bye, says Izuku as Shinso turns to leave, and then he hesitates. He has no idea how people work anymore, no idea about how to reassure someone. But he has to try. "Hey, Shinso, one more thing?" Shinso pauses lazily, turning back slightly to face Izuku, eyes curious. "What?" he asks flatly. "I just wanted to say, says Izuku, and oh god, he can't do this. You have like quirk. It comes out a mushed together, jumbled up mess, which is probably about the best he could have hoped for but is enough to make him want to die of embarrassment anyways. But Shinso blinks, looking kind of surprised, so maybe he made part of it out, at least. Oh, he says, and his voice is the most friendly Izuku has ever heard it, though he still sounds kind of suspicious. There's a flavor of shock to it now though. Izuku wonders if Shinso has ever heard those words before. You too, I guess. Izuku cracks a half-smile back in Shinso's direction. Honestly, it's nice to deal with someone whose problems with Izuku are I thought you were rude to me and it hurt my feelings and not you annoy me a lot but I'm not allowed to kill you. It's much more manageable. There are a lot of potential ways to spend the afternoon of the first day of school. Some examples, in order of least to most preferable, might include caving into Hisashi and Nomuri's demands that he join them for drinks to mourn the loss of all their free time, trying to formulate something resembles a lesson plan for his new class considering the footage of their entrance exams and their performance today, they're going to be needing a lot of guidance, or ideally waiting until later this evening, going on patrol like normal, and then slinking back home in the dead of night. To catch a blessed few hours of sleep. But instead of doing any of those things, Aizawa Shoyuta is here. Doing this. He sighs, running a hand lazily through his hair before giving up when it proves too tangled. Well, there's no point in putting it off any further. He might as well get this over with. The agency's door is larger than most, which is saying something, considering most construction these days is done with people who have quirks that affect their size and bulkiness in mind. Luckily, that's exactly how Shoyuta knows that he's in the right place. As soon as he steps inside, he's accosted by a girl in her late teens. Judging by her age and the fact that she seems to be manning the front desk, she's likely an intern. Hi, she says, voice bright and cheerful. What can I help you with? I have a meeting with Fat Gum, says Shoyuta, voice flat, if he's here. Oh yes. The intern gives him a bright, friendly smile. He said you were coming. I'll go get him. She hurries off, almost skipping. Shoyuta watches her go, wondering vaguely if she goes to UA. Probably not, he concludes after a moment. She doesn't look familiar not from the hallways or from the sports festival, and she gave no indication of recognizing him. If she had, Shuta's pretty sure she wouldn't have been quite so peppy, considering his reputation. Shoyuta and Fat Gum aren't particularly close not out of any overt dislike, but simply by virtue of the fact that they run in different circles. But they've crossed paths more than once, and for as grating as Shoyuta often finds certain aspects of the personalities of most of his fellow pro-heroes, Fat Gum is one for whom he almost has to admit a grudging respect. There are more agencies than there should be that will only accept students from UA, and occasionally Shiketsu, as interns. Usually, the agencies use the excuse of prestige to justify themselves, or even more irritatingly, they do so out of the fundamentally incorrect assumption that the only worthwhile students come from the two top hero schools. But as far as Shoyuta can tell, Fat Gum has largely managed to avoid that pitfall. According to Hisashi, whose sort of hero work lends itself to far more interactions with other heroes like Fat Gum than Shuta's does, Fat Gum is fairly indiscriminate with the interns he takes. To him, their school does not matter as much as their potential does. And while, of course, Shoyuta is sure that he and Fat Gum have very different definitions of potential, Shoyuta at least appreciates the sentiment. So, while Shoyuta is certain that there are some fundamental ideological gaps between them, he supposes he can admit that Fat Gum isn't actually too bad. Or at the very least, Fat Gum has at least one tolerable trait, which is more than plenty of other people Shoyuta has worked with in the past. That respect is part of why Shoyuta is wasting his day coming out here at Fat Gum's request rather than resting at home, in his sleeping bag, like he would prefer. After a couple of seconds, Fat Gum makes his way out from the hallway that the intern had bounded down, and the intern skips out from behind his massive, lumbering form, returning to her seat. Thank you, Fat Gum tells her, and the intern beams, idolatry rolling off of her in waves. Eraserhead, Fat Gum says, genial. He gives a bow, small and polite. I'm glad you could make it. I hope you're not too tired. I know you usually work nights in addition to your job at the school. Shoyuta arches an eyebrow at that. I do, he confirms, and doesn't dignify the other hero's question with an answer. His appearance speaks for itself, Shoyuta is sure. Right, says Fatgum, still smiling, seeming utterly unfazed by Shuta's short response. Well, I guess I'll get right down to it then. We have some security footage that we were hoping you could review. About a month and a half ago, we had a breach. Someone broke in, hacked our system, and deleted information on a case of ours. We were gathering about a rising criminal syndicate that was starting to infringe on Yakuza territory. Months of research and investigation, gone. Shoyuta blinks once, startled, and then narrows his eyes. With all due respect, Fatgum, I'm not sure what unique insight I could provide that you haven't already received. You'll see, says Fatgum, leading his way down the hallway, headed towards what Shoyuta can only assume is the security room. Shoyuta hesitates momentarily, before finally following. If it's a waste of time, he'll leave. But Fatgum didn't seem the type who would call him out here for no good reason. Whatever this is, it's worth at least looking at. He trails shortly behind Fatgum. So, let me get this straight, Shoyuta says. They were skilled enough to get past your security system and get rid of key case files, but not good enough to remember to delete the security footage. Well, says Fatgum, I imagine they didn't think they needed to. They hacked our security and triggered essentially a system-wide shutdown. Shoyuta almost misses a step. Sheet, that's impressive. The data that hero agencies keep within their walls is sensitive enough that most agencies are outfitted with state-of-the-art security, typically acquired from the extremely expensive parts of the private sector, at heavily discounted rates, of course, since most security developers are keenly aware of how important the secrets of a hero agency are. For someone to take down the entire system requires a level of skill that not many have. Of course, Fatgum continues, I don't think our intruder was able to predict some of the fail-safes that we put into place here a while back, including designing our security cameras to revert to reserve power in the very case of such an event. Perhaps they simply hadn't considered the potentiality, or were in too much of a rush to double-check, but either way they left us with a valuable clue. Fatgum stops at the door to what Shoyuta can only assume is the security room, opening the door and allowing Shoyuta to step inside first. The fluorescent lights in here are a little dimmer than they had been in the rest of the building, and there are multiple screens mounted on the walls, as well as several large computer monitors on desks lining the room's edge. It is to one of these that Fatgum goes, taking a seat. Here, says Fatgum, I will show you. Shoyuta sighs, stretching backwards before trudging over to Fatgum. The other hero is tall enough that Shoyuta can't lean over his shoulder to take a look at the screen, so he stands off to the side instead, watching closely as Fatgum shuffles through the computer files, searching for the right footage. This is it, says Fatgum, finally pulling up a video. Erase her head. A while ago I showed this to Present Mike, and he told me to call you. Said that you might have some insight. I understand that you are a busy man, but I hope that he was right. So this is on Hisashi's word, then? So that either means that this is a complete waste, a practical joke, no, not in line with Hisashi's sense of humor, wasteful of both mine and Fatgum's time, definitely not flashy enough for Hisashi's tastes. Or it's actually something significant. Shoyuta straightens, suddenly feeling much more awake. The camera is focused on a hallway, presumably here, in Fatgum's agency. The footage is somewhat grainy, as security footage often is. But, Shoyuta notes, despite being better quality than most, that fact is largely nullified by the dim lighting in the hallway. Fatgum hadn't been kidding, then total system shutdown indeed. Still, though, there's nothing here that would merit Shuta's attention specifically. A couple seconds tick by. 12, 15, 30. Shoyuta almost asks Fatgum what exactly he's supposed to be looking for, when it finally happens. At first, it's only a flicker of shadow in the corner of the camera, but eventually a figure, short, slim, unassuming frame, dark hoodie, facing away from the camera, steps into the shot, walking cautiously down the hallway before stopping at a door, someone's office, and bending down. Whoever it is, face still obscured, makes quick work of the lock, tucking what must be lockpicks back into their hoodie before stepping inside. But Interesting but nothing special. 30 seconds, a minute. Shoyuta doesn't get impatient this time, though, now that he knows what he's supposed to be keeping an eye out for. After another moment, the door cracks open again, and the figure steps back out into the hallway. Though they're facing the camera now, their face is cast down, obscuring it from sight. That's odd, considering they should have been under the impression that the cameras weren't functioning. Had they left the cameras running on purpose? Shoyuta dismisses the idea almost immediately. Even if someone had had the motivation to do something like that, it would have been exceptionally difficult to go entirely uncaught. There was nothing that could justify the risk. Then is this the body language of someone so used to concealment that it comes like second nature? The figure, still keeping their head down, starts to walk back the way that they came. Shoyuta twitches. Come on, he thinks to himself. Let us see your face. And then they do. It's momentary slip on the intruder's part, a paranoid glance over the shoulder. A moment of weakness, just a split second of irrationality. It's enough. Shoyuta moves almost before he processes what he's seeing, slamming pause on the recording with enough force that Fat Gum jumps beside him, that his fingers shake in the moments after from the tension running through him, suddenly winding him tight as a bowstring. Only the top portion of Shoyuta knows, the intruder is male face is visible, concealed beneath a dark scarf, an oversized hood, revealing only a hint of freckled skin and a pair of wide eyes. Present Mike was right, says Fat Gum, voice full of measured surprise. The other hero doesn't sound as shocked as he does curious, though. You recognize him. It's not a question, but Shoyuta answers it anyways. He licks his lips. When did his mouth get this inexplicably dry? Yes, he says, because it's true. Shoyuta can't picture what the boy's whole face must look like. The kid's wearing almost the exact same getup as last time. But the look in those eyes, he recognizes it. It had haunted him incessantly for months. It still lurks in the back of his mind at times, even now, edging on 2 years later. The eyes of a creature injured, of an animal hunted, of a child afraid. Do you know him? Says Fat Gum, slightly more urgent now. Do you know who he is? Shoyuta shakes his head softly. No, he says. I don't. But I've been trying to find out. Fat Gum hesitates. How do you know him? Asks the other pro-hero after a moment, sounding almost like he doesn't want to know the answer. Shoyuta takes a deep breath, stares at the image on the computer screen for another second. There's not really any other way to put this than honestly. There's no point in mincing his words. Well, says Shoyuta simply, he saved my life.